Hi, this is Chris Hessler from Eaton Prep. We are a test preparation company for the SAT. This is our website, and we will have classes online interactively. Wherever you are, we can mail you a box of our materials. Our program is affordable, and you can contact us at eatonprep.com. So anyway, right today, we're going over the October 1st, 2022 U.S. test. And we are going to be doing the math first to expedite things. So you can fast forward or whatever section you need, you could pause. So we're doing math, no calculator, then the writing, and finally the reading to give you an idea. So we're starting with the math. And so the first question, I got to go all the way down to math. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I got it. Section 3, right?
Yeah. Okay. So this is the math test. And full disclosure, there's about 8 formulas that they do not give you here that appear on that you have to know for the test. And we go through them in our program. As we go through here, we'll hit the highlights. So the first starts out easy. So the questions, as you know, go from easy to hard. So the shark-infested waters, where you hear the Jaws music, is at the end of each math test. So the first question, the line model models the relationship between body weight and foot length for a group of infants. Based on the model, what is the predicted weight in kilograms of an infant with a foot length of 9 centimeters? So that would be here, and if we just go up, we can see it would be 7. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. So number 2, we have a line segment AC, but it's divided into AB and BC. So this would be 5x plus 20 and 6x minus 10. So if we add those, we'll get 11x. Well, it just shows it. You don't even have to solve it. It's right here. The answer is D, which we sort of showed visually here. Okay, going to 3, which is still pretty easy. We just put 4 in for x. So y is 4 over 4 substitution. So 1 plus 2, so y would be 3. And we know x is 4, so 4, 3 would be correct, which is answer choice B. Now going on to 4.
You went too far.
Wait.
It's this one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to zoom it out so you can see as many of these graphs as you can.
My son James is here. He's going to do the reading. He graduated Penn State Phi Beta Kappa in English, and I was certified in math and English and taught in Mount Lebanon for 22 years. We have a course live in Mount Lebanon, so anywhere in the Pittsburgh area. But if you're not in Pittsburgh, we can do the online, accommodate you very easily. You don't have to leave your home. So we know the function here, and we're trying to find y equals f of x. And so we can see it has a slope of 2 and a y going on mx plus b, which most of you are familiar with. The b is the y-intercept, which is 6, which occurs here. We have a positive slope of 2. All these others are negative. So our answer choice would be A. Would you have to calculate the slope for here? Not necessarily. Remember, time is money on the SAT. So anyway, you could blitz through a question, especially the first run through. We'll give you more time for the harder ones. Okay, on to number 5. This is f of x. And so we want f of x plus 2 So we want to basically transfer this up to, which would be answer choice A.
This vertical translation. Right?
A vertical translation, yeah. We're not, that's all we're doing. Okay, on 6, zooming it out, we're putting in 6 for x. And so you can see that -1 to an even power would be just 1. 5 times 1 would be 5. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. So every question on the test is approximately 10 points. Okay.
You're skipping one.
Okay, so we're going down to 7. Totally legal mathematically to get rid of the x minus 4s. X plus 2 is 0. So x will equal a -2. Okay, over to number 8.
You be careful because your head's like right here.
Yeah. So we have a parabola going downward, which is a negative. So we know we can skip the positive ones. We need the vertex formula, which is one of those formulas they don't give you. So this is the vertex formula where HK, that's a K, HK is the vertex, and we can see the vertex is 6, 4. So we put the -1 in here, and this will be x minus the h value, which is 6, squared plus 4. And so that is answer. I crossed it off. I didn't mean to do this.
You had to cross off the positive one, right?
Yeah, I meant to cross off this one. So our answer is C. Going on to 9, a little bit of geometry on the test, not a ton anymore. So the figure shown, triangle ABC is similar to triangle ADE, such that B corresponds to D and C corresponds to E. If ABC, and that's the middle, is 60 degrees, then obviously ADE would be 60 degrees. And so that was similar by angle, angle, angle. Not so bad. Number 10. The graph shows the relationship between the area of a rainforest in square miles and the predicted number of flowering plants P. What equation represents this relationship? So obviously the y-intercept is 0, 0, so we want to get the slope of this, and I picked 2 points. Obviously 0, 0, and then I also chose 83,000.
30,000, right?
30,000, I'm sorry. And so we didn't talk about this yet, you need to have know the slope formula. So that will just be 30,000 minus 0 over 80 minus 0, and that comes out to 375. Okay, going to a number 11. There's always one of these on the test where you have to rewrite an equation in terms of another variable. So we can just cross this in terms of P out. We just need to find N. So we could subtract 3 at first. That'll be P minus 3 equals 2 over N. And if you're savvy, you know in the ratio you can interchange these two. So that would be N equals 2 over P plus 3.
Minus 3, right?
P minus 3, yes. And so that is answer choice C. You could also cross multiply at this point, and you would get NP or n times p minus 3 equals 2. If you'd rather do it that way, just cross multiplying and you would get n equals 2 over p minus 3. Okay, moving on to 12, which is pretty easy. We have no solution, so these lines are like railroad tracks. They already have different y-intercepts, so they just need the same slope because there's no solution. And so the slope has to be 3. And if you've done this ahead of this with us, it'll be a 5-second problem. Okay, so now we're going on to number 13, getting a little bit into the shark waters. So we just have to distribute the square root of x. So we will get the square root of x squared plus the square root of xy. That will cancel and we'll just get x plus square root of xy, which is answer choice A. So looking at 14, so Joe was asked to memorize a list of 200 vocabulary words, and he was assessed on his memorization of the words over 3 days. Day 1, he remembered all 200, sorry. Then the next day, he went 10% less, so that would be 20. So that's down to 180. Now he's going to have 10% of that, which will be 18. And 180 minus 18 would be 162. If you got A, you didn't subsequent percentage, you didn't track the percent over 2 times. Okay, 15, the hardest, no calculator multiple choice, and this requires the circle on the coordinate plane formula, which they don't give you. It is x minus h squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. So if we...
What's hk and what's r?
Yes, hk is the center.
Center of the circle.
Center of the circle. R is obviously the radius.
So that's not on the formula page?
That is not on the formula page, and they usually put one of these on every test. So we go over it in our circle lesson so you are really comfortable. So we have to put the x's together. That'll give us x squared.
So you're going to complete the square?
Yeah, we're setting out to complete the square. And we just subtract that 32. So to complete the square, we have to divide this by 2. That would then give us x minus 8 squared, which would give us x squared minus 16x, which is what we need, plus 64. So if we add 64 to this side, okay, I'll do it over here. What was that, a minus?
-32.
Okay. So we just factored this into x minus 8. And that will give us 8 squared at the end. So we're adding a 64 to this side. So we have to add a 64 here. And now we have to do that with the same thing, complete the square for the y. And it's good to have a little practice with this because before you go in the test. So this will be y minus 2 squared, which will give us the y squared minus 4y plus 4. So if we add 4 to this side, we have to add 4 to this side. Adding all these numbers up, we would get 36. And so if the radius squared is 36, the radius will be 6. Now moving on to the grid-ins. The first grid-ins are usually pretty doable. Here we need a positive value, so this is pretty easy. 32 would be x. You can't grid in the negative, so we don't even need to bother with the negative value that would work in there. Moving on to 17, we need the slope of a line that's parallel. So again, parallel lines have the same slope, no solution. Lots of practice with this in our course. So the slope has to be the same. The slope has to be 7. Okay, going on to 18. So we'll subtract 4. So 2/3 of p equals 6. Multiply by the reciprocal. So p is 9, but be careful. Sometimes it's good to underline the prompts. Oh, p would be 9. And so we need 3p, which would be 27. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Going on to this one, where we have to distribute this 3 times. So we would get, if we do the x cubed times the 3x squared, that would be 3x. Now notice, all we're going for is the d, which is the coefficient before the x squared. 3x to the 5th plus x to the 4th minus 18x cubed minus 6x squared. Now we're distributing the 5 plus 15x squared plus 5x. But remember, we're only focusing on the d, so we have to take this, and 15 minus 6 would give us 9. The last one, so not so bad, a little geometry. We have to get the tan of x, and so you have to know SOHCAHTOA on the test. So tan, you don't have to have a trig course or a statistics course. You basically have to know SOHCAHTOA and one identity, which we'll give you in the program. So the tan of x is going to be opposite over adjacent. But we have to find, I'll just call this length x. I know we have an x degrees, but so it requires us to use the Pythagorean theorem, and this is still no calculator. Not too bad though. So that'll be 225 plus x squared is what, 289?
Yes.
And so then we'll just take 289 minus 225. So that's 64. X squared is 64. So our base is 8. And we just need to do the tan, which is opposite over adjacent. So opposite would be 8 over 15. And that's what we would grid it. You could also get the decimal out to 3 places. So hopefully that helps. Now we're moving on to no calculator.
Or calculator.
Calculator, sorry. Misspoke. Okay, formulas again, but remember there's some formulas that they don't give you. So let's look at this one. Function question. We want to get f of 8, so we put 8 in for x. So 17 times 8, we can do this with a calculator. Be 136 plus 13. So that will be answer choice D, 149. Going on to 2. The shaded region shown represents all solutions to the inequality. Which ordered pair x, y is a solution? Easiest way is just try them, I think. We don't need to get an equation and mess with that. So if we do 5, 0, we can obviously see 5, 0 is right in the solution set, so that would be A. Okay, going on to 3. So we're doing the Mona Lisa painting, It's 21 inches wide and 30 inches long. An artist is creating a larger scale replica where 21x times 30x gives the area of the replica in square inches. So basically, do you see all he's doing is multiplying the length by 3 and the width by 3, which is answer choice C.
Or by x, right?
Yeah, we're multiplying it by x. So that measure of each side is x times, I'm sorry, I said 3, but I meant x.
Yep.
Okay. Going on to 4. So we're extending, A to point D. Well, the value of y, and so in geometry class, they probably tell you that the exterior angle of a triangle equals the 2 remote added together, so that would be 130.
You just added the remote interior angles, 90
yes.
and 40.
So y would be 130, but if you didn't remember that theorem, you could just say, okay, this is 90, that's 40, that's 130. The triangle has to be 180. So we subtract the 130, so x is 50. Every straight line on the SAT is 180, so y has to be 130. Okay, moving on to 5.
Or the two-part question.
Which is a 2-part question. So if you get over here and you're lost, sometimes they do this 2-part questions. So, Dakota and Alex work as babysitters. For each babysitting job, Dakota charges, so I'm just going to let H be by hours. So Dakota equals 10H plus 5 for travel, where Alex charges $8 per hour plus 4 times the number of kids. So let's read the question. Dakota and Alex have different babysitting jobs, which will be babysitting 4 children. So now we know we can put in $4 per child.
Yeah, but you said that's 8H. 8 hours.
8H plus 4 times 4. So if they charge the same total amount in dollars for their respective jobs, how many hours will each spend babysitting? So we just set these equal to each other. And then it's just simple algebra to solve it. So we subtract the 8H. We will get 2H equals 11 when we subtract the 5. So H is going to be 11 divided by 2, which would be 5.5. Again, thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Going on to 6. Well, we already have Dakota's formula. She's doing what? $10, that's our slope, 10H plus 5 for her travel. So our y-intercept is 5. So that only happens in B and C. So A and D are out. Now we probably should calculate the slope. So I just picked...
We're trying to get 10 over 1 for the slope?
So we're trying to get 10 over 1 for the slope.
So, rise over run.
Rise over run. So if we do A, we have 550 over 110. So that would be 40 over 4. That would give us 10, but remember our y-intercept is incorrect. So on this one, we would have 0, 5, and we have to get it right on the crosshairs, so that would be 445. So using the slope formula, 45 minus 5 over 4, we would get 40 over 4, which is 10, which is what we want. So B is our answer. Lots of slope formula is on the test. Like, I think about 100 points. So here's another one. So we know we have our basic slope formula, mx plus b. The slope is minus 3. The x-intercept, so it's 9/2 and 0. We just have to solve for b. So 0 equals minus 27/2 plus b. So our b would be 27/2. And so our y-intercept would be 0, 27/2, which is d. Little trick, if you have to find the x-intercept, y is 0. If you have to find the y-intercept,
Can you make that 9 a little
x
easier
is
to
0.
see? That's
Oh, yeah. It's hard. We're on a vertical screen, which isn't easy sometimes. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're moving on to 8. We want to get the range. So that's the biggest number minus the smallest number.
You move up to the question where it says they want the range.
So, right, so 72.2. You can put this just in your calculator, but it will be 68.5, which is answer choice C. Going back to the same question, because remember 8 and 9 refer to the same. So we're taking a data set with 3 values formed by removing the data. So we're taking out New River Gorge, which is the high number. What's going to happen to the mean? So you don't have to actually calculate the mean. I want somebody thorough operating on me, but here you can just sort of analyze it, fly like an eagle above the question, and you can see the mean is going to be a lot smaller for the second, once we take out that New River Gorge National River. So going on to 10, the mass Y in grams of juvenile cobia fish X day after hatching. So here's our equation, and we want to find the graph. Well, we can sort of discount C and D because they have positive y-intercepts. Here with this squiggly line, we're not so sure. So what I'm going to do is try to get the slope to see where we are here. And so I just picked 90 would be about 175. Or let's do an easier one. 80 is 125. And so we would have 50 over 10, which is approximately a slope of 5, and I guesstimated these. So that would be our answer. Our answer choice would be A. And you did it a different way, Jim?
I did. I said that I thought 85, 150 was on the line.
85, okay. Different way to do it. Go ahead.
And then I just put that back into the original equation.
Right.
So I put 85 into our original equation to see if I got anything close to 150. And I ended up getting 152 when I did it that way. And so those were close enough that I picked A because I realized.
So we're putting 5.6 in times the 85 that he picked.
If you solve B for the slope, which isn't too hard to do, the answer choice B, you get a slope of 5, which is not a slope of 5.6.
Right.
So that's how I ruled B out.
So he got 152, which is very close to the 150 we needed.
Well, it looked like 150 to me, but I guess I was 2 off, which is pretty close. They know you can't get it exactly.
They know you can't get it exact. So if you have to fudge the numbers, that's okay. So on 11, a very quick one to do. You have to be careful, though. The scatter plot shows the relationship between 2 variables, x and y. A line of best fit is also shown. For how many of the data points does the line of best fit predict a greater Y value than the actual Y value?
Maybe get it red.
Oh, yeah.
Might show better.
So we want to get the ones that are under the line of best fit, and when we count them, it's 4. So pretty easy if you know that perpendicular thing. If we want a line that's perpendicular, we want to pick the negative reciprocal, so that this would be 2 over 1 for this equation, but the negative reciprocal would be minus 1/2. So that's answer choice A. So that's just a fact you have to know on the test.
So perpendicular lines, the slope would be the negative reciprocal.
Yeah, so perpendicular lines, negative reciprocal, almost on every test. So let's go through another word problem. Don't be intimidated by word problems. Just take them one step at a time. So in 2015, a certain country had an adult population of 250 million, of which 160 million were internet users and 90 million were not internet users. Of the adult population that used the internet, 52.8 people had access to or more social media sites. So what we want to do with the first question, the adult population, which we know was 250, was equals 0.77. We'll just call it T, the total population. We'll pour in the kids. So then we just divide by 0.77, and you can get your calculator out, and you will get approximately 320 million. Another question based on this. Thank you. Mm-hmm. In 2015, what fraction of the adult internet users, so we know that's the 160.
For the total, right?
The total adults. How many use 2 or more media sites? Keeping your numbers straight, that was only 52.8, right?
Correct.
And so we just put this in the calculator, we get 0.33. Which would be 33 over 100. Thank you, College Board. So on to this one. So I just distributed it. We're going to do this one 2 ways. 10x plus 90 equals 9x plus 81 plus 25. So that, subtracting the 9x. So 1x would equal 81 plus 25, which is 106. We still have the plus 90 over here, so we subtract it, and we get 25. Let's see. Oh, I forgot. What did I do here? 1x. I subtracted the 90. And then that, let's see, pretty simple. X would be 16, right? No, what am I doing wrong?
So you said 25 plus 81 is 106.
Right.
106 minus 90 is 16. You did something wrong, though. Oh, they don't want to know what X is. They want to know what X plus 9
X plus 9. See, I fell into that trap.
So you found X is 16, but
right.
They want to know.
So
why did you show them my way? Because I think my way's a little faster.
So his way is faster. He just let X plus 9 be Y. So you're solving 10Y equals 9Y plus 25. Pretty fast. But see, I made that mistake, which is easy to do, which is why I say all the time, but then I fell into my own trap, highlight the prompts so you don't make a mistake. Moving on to 16. So a biologist selected a sample of adult female cardinal blue butterflies at random from a local population. The mean forward length of the butterflies in the sample is 1.5. The margin of area associated with the estimate for the population mean is 1 centimeter. He wants a smaller margin of error. So what does he have to do? Well, you don't have to know statistics. You do have to know how to analyze standard deviation and margin of error. But basically, it's easier to hit a larger dartboard. So if we want a smaller margin of error, we have to increase the sample size, which would be D. And like I said, you don't have to have a whole class in statistics, but
the larger the sample you have, the lower margin of error.
It makes sense, right? The larger the sample you have, the smaller the margin of error. Okay, moving on to 17. So the ratio of the diameter of a circle to its circumference is 1 to pi. And if you're real savvy, you would see these dimensions are the same. Like the diameter and the circumference, you're not squaring anything, so basically you could sort of see you're just multiplying by 3. But if you wanted to pick a number, you could say, okay, let's say the diameter is 1. So then obviously our circumference would be pi, because pi d is our circumference formula.
Do they give you that on the formula page?
I think so, or 2 pi r.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That's your circumference.
Right. So we're multiplying it by 3. So we would just have 3 pi. And you could see, if you want to pull it out of the abstract world, you just multiply it by 3. Okay, this one is sort of a time-consuming perimeter problem because we have a couple things we have to figure out before we go all the way around. So this is 9 down to this point. So that would be 8 plus 1. So each of these vertical things here are 0.5. Obviously, this would be 2.5. And this is 7. So if we take away the 2.5 that would be here, we would get 4.5 because 2.5 plus 2.5 would be 5. And now we just have to put this all in the calculator. 5 plus 0.5. Just time consuming, actually. Going all around the figure. And you would get 46. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Okay. So this next one is standard deviation, and you might, like I said, I want somebody thorough operating on me, but on this test, time is money. So we really don't, so we want to get the mean of A and compare it to the mean of C. So basically...
You really have to calculate it, though, if you...
You don't have to calculate it.
I think that's kind of a waste of time.
Yeah, so they want you to go down that rabbit trail. But actually, you can see these numbers are aligned perfectly here.
The frequencies are identical.
So the frequencies are identical. So consequently...
But data set Q just starts at a higher number. And
yeah.
The intervals are the same, too. They're each one apart.
Right. So obviously, this mean is going to be bigger.
Right. So they call the mean of data set Q
A.
Right.
So
A is P.
A is P.
And B would be Q.
Right. So we know that. C.
C is.
So we know A has to be less than C.
Right.
Now the standard deviation, and there is a formula for that, but you don't have to know it for the SAT. I promise you.
So that's just the deviation from the mean?
Yes, it's a deviation from the mean, but it's complicated. To figure it out exactly would be way too much time investment. So if you look at this frequency, you can sort of see it's sort of a bell curve.
But the curves are identical.
The
right?
curves are actually identical.
Your frequency values are the same with each one, so they would have the exact same deviation.
So they're
from
going
the
to
mean.
have the exact same deviation. So we know P equals D.
Or B equals D.
Yeah, B equals D. I'm sorry, all these letters are confusing. And so this would be answer choice B.
Okay, so the mean of the first data set is less than the mean of the second. A is
Right.
less than C, but they have the same exact standard deviation.
They have the same deviation.
Because even if we start on 4 instead of starting on 0, the frequencies are what matter.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so moving on. Whoa, we're getting...
You're on a circle question, I think.
So this one is a little involved because line T is tangent, and that's something you have to know, that a tangent line to a circle is perpendicular. So let's get the slope of this line first, because we want to get the equation for T. So if we use our slope formula, we're just getting the slope of this line right now. So that's going to be the change in the y, which we'll start -3 minus 1 over 4 minus a minus 1. So we're going to get a -4/5 for this slope. So then we know the reciprocal for this line.
Negative reciprocal, right?
Yeah, we need to get the negative reciprocal to get the next slope, which will be a 5/4. Just taking that and getting the negative reciprocal of it. So now we're going to put in the 4 -3 that's on the line. So we have -3 equals 5/4 times 4 plus B. So that will give us, B is going to be a -8. And so now, like I said, this was sort of a multi-step detective problem. So now we have the formula, so we should be good. So y equals 5/4 x minus 8. And we can put in these values. If we put 0 in, we're not going to get 5/4. If we put 3 in, we're not going to get a 6. But look, if I put 8 in for x, I will get 10 minus 8, which is a y value of 2, and I've solved the problem. Okay, going on to 21. So you have to know slopes and lines and systems, which we cover in our program intensively. So here, 80% of the time, you should probably use linear elimination. And that's so easy here because you get 2y is 15.
So you just added the equation.
I just added the equations with using the elimination method.
And the -3 cancels with the 3x.
Right.
Okay.
And you get 7.5. If you got 1.5, you solve for x, but then remember they're asking you for y. So that's why I usually go to elimination at first. So a researcher, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My face is in there. Yeah.
I think you're good.
Estimates that there's a population of 618 gray wolves in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, which covers an area of approximately 16,452 square feet.
Miles.
Or square miles, sorry. Which of the following is closest to the approximate density? So we need wolves per mile.
Per square mile.
Square mile, sorry. Have to be accurate. So that would be 618 over the area, and then when you put this in the calculator, you will get out answer choice A. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Moving on to 23. Now, technically, we both think this should have distinct in here. How
Distinct
many?
just means different.
Yeah, different y-intercepts. So we have a y-intercept at x, an intercept, actually it crosses twice, so that would be just one intercept though when we say distinct means different, and one here. And so when we add this up, we get 3.
So the intercepts are 0, 4, and 5?
Yeah, so the intercepts are 0, 4, and 5.
But they probably should have put the word distinct in
Yeah,
there,
I think they should have put distinct in here. Because actually, it's tempting to pit 6 because they turn. But we want distinct intercepts. So going on to 24. Okay, a big word problem, so we can't let this daunt us. The effectiveness of a mineral supplement in the soil on the growth of a particular species of plant is being studied. A botanist planted 1,000 seeds in a greenhouse so that the growing conditions for all seeds would be identical as possible. The seeds were derived from 2 500 packages. Okay. Like say packages A and B. The seeds from one package were planted in soil that had the supplement, and the seeds from the second package were planted in soils that did not have the supplement. So we think we have an experiment and a control. However, the 2 500 seed packages could be different. We didn't allow for that. There could have been some contamination. So actually, we should take half from A and half from B to have a perfect experiment.
So randomly, or combine them and then randomly separate them?
Yes.
Because seed packet B may have been contaminated by water or something in transit or something like that.
Right, so we have to have that. So now let's look to this one. Researchers estimated that 0.07% by mass of a 12-gram sample of an orchid plant consists of the fatty acid icosahexaenoic acid. Sorry, stumbled over that. Based on this estimate, what is the mass of icosahexaenoic,
Catianoic, I think.
Catianoic, sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
In grams of this orchid sample. So the real crazy thing is they want you to mess this up. So remember, if you drop 1%, you have to move it 2 over. So you actually want to multiply 0.0007 times 12, and that would get you answer choice. Let me just A. So just the stumbling block right there is dropping the percent and moving it 2 over.
Right, because you could say every answer choice, they just move the decimal place, so they're expecting you to not do that.
Yeah. Okay, on to 26. Okay, the population in millions of Suzhou, China, how would you say that?
Suzhou,
China, can be modeled by the function P of t equals 1.1. That's our base number. This will be our rate. Our tricky part here is the time, where t represents the number of years after 1990, and t is between 0 and 25. Which of the following equations best models the population in millions of Suzhou, where n represents the number of years after 1995? So we have our base rate, which is 1.1. Do you see our t here? Because we have to, our t is the time is actually going to be 5 plus n, because we have to account for the 5 years from 1990 to 1995 and then add on our additional years. So when you have exponents, that would actually be t to the 5th, t to the nth, which would give us answer choice C. So we have the 1 before the...
Well, yeah, so you're 1.1 times 1.066
Right,
to the n plus 5.
right.
Can you write that down? Just
Yeah,
so
I
you
sure
can-
could. 1.1 times 1. We include the 1 year because we want not just the increase, we want the whole population.
Right,
And this would be n plus 5. And then,
And so that's a rule of exponents that you can pull those apart
yes,
because you add the exponents when you have like bases and you're multiplying.
right. And so that gives us C. That was a tricky one.
And then there's still a 1.1 out here, right? And then,
Yeah, sorry.
yeah, and then close that, I guess.
Yes, be particular.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, let's move to 27.
So that one was C, okay.
Right. In the given equation, C is a constant. It has 2 real solutions, so we have to test the discriminant. And this is something they don't give you a formula for on the test. So basically, that's b squared minus 4ac.
And that comes right out of the quadratic formula?
Yeah, it's out of the quadratic formula.
Because you can't have a negative under the radical and have a
Right.
real solution.
Right.
So do we want that?
So if it's equals 0, there's 1 solution.
Right.
If this is greater than 0, we have 2.
2 solutions.
Because obviously we know it's a parabola. And if it's less than 0, there's no solution. So we want to get b squared minus 4ac greater than 0 to get the 2 solutions. So we want this parabola, wherever it is, to cross twice. But you have to know this fun fact to do this. So b is going to be 6. I'll just write this out. So a is 1, b is 6, c we don't know. So we're going to do 36 minus 4 times 1 times c has to be greater than 0. 36 minus 4c is greater than 0. So negative 4c is greater than negative 36. But when I divide by a negative, I have to flip this sign. And so c will actually be less than 9. Okay, thank you, College Board. Okay, yet another crazy slope problem. A procedure allows a researcher to determine the concentration of glucose Y in micrograms per milliliter in a soil sample by measuring the absorbent X at a specific wavelength of light. The scatter plot shows the relationship for 5 data samples. What equation is most correct?
So they want a line of best fit.
So they want a line of best fit. So we can sort of see that we're not going to have a B of 10 or 90. That's way too much. So basically we want to get the right slope, which is the M. So we're going to put in, our M will be, well, I'm going to pick 2 points. I'm not going to get close, but that's okay. So I'm going to pick...
Can I give you some points?
Sure.
I think 0.09, comma 10 is on our line.
Yeah.
And the other point I picked was I said that it looks like 0.55, comma 52 is on our line.
Which one was the one you picked?
I picked 0.55, comma 52 for my other one.
Okay. So we're just trying to get an accurate slope.
And then it's y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1 for the slope formula.
And so with your numbers...
Yeah, so that'll be 52 minus 10 over 0.55 minus 0.09.
Right.
Oh, now you're going to do all that other work.
So that's 42,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, 42 over 0.46.
Which is approximately...
91.3. So it's pretty close to 90. They know it's not going to be exact.
Yeah, they know we can't read the graph exact, so don't be traumatized about that. So that gives us answer choice A.
Whatever numbers you pick should get you real close to 90.
Right. We're almost at the end of the multiple choice. I can't believe it. That's why we wanted to do the math first. So a piece of paper is cut 2 times. So we could just draw this. If we cut it 2 times, you see we would have 3 equal pieces. Then the 3 smaller pieces are stacked, and so if we did that and cut it again and cut 2 times to form 9 pieces, these aren't actually equal. My drawing's a little off. So if we cut it 3 times, then we would get
4 times you get 9 pieces.
Right? Four times we're going to get 9 pieces, obviously. So
I just made a table. I just said,
okay, 3 times for cuts and
no. So 2 cuts gives you 3 pieces, and then 4 cuts gives you 9 pieces. So the pieces is your y value, your function,
right?
F of c, and then the cuts are your.
That would actually be f of c, yes.
Yeah, f of c, and then that's.
So then we just keep going, but we want to get the right formula. So c, this is important, is an even number. Well, we have 2 even numbers. So when we put in 2 here, we do get 3 cuts. And when we put 4 in, we do get 9 cuts. So answer choice A.
So just test the answer choices.
Test the answer choices, right. Because this one will give you 3 with 2 cuts, but it will not give you 9. It'll give you 27, so we can't use that. Okay, the last one. There are 640 acres in 1 square mile. The area of a forest is increasing at a rate of 1 acre per decade. Which of the following is closest to the rate at which the area of the forest is increasing in square kilometers per decade? But notice 1 kilometer is only, like if we had a square mile, it'd be 1 by 1, it'd be 1 square mile. But a kilometer would be 0.62 times 0.62, which gives us 0.3895 or something.
0.3844.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So now we can use dimensional analysis. A lot of people would skip this step, probably, since this is the hardest, no calculator. So basically, we have 1 square mile. Oh, this pen is... Okay, 1 square mile is 640 acres. And so then we're doing 1 acre, because we only want 1 acre, so this will cancel. And then 1 square mile we found was 0.3844 kilometers squared.
Miles squared. 1 kilometer squared is
a
mile squared.
Yeah. So anyway, then we multiply this. We would have 1 divided by these 2 multiplied together. What is that?
Can you just maybe rewrite it? I think that your work's getting kind of
up. It's this pen. It's not cooperating. Then with dimensional analysis, we put 1 acre is, we figured it out, 0.38 for 1 square miles, right?
That's 1 kilometer squared is that, not 1 acre. Well, just look here. 1 acre times that.
Okay. And so
I just put 1 acre over here because then you can cancel. Like you started with 1 acre per decade, so 1 acre. Yeah, and then your acre is going to cancel with that acre. Your square miles are going to cancel with these square miles. Right. Good.
And you're going to get kilometers squared.
So those square miles cancel with these square miles, and you'll end up in square kilometers per decade, which is what you want.
You will wind up with, so the square miles will cancel, and when you multiply this, you get out answer choice
D.
D.
It's 0.00406, but they rounded it up 0.0041 kilometers squared per decade.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully that helped. This pen isn't as fine as it used to be. Okay, so moving on to the grid-ins. They usually start pretty easy. So here, how many paddle boats were counted on the lake at 2 p.m.? So we go 2 p.m. and we would add, obviously, grid-in 7. Because these increments are splitting by 2. So number 32. So we have 9,000 on digital and print apps. So I like to use, we'll do this 2 ways. So the ratio, so we have digital to the print ads is 1 to 3, but we need part to whole. That's how I did this one, but Jimmy did a system, so we'll show you both ways. So part to whole would be 1 to 4, and then we want to have 9,000 together, so we would divide the 9,000 by 4. X over 9,000, and so it actually turns out to 2250. So Jim was explaining to me before this that he did a system. So you did, just give it to me.
Yeah, I said digital plus print, so D plus P equals 9,000. That's the total that they spent.
Right.
And then my other equation, I know that 3D equals P because the print ads are obviously 3 times as expensive.
Right.
As the digital ones.
Right. So
and then you can just use substitution.
So we put it in. We have D plus, we're putting this in for P, plus 3D is 9,000. So if you like this way better, 4D is 9,000. And you would still get 2250 for your answer. Okay, that was doing it 2 ways. We're now going into 33. So what I did with this one, I just put in this expression for x. So I had the square root of k minus 1 plus 2 minus 1 equals 0. So then I FOILed this, and I got the square root of k squared minus 2, the square root of k minus 1, plus 1, plus 2 times the square root of k, just the square root of k, sorry. And then minus, if we distributed that 2, we would have a minus 2 minus 1 is 0. And so that would give us a plus 1 minus 3 equals k, and so negative k. So k would be 2. Does that make sense?
I did it a different way. I used the quadratic formula.
Yeah. Do you want to put that in here?
I'll just tell you my values and you could show them. If you wanted, like, I recognized that the answer choice had a square root sign in it, so I knew kind of that maybe we could use the quadratic formula if the answers are in terms of square roots. So I said that A is 1, B is 2, and C is a minus 1. Do they give you that quadratic formula?
No, you have to memorize the quadratic formula. Good admonition.
Right. B is 2, and then C is a minus 1.
Okay, so I did it different than he did. There's a lot of different ways to do these.
So then you get negative 2 plus or minus the square root of 2 squared minus 4 times 1 times the minus 1. And that'll be... so negative 2 over 2 is just negative 1. So that'll be negative 1 plus or minus the square root of 8 over 2. And then you could pull out a perfect square.
pull out the perfect square, but that's a lot of work.
Right, so then I got -1 plus or minus the square root of 2 square roots of 2 over 2.
Yeah.
And then the 2's cancel. And so it's -1 plus or minus the square root of 2. And they wanted to know k was, so k is just 2.
Okay, so that's a different way to do that than I did.
Right, but it would have to work both ways. So
Right.
you can check your work that way if you have time, or
Yeah.
just to make sure.
So, changing Celsius to Fahrenheit. The function C gives the temperature in degrees Celsius that corresponds to a temperature of X degrees Fahrenheit. If a temperature increased by 19.8 degrees Fahrenheit, how much did it increase in degrees Celsius? So, really, you don't have to get involved with the y-intercept and find any specific numbers. You just need to know for 1 degree here, how much is it going up? And so it would be just 5/9 times 19.8, which comes out to be 11. Now, you actually use values, right?
Right. You can give them to it if they want to try it that way. So I found...
I think you said X is 0, you tried.
Yeah, I said x of 0 is 0, and then x of 1 is 19.8. I just try to see what would happen with those, and then the Celsius values turned out to be C of 0 was -17.7, and then C of 1 was -6.7, so I saw that it went up 11.
Yeah, and so it went up 11.
So however you want to do it, you could do it that way.
Yeah, but the tricky thing for me was I was getting involved in where it starts, but you don't really need to know that. You just need to know the slope.
Right, because
there's
it's just
just
only
that-
affecting that rate.
It's only affecting, you just want to know the rate, not the actual degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit. So going on to, the grid ends. This is pretty good.
Mhm.
So figure not drawn to scale. The figure shows, so when that says that, you can't trust your eyes. So basically, the figure shows 2 rectangles. If a point within the figure is selected at random, what's the probability that it's within this shaded region? Well, the 3 times 5 would be 15. This would be 35 for the whole rectangle. So we would just subtract that, and we know the shaded region would be 20. And so we just do 20 over the whole 35. We have to reduce fractions, so that would be 4/7, right?
Mhm.
And just put that
Can you
in.
make that 15 a little clearer? It just,
Yeah,
I
I'm
know.
sorry. I know the pen isn't.
It's okay.
Okay, so 36. Can you?
So they could put 4/7 in, or they could
Or
put
the
in a
decimal.
calculator.
Yeah.
Just remember to take it out a few places.
Take it out 3 places or they won't give you credit. So let's look at this one. We want to get the value of Q. So at the end of the test, sometimes you have to bring out factoring. So if we factor out the X here, we'll have X minus 9 plus 24Q is 36. Okay, so now we'll divide both sides by. So the only thing that would work here to have no solution would be for this term in the bottom to be equal to 0. So that's what you have to notice. That term has to be equal to 0 because you can't divide by 0. And so it would not be a solution. So now we just have to solve this.
Mhm.
I don't know why that. I don't know if we should get a new one of these pens. And so we would get 9 over 24, which reduces to 3/8. Try the black again. I don't know. Okay, now we're in the home stretch. So let's try to just write this equation. So R is 20 over 21 times T. So now we want to see how much bigger T is than R, so we have to solve for T, multiplying by the reciprocal. Then 21 over 20r is t. That could be 1.05. So we're going up 5%. Another way you could think of this as this is 20 over 20r. So 2 plus 1 over 20r.
What was it, 21 over 20r?
No, but I'm just breaking it up in fractions.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what
Just
you're
doing it a little bit differently.
Right.
So the increase would be this, and 1 over divided by 20 would be 0.05, which is 5%. Okay, the last one, which is crazy because of how flexible you have to be with exponents and radicals, which we have a whole lesson a whole section in our course on this. So we cover everything in math you need to give you a lot of experience. Also, the writing is pretty comparable. So here we have two numbers that are positive. So let's just write out 4 times the square root of a is equal to 9 times the cube root of b. So our a is 2/3. So let's just, okay, so we would have the square root of 2/3. Okay, so going through this slowly, we would divide both sides by 9. And so we would basically have 4/9 times 2/3 to the 1/2 power. And so 4/9 to b to the 1/3 power, because it's down and out. We have to go, we go through this in our course.
That's a cube root.
That's a cube root. So 4/9 would actually be 2/3 squared.
So that's the hard part, rewriting 4/9 in terms of 2/3.
Right. You have to think about that. And then that would be 2/3. If we add the exponents, we would actually get 5/2 equals b to the 1/3. We're trying to get b to stand alone. That's an exponent. Whoa.
That's b to the 3rd, right?
Yeah. So we multiply this side by 3, this side by 3, and so it would be a to the 15/2. Okay, so it's been a joy going through the math with you. Thank you, Jim, for being my steady companion. And so now we're going to go first through the writing and then the reading. But he'll tell you our website again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm James from Eaton Prep. We're going to look at the English now on this test. So I have a degree in English from Penn State, so that's sort of some of my background. But we're going to do section 2, which is the writing section first. Then we'll do the reading. I only just decided to do it that way because the reading section will be the longest section that we do tonight. So I wanted to save that for the end. So we're just going to get through the writing section because it's a shorter section. So we're going to find the beginning of section 2. It's the writing and language test. So you have 35 minutes to do this section. It's only 44 questions, so this is the shorter of the two English sections. So it starts with the lemur passage. So we'll just jump right to that. So it says the lemur's unique traits. Okay, and so if you've seen these types of tests before, these box numbers are the question numbers. So just so everyone's aware. So the first question is about this word "and" that's underlined here. Do we like "and," which would be answer choice A, as written is correct, or could we change it? They give us a few options of some other things we could change it to. So I'm going to read the sentence as written. We'll decide if we like it or if we want to change it. We'll talk a little bit about the grammar concept that they're testing you on for this one. So let's jump right into question 1. So, as written, the sentence says this. While most primates eat only during the day, the lemur eats during the day and at night, comma, and while most primates primarily eat fruit, the lemur primarily eats leaves. So we have to find out if this and is appropriate. They give us some other options. We could change it to which or so, or we could delete the underlined portion. So here what we have is we have 2 independent clauses, which an independent clause is just anything that could be a sentence. It expresses a complete thought. So this is an independent clause. Just make a little note of that. We have 1 independent clause there. We have a comma, and we have the coordinating conjunction and then we have our second independent clause, which starts right here. So we have 2 independent clauses. And then again, an independent clause is just a fancy way of saying something that could be a sentence. So let me test it. Let me make sure that we do have 2 things that could each be a sentence by itself. So let's see, could this be a sentence? While most primates eat only during the day, the lemur eats during the day and at night, period. So that could be a sentence. That's definitely an independent clause. Let's check our second one, make sure that that's an independent clause. It says, while most primates primarily eat fruit, the lemur primarily eats leaves, period. So that could definitely be a sentence as well. So we do have 2 independent clauses here, and it is perfectly legal in English to use the coordinating conjunction and a comma to join 2 independent clauses. So there are 7 coordinating conjunctions. We use them to form coordinate clauses in English. And, but, let me tell them all to you. And, but, for, nor, or, so, and yet. Those are the 7 coordinating conjunctions. Some people have learned that perhaps as the acronym fanboys. I seem to remember it more alphabetically for some reason. But those are the conjunctions I'm talking about. And, but, for, nor, or, so, and yet. And this is the A in that acronym. So it's perfectly legal to use the coordinating conjunction and to combine 2 independent clauses. So this is A, no change. B and C are subordinating conjunctions. And we use them to form subordinate clauses, what are also known as dependent clauses. But we don't have dependent clauses here. We have independent clauses. And what if we deleted it? Let's just try that just for the sake of seeing what would happen. Well, you know what we would get? We would get a comma-spliced run-on. So it's a run-on. So a run-on happens whenever you combine 2 independent clauses correctly, 2 things that could each be a sentence. You can't just smush them together. Even if you put a comma here, it's just called a comma-spliced run-on. So it's still a run-on sentence. So that's why D would be incorrect. You can't just smush 2 independent clauses together. Even if you throw a comma in there, it doesn't work. There is one form of punctuation that you could use in English. You could use a semicolon. So a semicolon can join 2 independent clauses, whereas a comma cannot. All right, we're on to number 2. All right, so number 2, they're sort of testing us on tenses. And they're also testing us on subject-verb agreement for this one. So it's helpful to find the subject. Just make a little note here of a sentence. And the subject is always the doer of the action. So this is subject-verb agreement. And I do also want to make a note that they're testing us on tenses. Which tense are we in, or which tense should we be in? All right, so let me read the sentence as written, and then we'll decide if we want to change it. A 2017 study conducted by an international team of scientists suggests that a lack of nitrogen in Madagascar's fruits may have caused the lemur to develop these unusual feeding traits through evolution. So we didn't conjugate the verb correctly here because a subject must agree with its verb in number, and our subject is study. So the study actually suggests, and we are in present tense. We're not in past tense.
we're not in present perfect tense, which is what C would be. Have suggested. Sorry, present perfect. So D is in present tense, but the verb form is wrong because R is plural, and we know that our study is singular. I can't say a study are suggesting. It would be a study is suggesting, which is not what they have here. So that's why D is incorrect. A study suggests is the right answer. So now that I've corrected it, let me read the corrected form back to you so you can get it correctly. So it's just subject-verb agreement they're testing you on. A subject must agree with its verb and number. Singular subjects take singular verb forms. Plural subjects take plural verb forms. So it says, a 2017 study conducted by an international team of scientists suggests that a lack of nitrogen in Madagascar's fruits may have caused the lemur to develop these unusual feeding traits through evolution. Okay, so we'll move on to number 3 now. Get through the writing here. All right. So they want us to combine these sentences. I'm going to read the sentences, and then we'll decide how we want to combine them. But I want you to just keep in mind that they often are testing you on redundancy on this test, and they're also testing you on wordiness. So I'm just going to make a note of that. Watch out for wordiness, which is just using more words than are necessary for your sentence. Watch out for that. And also watch out for redundancy. And redundancy is just any unnecessary or excessive repetition. It's kind of hard to write with this stylus. Redundancy. So hopefully you can read that. Watch out. Maybe I'll rewrite it. Watch out for anything that's redundant, and watch out for wordiness. I'm just going to try to rewrite this. It's kind of hard to write with this. There we go. That's a little better. It's like writing on glass writing on this tablet. For some reason, it's not like writing on a chalkboard. All right. So let's see how we want to combine these sentences. I'm going to read the 2 sentences as written, and then we will decide we want to avoid redundancy and we want to eliminate wordiness if possible. The succinct answer choice is usually the correct answer choice. The wordy answer choice, the answer choice that lacks concision, is usually the incorrect answer choice. So I'm just going to read these sentences. Here we go. Nitrogen, a key element found in all proteins, is one of the most important factors in any animal's survival. It is important because proteins are used for functions such as building muscle and moving oxygen through the bloodstream. So I want to most effectively combine these 2 sentences. I want to make sure that I don't include any redundancy, and I want to avoid wordiness. So I want to give you a strategy for this type of question. And they won't tell you that this is something that you should do, but you definitely should. And the strategy that I have for this type of question is to count the number of words in the answer choices. Because wordy answer choices are often incorrect. They are testing you on concision. Usually the College Board likes the short and sweet answer. If you can express yourself clearly with fewer words, you probably should. They want you to avoid superfluous words or flowery embellishment, phrases that are unnecessary. That's going to make for longer answer choices. So I'm just going to count the number of words in each answer choice and just add them up. So let's look at answer choice A. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 words. I write right on my answer booklet. I'll write little notes to the side of the answers. This is only for the writing section, but it's perfectly legal to count the number of words to sort of help you determine which answer choice is the correct one. It's usually the concise answer choice. It's actually kind of spooky how often this works. All right, so here's B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also 5 words. Answer choice C is 3 words long. 1, 2, 3, 3 words long. And answer choice D is only 2 words long. So I can already tell that it's probably answer choice D, because these wordy answer choices are probably the wrong answer choice. So an English teacher would say, yeah, those extra words are redundancy. The things that you're seeing that are unnecessary are redundancy. So I'll show you an example of that. Do you see how important is already in our sentence? Well, why would I put it here if it's already in our sentence? Why would I say the most important factor and then mention the importance is that it's redundant? And redundancy, it's always incorrect on the SAT. It's always wrong. It's always incorrect to have redundancy on the SAT. So an English teacher would say, yeah, these answer choices are longer, and they're longer because of the redundancy. Do you see that this is also redundancy here? So I know A contains redundancy, I know C contains redundancy, and B is wordy. The concise way of phrasing this is the correct answer choice. And usually the thing that are making your sentence longer is the redundancy. Redundancy is always going to make your sentence longer, and passive voice will also make your sentence longer. And typically you should avoid passive voice when you can. Passive voice is often contained in the wrong, I just use passive voice in my example. The answer choices that are incorrect often use passive voice. So here we go. I'm going to read the corrected version, which is answer choice D. The succinct way of phrasing this, let's see if it sounds better than the other answer choices. It should. Nitrogen, a key element found in all proteins, is one of the most important factors in any animal's survival, as proteins are used for functions such as building muscle and moving oxygen through the bloodstream. So that answer choice D, it eliminates unnecessary words, it eliminates redundancy, and it's the simplest way of combining these two sentences. And we're being careful not to repeat the word important because it would be redundant to say that it's important twice in the same sentence. It doesn't make any sense, right? So watch out for redundancy, watch out for wordiness. And I use this strategy all the time. I'm not saying that it's always going to be the very shortest answer choice, but I will say that maybe 9 times out of 10 it is. It's kind of spooky how often this works. I do like to find the English that they're testing you on. Like I do try to find other reasons why my answer choice is the best answer choice. It avoids redundancy. It eliminates the redundancy. But I do count the number of words all the time on the writing section. It's not cheating. Trust me. It feels like cheating sometimes because of how effective it is. But it's not cheating to jot down little numbers and how long the answer choices are. If answer choice A is 13 words long, if answer choice B is 12 words long, if answer choice C is 10 words long, and answer choice D is only like 2 words long, it's 90% of the time it's answer choice D. It just is, because concision is one of the things that they're testing you on in this section. So I'm not making that up. It's really an effective strategy used for this type of test for the SAT. All right, number 4. All right, so it says, many primates obtain a large proportion of their dietary nitrogen from fruit, so the researchers suspected that Madagascar's fruit had insufficient levels of nitrogen for the lemur. Semicolon. Without it, lemurs' bodies cannot synthesize enough protein to live. So what they're testing you on for this question is formal versus informal. All right, so the SAT typically maintains a formal style and objective tone, and usually you will not see informal language on the SAT. Obtain a large proportion. That sounds sophisticated to me. That sounds formal. That sounds like a formal way of saying something. Do you know what would be informal? To say they get a bunch of their dietary nitrogen. Do you see how informal that is? Or bring in lots of their dietary nitrogen? That's super informal and vague. I have no idea what that really means. Obtain a large proportion sounds like what's actually going on here. That sounds formal. That sounds like an objective tone is involved. Procure a preponderance. This sounds stuffy. This sounds like someone is trying to sound sophisticated. Maybe they found a thesaurus somewhere, but it sounds horrible. And they want you, believe me, they want you to avoid that for sure. So answer choice A was correct here. They're not procuring a preponderance or getting a bunch of nitrogen or bringing in lots of nitrogen. The most sophisticated way that's not informal, that doesn't sound stuffy, that doesn't sound that like, it just sounds sophomoric. It sounds like someone found a thesaurus and is just trying to look up words to sound maybe more sophisticated than he or she actually is. So it just sounds horrible. Procuring a preponderance of something, and there's alliteration there. It's not, trust me, that's the wrong answer. So watch out for that. And I like to just sort of test, okay, would this appear in such a passage? This sounds like a science passage. This might be in like a Popular Science or a Scientific American, one of those type of magazines, something like that. And suddenly we're bringing in lots of something or getting a bunch of nitrogen. It sounds informal. They obtain a large proportion of their nitrogen from fruit, or many primates do, so the researchers suspected that the Madagascar's fruit must have insufficient levels for the lemur. All right, let's keep going. All right, on to number 5. It looks like they're testing us on items in a series. I can see a semicolon here, which has me a little surprised here. Let's see if it belongs. I'm going to read the sentence as written, which would be answer choice A, but then again, we'll decide if we want to change this. Answer choice A would be no change is correct. All right, here we go. Sites were chosen in continental Africa, semicolon, South America, comma, and Madagascar because primate families in these locations all have the same relative nitrogen requirements. Okay, so we have items in a series. So typically with items in a series, we just offset them with commas. There is a very rare instance where you would want to offset your items in your series with semicolons, but you would have to use only semicolons. You can't switch. You wouldn't be able to switch back to a comma for some reason, and that's not what we have right here. So semicolons, there's only 2 uses for them in English. They join 2 independent clauses. We could have an independent clause, anything that could be a sentence, a semicolon, then another independent clause that is somehow related or contrasts the first one, and then some end of sentence punctuation, probably a period or something like that. So semicolons, they join 2 independent clauses. Maybe I'll just make a note of that. Independent clause, semicolon, independent clause, and then we want to put on something like a period. That's one use of the semicolon. The other use of the semicolon is so rare. I guess I should go over it here just because we have items in a series and that's what the usage is. So rarely you can use semicolons instead of commas when you have items in a series, and typically you would want to do this if the items in your series also contained punctuation such as a comma. So I'll give you an example of this just from the top of my head here if I can. All right, so here's a sentence that uses semicolons to offset the items in a series instead of commas because of the punctuation concern. So here's my just an example sentence right from my head. So for our cross-country trip, we stopped in Nashville, Tennessee, semicolon, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, semicolon, and San Francisco, California, period. So it would be legal in English to use semicolons in this situation, and it might be desirable to use semicolons in this situation just so that someone isn't looking at 5 commas in this sentence and trying to parse them correctly. It'd be difficult for our brain to parse the information, to separate the items in the series that contain punctuation, that contain the commas from the others. So you would want to use something like semicolon instead. And that's a super rare instance, but we don't have that here. We don't need semicolons at all. And I'm not trying to make you think that that's the right answer. It's definitely, that semicolon does not belong there. I just did want to mention that very rarely you will see items in a series offset by semicolon. Maybe you have a series of quotations that you wanted to reference in series. Maybe each one of your quotations has punctuation. Then you would want to use semicolons in between each quote, some famous quote that maybe you have 3 quotes that you want to put in your sentence and you wanted to offset them. You'd probably use semicolons because each one of those quotations is going to have some form of punctuation. That would be another example of that. Or cities and states, just like the example I just used. So we just need commas though. But be careful, you don't want to put a comma after and. Like that's not where the commas belong. The comma goes right here. Sites were chosen in continental Africa, comma. That's not a semicolon, that's a comma. Make sure it looks like a comma. Sites were chosen in continental Africa, comma, South America, comma, and Madagascar. And no other commas. We don't need a comma after and. That would be wrong. And we don't want a semicolon here after Madagascar, because, again, typically semicolons are used to offset two independent clauses within one sentence. And I can't use an independent clause after Madagascar because I would create a fragment. Madagascar, because primate families in these locations all have the same relative nitrogen requirements, that would not be an independent clause. That would not be a sentence. So I can't put a semicolon after Madagascar. It can only be used to offset two things that could each be a sentence. We could put it, and they're related to one another. We could put a semicolon there, or that very rare example I gave about using semicolons for items in a series. It's extremely rare, but I have seen it on the SAT. That's why I did want to mention it. That very rarely you might want to use semicolons instead of commas to offset your items in a series. I do want to mention this. This comma here is important. They call this one an Oxford comma. So you do want to include a comma in front of the word and. They call this an Oxford comma because of Oxford University. So the idea is that this is something that sophisticated, learned people do. They put commas in front of the conjunction and. And I agree, it's 100% right. You want to make sure that you always have that Oxford comma. But I just did want to mention that belongs there. I know that they didn't really give us an option to omit that. It's even there in answer choice A. The problem with answer choice A was this random semicolon that turned up. All right, so they're going to test you on punctuation such as commas, semicolons, colons, hyphens. They'll test you on all sorts of things. All right, so that one was B. All right, on to number 6. At the continental African sites in Uganda and Cameroon, comma, however, comma, the scientists found fruit to have nitrogen concentrations of 1.53% and 1.44% respectively. And respectively just means in order. All right, so they're testing this on transitional words and phrases. I'll make a note of that. Transitional words and phrases. And you have to pick the appropriate phrase or word to create the best transition for your sentence. And here, what we would have here is an adversarial transition, which we do not need. I'm just going to make a note of this. They call this an adversarial transition. Like your adversary is your enemy or something like that. The idea is that an adversarial transition, it moves us into the opposite direction than we expect. Sometimes we do want them. So an adversarial transition would be something like however, despite, although. These words are pulling us back in an unexpected direction. We would actually just want to delete this. We want no transitional word or phrase here. Let me read the corrected version and you can hear. We just don't need the logic of an adversarial transition here. It's not helping our sentence. We don't have anything unexpected or abnormal happening here. Anything that would make us want to have this type of transition in the opposite direction. There are only 4 types of transitions that are commonly used in English. There are additive transitions, adversarial transitions, there are causal transitions, which are logical transitions, and then there are sequential transitions. Those are the only 4 types of transitions you'll ever commonly see in English. So we don't need an adversarial transition here. Let me just read it without the word there. You'll see that this is a better fit. That was unnecessary. That didn't help our sentence because we have nothing unexpected or abnormal here that would require the logic of a however. Here we go. I'm just reading the sentence the corrected form. At the continental African sites in Uganda and Cameroon, comma, the scientists found fruit to have nitrogen concentrations of 1.53% and 1.44% or sorry, 1.44% respectively. I get tongue-tied here. All right, so watch out for transitional words and phrases. They will test you on them. And watch out for unnecessary words or unnecessary poor transitions that aren't really correct. All right, we're moving on to number 7. Okay, now we have to utilize this graph probably. So they'll often include an infographic on the writing section, and you're like, maybe say to yourself, well, what am I doing here? Are they testing me on math? They're not really testing you on math. Usually you just have to correct the sentence so that it shows what the graph shows. And let's see what the sentence says as written. I'm just going to read it as written, which would be answer choice A, and then we'll decide if we want to change it. Here's the sentence in question. The South American sites yielded similar results with nitrogen concentrations in fruit of 1.6% in Ecuador and 1.3% in Argentina. Well, I can already see Argentina is not 1.3%. It's 1.6. So that's what they're trying to test you on. They're just testing, okay, can this person read a graph? If this person had to, could you, the student, could you correct the writing so that it reflects what the graphic actually shows? And here we just have a simple bar graph. But still, if you're moving quickly, if you're not paying attention, I can see you making a mistake here. So just make sure that you know how to read a simple bar graph or a pie chart, or sometimes they include a table. You don't really have to ever perform any complex math in this section. Like, they're not going to expect you to find the slope of a line or anything like that with a graph. But they will expect you to, can you compare this graph to the passage? Can you make the passage now say what the graph says, which is C? Let me read the corrected version. The corrected version is that Argentina is going to be at 1.6%, and just slightly under that, Ecuador is going to be at 1.59%. And that's exactly what our graph shows here. Let me read the corrected version so that we have it. All right, here we go. The South American sites yielded similar results with nitrogen concentrations in fruit of 1.6% in Argentina, right there, that's right, and 1.59% in Ecuador, right there. Now that's exactly what the graph shows. So can you read a basic bar graph? Don't overthink it, but I do want to take the time to explain what they're sort of expecting you to do with this type of question. Just can you read a graph? All right, we're on to number 8. It says, which choice most effectively reflects the information provided in the graph? So it's another graph question. All right, so, and I'm going to read it as written, which would be answer choice A. Sometimes it is the correct answer choice. It's not always incorrect, but let's read it and let's see if the graph shows this. If not, we're going to cross off A. So question 8 says, Madagascar's levels, however, were lower. Fruit selected from one site there showed a nitrogen concentration of only 0.6%. All right, I'm looking at Madagascar here. We have 2 sites in Madagascar. Do either of them have a 0.6%? The answer is no. Let me show you this in red. So Madagascar's levels are higher than 0.6%. So it's not answer choice A. We're above 8. We're above 0.8% actually in both sites. So we just have to change this. We have to change the graph. Can we read the graph? All right, so I'm going to move my line here. Let's put the line where it goes. Where's Madagascar? Where are its values? I'm just going to read, just crossing it over to the y-axis. It looks like it's 0.9% for both sites, roughly. They know you can't get it exact. So we need to select answer choice C. Let me read the one that has 0.9%, which is what we just determined. 0.9 is right there. Let me read the corrected version. Madagascar's levels, however, were lower. Fruit selected from 2 sites there both showed nitrogen concentrations of 0.9%. So can you fix the passage so that it actually shows what the graph is showing? And here they expected us just to do 2 for this passage. There might be 2 or 3, sometimes that many, that require to use a chart or a graph, something like that. So 8 was C. We're on to question number 9. All right. It looks like it's a tense question. So in English, there are 6 commonly used tenses. There are the simple tenses and there are perfect tenses. So I could sort of tell that there are different tenses because just look at the answer choice. So it looks like A, as written, would be in the simple past tense. Simple past tense. All right. B looks like present tense. Present tense. That means something's occurring now. C looks like future tense. This will occur in the future. And D is present. These data, let me read it as written. Yeah, we'll see if we want D or not. I don't think we're in present tense or future tense. I think that this occurred in the past. Look, do you see this? These data indicated. That's simple past. We're in the past tense. Let me read the whole thing. But I can already tell that we're not in future tense. I can tell that we're not in present tense. If something indicated something else that happened before now, if it's happening now, present tense, it would say these data indicate. But it doesn't say that. We're in the past tense. All right, these data indicated to scientists that the lower levels of nitrogen in Madagascar's fruit likely forced the lemurs to start eating nitrogen-rich leaves so that their bodies could synthesize protein. So this one is actually a no change. We are in the simple past tense. I can tell that I'm in past tense. We're not in present tense. We're not in future tense. The data, we're not going to say the data are likely forcing the lemurs to start eating nitrogen-rich leaves. We're not in present tense. So they will test you on tenses. Usually they'll just do something where maybe the sentence starts in past tense and then suddenly we end up in future tense, and that would be strange. You want to maintain tense. All right, so 9 was A, no change. They'll test you on tenses. There are 6 tenses in English that are commonly used. All right, number 10. Okay. I'm going to read it as written, and then we'll look at some answer choices. As Abigail Derby Lewis, one of the study's ecologists, says, I see apostrophes here, and I already could tell that they're testing us on possession. I'm going to make a note here. So we use apostrophes, apostrophe S or an apostrophe after the S if it's plural to indicate possession. But we have a single study. We don't have plural studies. So we want to give possession to a single study, and we don't need to give possession to the ecologists. The ecologists actually wouldn't have possession here, but we do need an apostrophe for the study, but the study is not plural. There's only one study that we're talking about. So this would be answer choice B. They're testing us on possession for a single study. Make a note of that. We have a single study. So if we have one study, it's just going to be an apostrophe S, just like that. And notice, ecologist doesn't have any kind of apostrophe at all because we're not giving the ecologists possession of anything. Let me read the corrected version. This should sound better because this is the corrected, we just corrected it. Here we go. As Abigail Derby Lewis, one of the study's ecologists, says, knowing how, let me reread it, sorry. As Abigail Derby Lewis, one of the study's ecologists, says, knowing how and why they evolved in the direction they have, M dash, from their diet to social structure and condition, M dash, is crucial in helping to inform effective conservation approaches. So we don't have plural studies. Let me just make a note of that. Not plural studies. Singular study. And we want to have it to have possession, just apostrophe S for this one. So 10 is B. They will test you on possession. Just be careful. All right, on to 11. It looks like it's a sequencing question. The writer wants to add the following sentence to this paragraph. Both unique traits have key implications for protecting these endangered primates. The best placement of this sentence, where does it go? So for the sequencing questions, I just want to make a note of this. Sequencing. The sequencing questions, they always give you a clue. There should be a clue or clues. Sometimes it's plural clues. There's always a clue either in the new sentence or there's a clue in the passage. They have to write these paragraphs so specifically that this sentence could only go in one specific place. So in this case, here's our clue. I'm just going to highlight our clue. Both unique traits is the clue. They have to give you a clue. It'll just fit like a glove now that we know what the clue is and where this must go. So this new sentence must immediately follow the two traits we're talking about, the two unique traits. So the two unique traits are sentences 1 and 2. Let me read the two unique traits and then we'll place our new sentence. All right, here we go. I'm just going to read sentence 1. I'm going to read sentence 2. Well, let me make this note so it's not in my way. All right. So we want to go after the unique traits. It's the only place logically that can go within our paragraph. It's a sequencing question. Here we go. These data indicated to scientists that the lower levels of nitrogen in Madagascar's fruit likely forced the lemurs to start eating nitrogen-rich leaves so that their bodies could synthesize protein. So that's one unique trait. Let me read the next unique trait. In addition, the lemur's tendency to eat both day and night may be an adaptation it developed due to limited limited nitrogen. Wrong gas. Lemurs may need to eat for more hours per day to meet their dietary needs. So we have two unique traits that the lemurs have. They eat nitrogen-rich leaves, and they eat both day and night. So now, using my clue, I found where our new sentence goes. It must immediately follow sentence 2, which is answer choice C. And once you found a home for your sentence with a sequencing question, always read it back to back in its new place. It should fit just like a little Tetris piece, or it should fit like a glove, something like that. There's a little Tetris piece. It fits like a puzzle piece, whatever you want to say. It's going to fit exactly there. And there's no other place we could put this new sentence within the context of our paragraph that would make any sense. Because of these words, both unique traits. So let me do it. Let me just read it in its new home here. It doesn't take very long, but trust me, it's a useful strategy. These data indicated to scientists that the lower levels of nitrogen in Madagascar's fruit likely forced the lemurs to start eating nitrogen-rich leaves, trait number 1, so that their bodies could synthesize protein. In addition, the lemur's tendency to eat both day and night, trait number 2, may be an adaptation it developed due to limited nitrogen. Lemurs may need to eat for more hours per day to meet their dietary needs. New sentence. Both unique traits have key implications for protecting these endangered primates. And now, here are the implications for protecting the primates. You see how that fits like a puzzle? Because now we have our Abigail Derby Lewis saying, okay, knowing how and why they evolved in the direction they have, from their diet to social structure and cognition, is crucial in helping to inform effective conservation approaches. And that would be how to protect the endangered primates. That's what I mean by like fitting like a puzzle piece. So this needed to immediately follow those two traits, and it's going to go right in front of the implications. So, I mean, I guess technically you want to say this has clues, but it does. It has multiple clues. These sentences fit so appropriately once you figure out where they go. It's just like a little puzzle piece or like a glove, whatever you want to say. So that one's after sentence 2, where that's where the new sentence lives. All right. So we did our first passage. So there are only 4 writing passages for the writing section. So we already got one out of the way. All right. So now we are on to number 12. This one's about bicycling in the Netherlands. All right, so we're just going to keep going. I'm going to read question 12. Ain't no change would be we like it as written, but they give us other options. We could change this sentence in various ways, and they give us some different options. All right, so let me read this. It says, while the Netherlands is well known as a cycling hub, comma, less well known is how was that reputation earned? All right, and there's a question mark here. But it's not a question. So I just read that sentence. It sounds a little backwards because it is. But also, it's not even a question, yet they put a question mark on it. So it's not a question. No question mark is necessary for this. We're not asking a question here. I'm going to cross off A. It's not A. And B, again, it's not a question. There's no question mark here. Trust me, it's just not a question that we're asking here. C says that reputation was earned. D says, was that reputation earned? So we do have passive voice here. And this is kind of interesting here because normally we caution writers to avoid passive voice when you can. But this question doesn't actually allow us to eliminate the passive voice. And it's okay. I like to say that you should avoid writing in passive voice typically because writing in active voice is going to be more forceful. It's going to lend more force to your writing. Sometimes it's not easy to avoid passive voice. In this case, I actually think we could. I'll tell you how we'll do that or how we could do that. But the question actually doesn't permit us to. So let me just explain what passive voice is. So here's passive voice versus active voice. Which sounds better to you? Ball is played by Matt or Matt plays ball? So the first sentence is in passive voice. Ball is played by Matt. The second sentence is in active voice. Matt plays ball. Obviously, Matt plays ball sounds better. Passive voice is what happens when you use objects as subjects. Clearly, the doer of the action is not ball. The doer of the action is Matt. So Matt should be playing ball. It shouldn't be Matt. Ball is played by Matt. Do you see why passive voice, it becomes clunky and it just lacks the force of active voice? It's also more words. Matt plays ball, 3 words, period. Matt plays ball, period, is a sentence. And it's a better sentence in my opinion. So watch out. I mean, I'm only mentioning passive voice here because on the SAT, passive voice, the wrong answer choices often contain passive voice. In for this sentence, we can't eliminate the passive voice, but I want you to be aware of what passive voice is because typically we do caution writers to avoid passive voice in most circumstances. Now, let me give you a counterexample because in English is never simple. There always is sort of a counterexample. Like there is a reason that passive voice exists. So let me just give you an example. So Thomas Jefferson. He certainly was one of the greatest writers of the English language. He wrote our Declaration of Independence. And in our Declaration of Independence, he wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." All men are created equal. That's passive voice. Why didn't he write that in active voice? Because the point of that document, it's about the people. It's about people asserting their own rights. It's not about a deity. That's why I think that Thomas Jefferson used passive voice there. Because the whole point of that document is people affirming their own authority. Yes, he's mentioning that they're created by a creator. But he says all men are created equal, not that God created men equal or equally, if you want to use the adverb. So I just want to tell you that it's not a hard rule that you must always avoid passive voice. I'm a little traumatized because I had a professor at Penn State, a philosophy professor. I'm sure he's still there in that department. But if you turned in a paper to this gentleman and you used any passive voice at all in your paper, I don't care if it was like a 4-page paper, you used one little example of passive voice somewhere, he would get out the red pen, he'd cross things out, he'd say, nope, don't use passive voice. And he was very surprised that some of the people in my class were using passive voice all the time, and he hated it. So we typically caution writers to avoid passive voice. But if we want to formulate this passive voice correctly, it would actually be C. Our to be verb does not go here. Our to be verb goes here. So let me read the corrected version. It is in passive voice, and I'll tell you how I might change this if I didn't write this for the College Board about bicycling in the Netherlands. Here's the corrected version that they want. While the Netherlands is well known as a cycling hub, less is well known. Sorry, let me start from the top. Don't want to be tongue tied here. All right. While the Netherlands is I'm gonna get it right. All right. While the Netherlands is well known as a cycling hub, less well known is how that reputation was earned. D is incorrect. I wouldn't say, while the Netherlands is well known as a cycling hub, less well known is how was that reputation earned. To be, our to be verb is in the wrong spot. It goes after that if we're formulating the passive voice. How would I put this in active voice? I would probably say less well known is how the Netherlands earned that reputation. We can get rid of we can put this in active voice. We can get rid of the passive voice if we wanted to. I would just ask how did the Netherlands earn that reputation? I would put this in active voice. They don't really give us that option here. So just be aware. I'm sure that the only reason I'm talking about this so much is I'm sure that we're going to run into passive voice again on this same test. It's coming, and they're usually in the wrong answer choices. In this case, they didn't allow us to change this out of passive voice. So, I mean, if a student submitted this paper to me and wanted my thoughts, I would probably make this suggestion here. I wouldn't mark it as incorrect. I would just probably say maybe you typically we want to utilize active voice when possible. All right. Let's keep going. 13. In the early 20th century, the Dutch were cycling enthusiasts, not only riding, but also manufacturing bicycles in large numbers. Okay, so this is interesting. We have a type of conjunction that we haven't discussed yet. Oh, we also have some answer choices that look really incorrect. All right. Let's look at some wrong answer choices. And maybe then I'll talk about the right answer choice. All right, let's just consider answer choice B. What if I put a comma here and then had two independent clauses? Well, it's a run-on. It would be a comma splice run-on. Comma splice. All right, what do I mean by that? We would have two independent clauses smushed together with just a comma there. It's still a run-on. It's just called a comma splice run-on. That's incorrect. That is an error of English. Let me just cross this off. This is the wrong answer choice for 13. So could this be a sentence? While the Netherlands is well known as a cycling hub, that was the previous question. Sorry. In the early 20th century, the Dutch were cycling enthusiasts. Period. That could be a sentence. This could also be a sentence. They were not only riding, but also manufacturing bicycles in large numbers. Period. So it is illegal to sandwich two independent clauses together with just a comma. You could use a semicolon, but they don't give us that option. Here, they have a semicolon in the wrong place entirely. All right, so let's consider answer choice C. What if I said, in the early 20th century, the Dutch were cycling enthusiasts, period. Okay, so far so good. That's a sentence. I could put a period there. But is this a sentence or is this a fragment? What I'm just about to read right now. And a fragment does not express a complete thought. This is not a sentence. Not only riding, but also manufacturing bicycles in large numbers is not a sentence. So, by definition, a sentence expresses a complete thought. A fragment does not. So, a sentence must have a subject and it must have a verb in the correct form, and it must have punctuation. This would be a fragment. This does not express a complete thought. C is out. Okay, what about putting a semicolon here? So, I said that semicolons They just live in between independent clauses. Let's make a note of this. Independent clause, semicolon, independent clause. And then you would have a period or end of sentence punctuation, whatever. Okay. Do we have two things that could each be a sentence if we put the semicolon here? We don't. Let me show it to you that we don't. All right, is this a sentence? Let's look at the first part. I already said it was. I'm going to do it one last time. In the early 20th century, the Dutch were cycling enthusiasts. Period. So far it's so fine. We have our first independent clause. Is the second part something that could be a sentence? It's not. This is not a complete thought. Who were not only riding but also manufacturing bicycles in large numbers is not a sentence. So that's why we can't do answer choice D. We can't put a semicolon there because our second part here is not a complete thought. It's not something that could be a sentence. It's not an independent clause. So the correct answer choice is actually A, and this is the thing that we haven't actually talked about yet today, but this is what's called a correlative conjunction. So I'm going to explain this. Correlative. Correlative conjunction. All right, so it's just a type of conjunction that we use in English. So we have coordinating conjunctions. I've mentioned those already today. We have subordinating conjunctions. I mentioned those. The coordinating conjunctions create coordinate clauses. The subordinating conjunctions create subordinate clauses. You might have learned them as the dependent clause. It's the same thing, same grammatical idea. The correlative conjunction is a little different, and I'll give you some examples. Neither or neither, however you want to say it. It's just a correlative conjunction. It goes with nor. They just sort of go together. It's a correlative conjunction. Either goes with or. Correlative conjunction. Here's the one that I want to go over that's actually in the sentence. Not only goes with, but also. I could say not only this, but also that, right? I'll not only give you $5, I'll give you a cupcake, right? I'll not only give you $5, but also a cupcake. So it's perfectly legal to use a correlative conjunction like we have here in answer choice A. I'll just read it one last time. It's just a type of conjunction you can use in English. In the earliest 20th century, the Dutch were cycling enthusiasts, not only riding but also manufacturing bicycles in large numbers. So one last reason of why I can use a comma here is because not only riding but also manufacturing bicycles in large numbers is not a sentence. Because that's not an independent clause, it is legal to use the comma. All right, so probably more than you wanted to know about conjunctions and run-ons, whatever. I'm just going to keep moving. Let's look at 14. I just want you to be so equipped, so when you do take an actual SAT, that this is just like a piece of cake. All right, 14. All right, 14. Here we go. As personal income grew in the post-war boom years of the 1950s and 60s, comma, in short, car ownership rose sharply and cars began to eclipse bikes in popularity. Okay, so they're testing us on transitional words and phrases again. Just going to make a note of that. All right. Is in short the proper transition here? I don't think that it fits. It doesn't quite fit. You know one that would fit, though? An adversarial transition. Such as however. This would fit perfectly. Let me read the corrected form back in there. We don't need a causal transition such as therefore. I think therefore I am. Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore Socrates is mortal. We don't need a logical transition here, but an adversarial transition would work because something unexpected is happening. right? Suddenly, car ownership is rising sharply, and cars began to eclipse bikes in popularity. This is unexpected. This is new, right? So we do use adversarial transitions when we need to move into the opposite direction, when something unexpected is happening, or something abnormal is happening, or something new is happening. Let me read the corrected version back in this sentence, and you'll see how it fits. And it is the proper transition here. It shows this relationship. So correct transitional words and phrases state relationships rather than allow your reader to infer relationships. That's what they do. All right, so here we go. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm just going to read the corrected form back in for number 14. As personal income grew in the post-war boom years of the 1950s and 1960s, however, car ownership rose sharply, and cars began to eclipse bikes in popularity. So this is something new. This is something unexpected. So this is the perfect place to throw an adversarial transition in for this passage. In short, does it make sense? In short, it's a concluding phrase. It's a sequential transition. I said that earlier there are only 4 types of transitions. There are additive transitions, adversarial transitions, there are causal transitions like therefore, and there are sequential transitions. In short would be a sequential transition because I'm closing something. It's similar to in conclusion, right? I'm wrapping something up. In short, in summary, those are all sequential transitions to end something. But it just doesn't fit here. It doesn't make any sense. But however, it fits perfectly. So watch out for transitions. If you take our class, we'll go over all the types of transitional words and phrases you'll encounter on the SAT and in life, and you'll be well equipped for this type of question. But hopefully my explanation for now suffices. We have that in one of our lessons, though, so it's probably not the last time you'll see that. All right, on to number 15. It says, at this point, the writer is considering adding the following sentence. All right, and we have to figure out, is the new sentence relevant or is it irrelevant? So they will test you on this. I'm going to make a note of what they're testing you on. Testing you on relevance versus irrelevance. Okay, so if something is relevant to discussion, we would probably want to include it within our paper. If something is irrelevant, even if it's true, it's just some obscure detail that's not important to our passage, it's some kind of superfluous information. Maybe it contradicts something if it's irrelevant, but it just does not belong. Relevant information is useful for making your claims. It's useful for proving your argument. We want to include relevant information. Irrelevant information is unnecessary. So let's look at our new sentence. Is this relevant to the discussion, or is this irrelevant? One type of bicycle popular with the Dutch was known as a grandma bike, omofiets. All right. So I'm just going to say this is irrelevant information. No, the writer shouldn't add this to the passage because it blurs the paragraph's focus on the history of cycling in the Netherlands by including some obscure, loosely related detail that somehow it's like very tangentially related to the idea of biking in the Netherlands. Oh yeah, one type of bicycle popular with the Dutch was known as a grandma bike, an omofiets. So your oma is your grandmother. It is in German too. So I'm assuming your opa is your grandfather, omofiets. It does not belong here. Even though it's probably, I'm going to say this is a true statement. Let's assume that the College Board didn't make this up. Even if it's a true statement, it does not belong in our passage about cycling in the Netherlands. It's some kind of obscure, loosely related detail. Look at D. D says, no, we shouldn't include it because it doesn't sufficiently support the claim that the omofiets was popular. Those looks like answer choice D is trying to get you to put even more into the passage about omofiets, grandma bikes, when this passage is clearly not about grandma bikes. It's about bicycling in the Netherlands, how cars are now on the scene, and there's a spike in traffic accidents because we have narrow streets not designed to accommodate large numbers of cars. So yeah, we don't want to throw in omofiets here. It's crazy, right? This is a note card that you should probably not include in your passage about Cycling in the Netherlands, some kind of obscure detail about some grandma bike. All right, we're going to keep moving along. I'm not going to waste too much time on that. Relevance versus irrelevance. All right, 16. All right. Here is the sentence. All right. Okay, so we have a new paragraph. Some things are going on. Maybe I'll just read a couple sentences here. By the 1970s, concerned citizens started organizing demonstrations to promote safety for cyclists and pedestrians. They declared car-free holidays, closing off streets and hosting street parties. They organized mass bike rides. They wrote protest songs and serenaded the Prime Minister outside of his resident '*S. All right, that looks way wrong to me. We don't need possession. We don't need an '*S here. No possession. A is not right. But the issue is a resident is a person. This is what I would call a near homophone or a near hominin. Residence, the place that you live, a residence, that where you reside. That's one thing. But a resident is the person who resides there. So B, we're talking about people. D, we're talking about people. But they're not serenading the Prime Minister outside of his residence. People. They're serenading him outside of the place, his residence. So they do like to include near homophones, homonyms. They're the same thing. They're just words that sound similar in English, although they may have different meaning and may be spelled differently. So a residence is a place. Residents are the people who live somewhere. In resident, '*S makes no sense here either. We don't have any possession. We don't even have the people. We're talking about the place. So they're serenading the Prime Minister outside of his house, his residence, that where he resides. All right, let's on to 17. Let's go on to 17. All right, it looks like it's a comma question. They're testing us on where the commas go. If we want commas at all, really, kind of. Let me read this sentence. We'll decide where the commas go. And I will try not to butcher this gentleman's name, but I'm going to because I don't speak any Dutch. Tom Godefroe, that's the best I'm going to do, comma, a longtime member of the Dutch Cyclists Union, Feesterbond, recalls that the activist efforts often led to good publicity. Okay, interesting. So here we have some parenthetical information. I'm going to make a note about this. Parenthetical information. All right. Don't worry about my sloppy handwriting. Parenthetical information can be offset in 3 ways in English, and they actually vary in intensity. So we have least intensive over here, and we'll have most intensive over here. I just want you to be aware of all the different ways that you can offset parenthetical information in English. There are only 3 ways. Least intensive to most intensive. All right, so the least intensive way to offset parenthetical information would be parentheses. The second most intensive way of offsetting parenthetical information in English would be commas. And the most intensive way of offsetting parenthetical information in English would be the em dash, the strong dash. So if we open something, we have to close it. So if we open the parentheses, we have to close the parentheses. If we open the comma, we have to close the comma. If we open an em dash, we must close the em dash. So a parenthetical is more like an aside. I'm just giving you some additional information here on the side. So Tom Godefroe, I just opened the parenthesis right here. That's this one. So if I open a parenthesis, circle that a little better. If I open the parenthesis, I must close the parenthesis, and I must close it in the right place. All right. Tom Godefroe, comma, a longtime member of the Dutch Cyclists Union, Feestersbond, comma, there's the closing parenthesis, right where it belongs. It's actually correct. Recalls that the activist effort often led to good publicity. So it would be perfectly legal. I just want to demonstrate we're not doing this, but it would be legal to open this with a parenthesis. If we close it with a parenthesis right there, not a comma, and it would be legal to use an M dash there. They vary in intensity. So the parenthesis is not very intensive at all. Comma is about a medium intensity, which is what the correct answer is, what we have. And the most intensive way of offsetting parenthetical information is with the M dash, the strong dash. Another thing I want you to be able to do on the SAT and just in life, parenthetical information, just pretend that these little commas are little scoopers. If you can scoop out that information, that non-essential information that's maybe nice to know, that this person's a member of the cyclist union, the features bond, if you could scoop out that information with your two commas, you put the commas in correctly. Like you didn't put in an unnecessary comma here, for example. Let me do it. Let me just read the sentence, taking the information right out, and I'll see if they did it right, which they did. Tom Godefroy recalls that the activist effort often led to good publicity. So all I just temporarily removed all this information, just crossed it off. And you know what? The sentence made perfect sense. So that means my commas were in the right place to offset the parenthetical information. So 17 is a no change. This puts in too many commas. That would lead to like a stutter. I'll be pausing unnecessarily in the wrong place in our sentence. And this one puts a comma here, but the comma should actually go after the name of this organization, Features Bond, the Cyclist Federation. All right, so 17 was a no change. Can you figure out where the commas go for parenthetical information? You'll also see parentheses. You might see M dashes. Those are the three ways that you can offset the information in English. All right, on to 18. The writer plans to add the following sentence to the paragraph. You know what this looks like? It's a sequencing question. I could tell it's a sequencing question because the sentences in this paragraph have been numbered in sequence. Sequencing. And I said earlier that the sequencing questions always have a clue. They always have a clue or a clues. They always have a clue and or put clue and or clues. So they'll give you at least one clue. They may give you many clues. These sequencing questions, they always have clues. All right. And you know what the clue is here? These words. Clue right here. Various, inventive, sometimes playful tactics. I'm going to reread the whole new sentence. I just highlighted our clue. All right, the writer plans to add the following sentence in the paragraph. Where does it go? These citizens express their serious concerns using various inventive, sometimes playful tactics. You know where this new sentence needs to go? It needs to go immediately in front of the inventive, sometimes playful tactics. What were the inventive, sometimes playful tactics? They are this one. They declared car-free holidays, closing off streets and hosting street parties. That's an inventive, sometimes playful tactic. That's one of them. Here's another one. They organized mass bike rides. That's a playful tactic. It'd be fun. They wrote protest songs, and they serenaded the prime minister outside of his residence. That is a playful, inventive tactic. Inventive, playful tactic, whatever the right order was. All right, so those are our tactics. So you know it needs to go right in front of this sentence, right after sentence 1, this new sentence. These now, for a sequencing question, they always have a clue or clues. Once you've found a home for your sentence within the paragraph, it must fit like a little Tetris piece. Fit like a glove. So I always read it in its new position. It only takes a minute, or it takes seconds, but see how well this fits right after sentence 1. This new sentence. They write these paragraphs so specifically that's the only place this sentence can go. These citizens expressed their serious concerns using various inventive, sometimes playful tactics. They declared car-free holidays, closing off streets and hosting street parties. They organized mass bike rides. They wrote protest songs and serenaded the prime minister outside of his residence. That's exactly the only place where that could fit. The sequence in question always has a clue. There's usually one or two of these per passage. So find the clues. Find the clue and you'll get these sequencing questions correct all the time. All right, on to question 19. Moving along through the writing. All right, question 19. As the 1980s approached, local governments began to respond to the demonstrations by Features Bond and other groups by funding projects to improve the nation's cycling infrastructure, period. As a result of the improved infrastructure, more people were encouraged to use bicycles as their primary means of transportation. So question 19 says, which choice most effectively combines the sentences at the underlined portion? So again, I want you to worry about wordiness versus concision. The wordy answer choice is often the wrong answer choice. I do count the number of words in the answer choices. It's not cheating. It can be a very effective strategy, as we will see right here. So I'm just going to count the number of words in the answer choices. Use this strategy. It's a very helpful strategy. All right, I'm going to look at answer choice A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. Pretty wordy, right? I've seen worse. 7 words. I'm going to count them all. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Let's count the number of words in answer choice B. This one looks super wordy. This looks long. Maybe unnecessarily long, which is something that they're going to test you on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 words. That's 12 words long. All right. Probably not I can already tell you that's probably not the correct answer choice. If maybe 7 words would suffice or fewer. All right, let's go to C. Just counting the words. That's all I'm doing. Literally counting these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 words for answer choice C. So pretty wordy. And answer choice D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So I can tell that it is probably answer choice A or D. It's probably one of the more concise answer choices that is the correct answer choice here. And you know what else I'm seeing here? So let's consider answer choice A. Answer choice A, I'm just going to read the whole thing, would say this. All right, as the 80s approached, local governments began to respond to the demonstrations by Features Bond and other groups by funding projects to improve the nation's cycling infrastructure, semicolon. In addition, more people were encouraged to use bicycles as their primary means of transportation. Do you know what we have in answer choice A? We have passive voice. I told you earlier today that we should typically avoid passive voice when possible. People were encouraged, that's passive. More people were encouraged, that's passive voice. I can't tell who's doing the encouraging easily. You know who it has active voice? And it was just as many words and a better answer choice? Answer choice D. Let me read the active voice answer, in the correct answer choice for number 19. Just going to read the best choice here. All right. As the 1980s approached, local governments began to respond to the demonstrations by Features Bond and other groups by funding projects to improve the nation's cycling infrastructure, which in turn encouraged more people to use bicycles as their primary means of transportation. So that's the best answer choice. And now I can actually tell who or what is doing the encouraging. It's the better infrastructure. Do you see how I can't really tell who is doing the encouraging for answer choice A here? If I said, in addition, more people were encouraged to use bicycles as their primary means of transportation, once we have active voice, I can tell that it's the infrastructure that is encouraging the people. which is what we want. That is why you should typically avoid passive voice. There's probably a better way of phrasing it. In this case, passive voice disguises the doer of the action, or in this case, it's the infrastructure itself that is encouraging the people that is doing the action here. That's why you typically want to write things in active voice when you can. I'm not saying that it's always easy to write something in active voice. It might be much easier to write it in passive voice. So I'm not saying avoid passive voice pathologically, or I'm not saying avoid passive voice to your own detriment. I'm just saying that most of the time, if you can phrase something in active voice, you probably should. All right, let's keep going. 20. I think it's going to annoy you guys, but I'm just going to do the same thing that I've been doing. I'm going to end up counting the number of words. It's not cheating. I really hope that you realize that this is not cheating. Okay. Oh wait, no, I can't skip 20. I'm thinking about 21. I'm probably going to count the number of words for 21. I'm going to skip the question here. We're still on 20. All right, let me read question 20. As written, it says, some funding came from private donors. That's what question 20 would say, if we didn't change it. But we have to read what you always have to read what they're asking you here. Because sometimes they want you to set up something specific, and in this case they do. They want an example that is most similar to the other examples in the paragraph. And I don't think it's some funding came from private donors. That's not similar to my other examples that are in this paragraph. What are the other examples that I'm trying to be similar to within my paragraph? The bike lanes. Bike lanes, racks. And speed bumps. So I'm trying to find a supporting example that is most similar to my bike lanes, racks, and speed bumps examples. Let me read this sentence that follows 20. Bike lanes and racks appeared on city streets, many of which featured speed bumps and turns that force cars to drive. Then we have another question here, 21, more slowly than they would on streets without those features and to yield. So I want something that's similar to bike lanes, racks, and speed bumps. Which answer choice has something that's similar to bike lanes, racks, and speed bumps? It's bicycle paths. Those are similar. Cycling was preferred, more passive voice. Cycling was preferred to driving by a large number of commuters. That's not similar to my bike lane. That's not similar to my rack. That's not similar to my speed bump. Bicycle paths are. They're very similar. Bicycle lane to bicycle path, that's not a big stretch. Bicycle paths were clearly marked, well maintained, and well lit. Feederspawn and his allies had many other successes. That's not similar to my bicycle lanes, racks, speed bumps, and no change. Some funding came from private donors is not similar to my bike lanes, racks, and speed bumps. So I wanted to find examples most similar to the other examples in my paragraph, and those are the bike lanes are very similar to bike paths. They're just a little different, right? And, it's infrastructure. It's bicycling infrastructure. I want examples of bicycling infrastructure. I want bike lanes, racks, speed bumps. You know what? Why don't you mention the bicycle paths? That's another example that is most similar to the other examples in that paragraph. All right, now we have the second part of this question. I can already tell that it was a count the number of words question. I don't know if anyone else has come up with this strategy, but it's eerie how often it works. It's spooky. I'm not even joking, because they're testing you on concision. They're testing you on redundancy. All right, let's do it. For 21, I'm going to count the number of words in answer choice A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 words long? Yikes. All right, let's see how long is answer choice B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, way better. Half as many words. So it's already more likely it's not A. The wordy way, the roundabout way of saying something. Do you ever talk to someone who just they speak volumes, but they say nothing? That's what's kind of going on here. I know I've talked to some people that just, hey, they'll talk your head off, and you realize at the end of the day it was all vacuous. Like there was no substance to anything that they were saying at all. I'm convinced such people just like to hear themselves speak. Okay. Let's count the number of words in C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. Count the number in D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words long. All right. And now I do want to, like, I'm giving you a strategy. It's a count the number of words strategy. So there's a little strategy door here. You could use my strategy. It's not cheating. But there would also be an English teacher door. The English teacher would say, yeah, well, there are extra words in your sentence. The words are redundant. Redundancy is always incorrect on the SAT. So you go through my strategy door, count the number of words on the writing section. The shorter answer choices tend to be the correct answer choices. You can try the strategy. You can also go through the English teacher door. You can know that, okay, well, there's redundancy perhaps in some of these answer choices. I'm just going to show you right now some redundancy. All right, let's look at the previous part of that sentence. You know what word is in my sentence already? Forced. Putting it here and again in the same sentence is redundant. So usually it is redundancy or passive voice that is making your sentence longer than it needs to be. You're probably saying something multiple times, like forced. Let me just read answer choice D. It's still a wordy answer choice, but you can maybe hear the redundancy in my voice here if I do this. Bike lanes and racks appeared on city streets, many of which featured speed bumps and turns that forced cars to drive more slowly and force, there's the same word again, we don't need multiple times, and force them to yield to cyclists. You know which answer choice avoids the redundancy? It's C. It was the concise answer choice. Let me read the corrected version. So whether you want to use my strategy of counting the number of words, I think it's an excellent strategy for this test because you can rule out something like, oh, it forced them to drive more slowly than they would on streets without those features and to yield. Like that's not a good way of phrasing the sentence. Here's the correct version. I'm just going to read answer choice C right back in here. Bike lanes and racks appeared on city streets, many of which featured speed bumps and turns that forced cars to drive slowly and yield to cyclists, period. So whether you want to count the number of words, if you like that strategy, you can just go through my strategy door over here. You want to go for it. You want to do what an English teacher would do. The English teacher would say, yeah, you're being redundant if you're using the same verb multiple times in the sentence unnecessarily. Let's just go with answer choice C. So however you want to tackle this, I just wanted to tell you that it's not cheating. No one's going to jump out after you took the SAT writing section and say, hey, you cheated. You counted how many words were in that answer choice, and then you picked the shorter one. It's not cheating. Trust me. It's eerie how often it works. I do like to tell you grammatically what is actually going on with the sentence, or I want to teach you of conventions of style and composition that we should avoid redundancy when possible. I want to drive that home. But ultimately, you just have to get the graph right in the right bubble. It doesn't really matter how you do it, as long as you can do it competently, consistently. So count the number of words, or do what an English teacher would do, whatever you want to do. But I'm telling you, it's working. I can just see how often this is working on this one SAT right here. It's working very, to a scary degree. I think I'm going to do it again. 22. I'm going to count the number of words. We're going to keep doing it because it works. All right, here we go. Bond. Now more than 34,000 members of Strongness continues to advocate for the cycling community. All right, so that's 2 words, and it sounds crazy. There are 34,000 members of Strongness, or they're of Strength. There are 34,000 members of Strength, which is answer choice D, or we have some one-word answer choices. So are they 34,000 members strong, which makes sense, or are they 34,000 members strengthened, which doesn't make sense? So this is just kind of idiomatic, actually. I'm going to make a note of this. This is sort of an idiom that you would have to be familiar with, and I think that this is a wartime idiomatic expression. They'll say, oh, my men, if you watch like a period piece, like a movie or something like that, they'll say, oh, my men are a legion strong. That just means that's how many people you have in your group. A legion that's like a Roman term. It's a number. It's like 4,000 to 6,000 troops. That's a legion. So yeah, we're a legion strong, or we're 34,000 members strong. It's just how many. It's a military term. It's just how many people you have. In this case, it's a cycling union. They're not warriors or anything crazy, but it's the same idea. I think this is left over from times where they would talk about how many thousand strong they were. It's kind of an idiomatic expression. You would have to know that that's what this is, but they're not 34,000 members of Strongness. You can count the number of words if you find it helpful. There are not 34,000 members of Strength or Strengthened. Those are all wrong. There are 34,000 members strong. All right, we're going to keep going. 23. Oh, we're on the next passage. I think we just have 2 more passages and then we're done with these. So, the mysterious women of delirious matter. Okay. So, we got a new passage here. I think this one's about art, some kind of art exhibit, I think. So, let's take a look at the art passage. I'm going to look at question 23. All right. The mysterious women of delirious matter. Discussing her 2018 sculpture installation Delirious Matter with a reporter, Diana Al-Hadid made a statement about art's old masters. She stated that these artists, who were exclusively men, often portrayed women as either encased in a giant pile of fabric or lounging horizontally. I'm looking at some answer choices. I can already tell. You know what we're going to do? We're going to count the number of words because they are testing you on concision here. The concise answer choice is probably the right answer choice. Let's count the number of words. It's not cheating. Trust me. If anyone tells you that this is cheating, they're lying to you. You're going to use everything you have at your disposal here. But I will go through the English teacher door too. I'll give you some other justifications, but be wary. We have this counting the number of words strategy. You just have to get you're trying to get the graphite in the right oval here. Don't overthink it. You just want the right answer. However you want to do this. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words in answer choice A. Let's look at B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words in answer choice B. Answer choice C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. Pretty wordy. Answer choice D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words. All right. So I can already tell that it's probably answer choice A, just using my count the number of words strategy. But let me give you what an English teacher would say. Look, we go through the English door. An English teacher would say that you know what's going to make your sentence longer? It's going to be longer if you include redundancy. All right. Redundancy like this. All right. Diana Al-Hadid made a statement. Old master artist, she stated. Do you see how a statement is stating something? This is redundant. This is crazy. This is unnecessary repetition. If she's making a statement, I know that she's stating something. We don't need to put it in there multiple times. We just don't. It is answer choice A. Let me read the corrected version. We're trying to most effectively combine the sentences at the underlined portion. We probably want to count the number of words. You could also do what an English teacher would say and say, well, spot some redundancy if you can. Why are those sentences longer? Why would those sentences be longer? Often it's redundancy. If we're making a statement, we know that we're stating something. You're going to put that word twice in the same sentence? That's nuts. All right, here we go. I'm going to read the corrected version for the last time. I'm not going to bore you with this. Discussing her 2018 sculpture installation Delirious Matter with a reporter, Diana Al-Hadid stated that art's old masters, who were exclusively men, often portrayed women as either encased in a giant pile of fabric or lounging horizontally. So watch out for redundancy. Use concision in your own writing and learn how to spot concise answer choices on the SAT. It's not cheating. All right, moving on. 24. To Al-Hadid, they reveal a lot about the role of women in pre-contemporary art. So that's our first question. We got multiple questions here in the same sentence. Women were goddesses, objects of desire, or both. To Al-Hadid, they reveal a lot about the role of women in pre-contemporary art. Women were goddesses, objects of desire, or both. All right, let's start with 24. Who or what are they? You know what I have here? I have an ambiguous pronoun. I can't tell who or what they are. To Al-Hadid, they reveal a lot about who are they. They reveal a lot about the role of women in pre-contemporary art. So in English, a pronoun must always have an antecedent. The antecedent is simply that to which the pronoun refers. And here I have an ambiguous pronoun because I don't know who or what we're talking about. You know what would eliminate the pronoun ambiguity? D. Watch out for pronoun ambiguity. It's incorrect on the SAT. If you can't figure out who or what something is, like you just get some ambiguous they or them, and we don't know what we're even talking about, I can't tell you what they would be here. But you know what does make sense? These depictions reveal. We're not talking about the men. We're not talking about this would be another ambiguous pronoun. I don't know what it would be. It? The art? These depictions reveal fits best here. 24 is D. Let me read the corrected version. To Al-Hadid, these depictions reveal a lot about the role of women in pre-contemporary art. And now we have our second question that we have to go from the same sentence. Women were goddesses, objects of desire, or both. All right. The writer is considering deleting the underlined portion, adjusting the punctuation as needed. Should the underlined portion be kept or deleted? And I think that B is a trap. I think they're trying to make you think that this is showing the women can be portrayed in multiple plays. This is actually limiting the role of women. It limits the role of women in a very specific way. And she's trying to criticize this with her artwork. She's saying that, okay, well, women were previously only goddesses, objects of desire, or both. They were very one-dimensional. They had very certain roles that they had to fulfill for the artwork. They couldn't be unique, interesting people. They were sort of typecast into a particular role. So they shouldn't be kept because it explains that the women can be portrayed in numerous ways. This is actually limiting the role of women in kind of an unfair way. It should be kept because it elaborates on the information provided in the first part of the sentence. This part. We just change it to these depictions reveal. To Al-Hadid, these depictions reveal a lot about the role of women. Probably should say the roles of women. All right, so it should be kept because it's elaborating on the information provided in the first part of the sentence. It's not irrelevant to the main idea. This is super relevant to the passage. And we're going to see in a little bit when we look at her artworks how her female figures take on different roles. They're not just goddesses, objects of desire, or both. It shouldn't be deleted because it misrepresents Al-Hadid's statement provided in the previous sentence. It doesn't. It should be kept because it elaborates information provided in the first part of the sentence. This should say roles. I'm going to nitpick the College Board here. Because goddesses, objects of desire, that's multiple roles. So I would probably change that to roles. But I didn't write this. I didn't write this passage. We just have to fix it the best we can. All right, on to 26. All right, it looks like it's a transitional word and phrase question because I see transitional words and phrases in the answer choices. Just going to make a note of that for my own sanity. They're testing on transitional words and phrases. Can we pick out the best transition here? All right. Does rather make sense? Rather is an adversarial transition. Rather is going to move us sort of into the opposite direction in the way that admittedly would, or however would, or despite. Those are adversarial transitions. We use those when something unexpected is going to happen or something unusual, abnormal. Let me read this. All right, I may even read the previous sentence just so I have some context here. All right, so delirious matters. We have 3 life-size female figures. The figures are headless, an abstraction that echoes famous ancient works such as the armless statue Venus de Milo, and emphasizes the centrality of the body over the mind in traditional sculptures of women. Rather, the figures are incomplete shells, which Al-Hadid constructed by pouring a gypsum polymer mixture over a mold of a female form. So that's just like drywall compound, I think. Joint compound. Letting the mixture drip down in streaks. If you've ever done drywall, I had to do some recently. Letting the mixture drip down in streaks, and then the mold was removed. All right, we'll get to 27 in a second. But do we need an adversarial transition here? I don't think that we do. That's an adversarial transition. For example, well, an example would have to follow if we were going to use be, but there's no example. So we're not introducing an example, so we can't have an example. Additionally is an additive transition. We're just adding some information. Additive transition. Or we have a causal transition, which is like I think, therefore I am, or hence, consequently, therefore, yeah. Those are causal transitions. Those are logical transitions. But we don't have a causal transition here. We just have some additional information. I'm going to put a little plus sign. We're just adding something. Adversarial would be a minus sign. That moves us into the opposite direction. Something unexpected to subtract something. But we're not. We're moving in the same direction. And we're just adding some additional information. We don't have an example. That's why this one is not for example. Let me read additionally in the sentence, and it'll make sense. All right, so we have works such as the armless Venus de Milo, and emphasizes the centrality of the body over the mind in traditional sculptures of women. Additionally, the figures are incomplete shells, which Al-Hadid constructed by pouring a gypsum polymer mixture over a mold of a female form, letting the mixture drip down in streaks, and then the mold was removed. Okay, so I just gave you some additional information. That's all I did. We don't need an adversarial transition. We don't need a rather, a despite, although, or admittedly, or anything like that. We're moving in the same direction. We don't have an example here. I'm just adding some information. Additionally, the figures are incomplete shells. Just telling you something. All right, on to 27. So they will test you on transitional words and phrases. All right, 27. The mold was removed. Ha ha. Passive voice. The mold was removed. By whom? I assume it's the artist, but that's still passive voice. You know who likes passive voice? Politicians like passive voice. Because it obscures the doer of the action. That's what passive voice does. So let's say I'm a politician. I could say, mistakes were made. I could say, budgets were overrun. I don't say, I made mistakes. I spent too much money. Do you see when I put that in active voice, we can tell who the doer of the action is? That's why politicians always speak in passive voice. It hides the doer of the action. The mold was removed. Mistakes were made. Deficits were incurred. I can say, I spent too much money. I made mistakes. But that's not what a politician would say. So politicians love passive voice. All right, the mold was removed. A has passive voice in it. But more importantly, we don't have parallelism. So we like to have parallelism in certain situations in English. We like to have parallelism when we have verb forms, such as these ing verb forms, these gerund verb forms. Let me show you the parallelism that we want to have for this sentence. All right, rather the figures were incomplete shells, which Al-Hadid constructed by pouring, verb number 1. That's my ing verb number 1. Pouring a gypsum polymer mixture over a mold of female form. Verb number 2. Letting. There's my ing verb number 2. Letting the mixture drip down in streaks. And then verb number 3. Removing the mold. Do you see how parallel this sentence is now? We got rid of the passive voice. The mold was removed. Suddenly I have passive voice at the end of my sentence? No way. There's no way that's correct. She removed the mold would not be parallel. There was the mold's removal wouldn't be parallel. Let me read the corrected version. 3 ing verbs right in a row. We like to maintain parallelism with verb forms. Here we go. I'm going to read the 3 verbs right in the right form, the right forms. Additionally, the figures are incomplete shells, which Al-Hadid constructed by pouring a gypsum polymer mixture over a mold of a female form, letting the mixture drip down in streaks, and then removing the mold. ing verb, ing verb, ing verb. So watch out for parallelism. They will test it on the SAT. Also watch out for passive voice. Typically, we caution writers to avoid passive voice. It's just not a forceful way of saying something. Again, politicians love passive voice. I don't know. 28. Many of the solidified streaks do not connect, comma, allowing viewers to see through the figures, creating the illusion that they are intangible. All right, interesting. So they're asking us this little question here. I'm going to highlight it. Which choice describing an effect of the sculpture's streaks best supports the main idea of the passage? I could tell this is a main idea question. They're asking us about main ideas. And you know what a main idea for this passage is? We're trying to find the main idea, but I'm just going to put a note of it right what it is. The main idea, making a little note. Incomplete shells. That's one of the main ideas of this passage. Let me show you where it is in the passage. Right here. Boom. Main idea. That's a main idea of this passage. Additionally, the figures are incomplete shells. Well, how could I really drive this idea of incomplete shells home? How can I express this? It would be answer choice A. Here's my incomplete shell answer choice. Many of the solidified streaks do not connect, allowing viewers to see through the figures, creating the illusion that they are intangible. So if I can see through the figure partially, and I know that this is kind of illusory and I can't tell if if it's tangible or intangible, if it's capable of being touched or not, that is an incomplete shell. So that is our main idea. They were asking us about the main idea of this incompleteness. And if you allow some of the streaks from this polymer mixture to just sort of not connect fully, we have the incompleteness that we want. That is the main idea that is central to this passage. It's not B. We're not interested in what the Greeks would have thought. This is something new. This is new artwork. Creating spaces in between them, some narrow, some wide. That doesn't reinforce this idea of the incomplete shells. I don't know if this was a fragmented style that was common in 20th century modern art. I don't believe it was. All right, this is something new. She's making interesting art. This sounds, now I want to kind of Google this artwork and see what it would look like. Because now I'm starting to get fascinated. I'm starting to be fascinated by this art. All right, so that was our main idea, the idea of these incomplete shells. It's not B, C, or D. Those don't reinforce the main idea of the passage. The streaks do. The streaks show the incompleteness. We can see partially through. All right, moving on to 29. All right. 29. A female figure is depicted. Oh, passive voice. Again. It's everywhere. I told you that the wrong answer choices often have passive voice. I mentioned this earlier today. I know you thought maybe I was crazy, maybe I was making things up. It's all everywhere. A female figure is depicted. This should be underlined too. A female figure is depicted in Delirious Matter's similarly drippy, lace-like, 14-foot tall sculpture Gradiva, which alludes to Wilhelm Jensen's 1902 novella of the same name. All right, so our answer that was as written has passive voice in it. I don't like it already. A female figure is depicted. Who's doing the depicting? Can you write it to me in active voice? It would be so much better. All right. What about the transition? I want to transition from our from the headless figures, from these three previous figures in Delirious Matter, these ones. I want a nice transition from them to Gradiva, to the new thing we're talking about. You know what would give us a nice transition from the other thing in our artwork to the three headless figures? Now we're moving on to C. This takes us from the headless women to Gradiva, the new thing we're talking about. I'm going to write best transition. So we're going to eliminate the passive voice that we had, and we're going to get the best transition from the previous thing we were talking about, the headless women of Delirious Matter, and it's going to take us to the next thing, which is Gradiva. That's the new subject. So here's the best transition. Among the headless women of Delirious Matter stands the similarly drippy, lace-like, 14-foot tall sculpture Gradiva. All right, moving on. So that's the best transition from our previous paragraph where we're talking about the three headless women. Now I can talk all about Gradiva, which is a different part of the same artwork. All right, or the same exhibition, whatever you want to call it. All right, sculpture, whatever it is. 30. All right, so we have Gradiva. All right, so we have a man who is a Roman. We have a man who is infatuated, an archaeologist is infatuated with the Roman sculpture of this woman. He hallucinates. The archaeologist's idealizations of and illusions about Gradiva are represented in Al-Hadid's wall-like sculpture. Its disconnected streaks make it hard for viewers to identify the subtle image of Gradiva. By obscuring the image, Al-Hadid asked the viewers of the image to wonder whether or not they are actually seeing Gradiva. Okay, is it unfair? Is it cheating if we count the number of words in these answer choices? It's not. Trust me, just start doing it. It's only going to help you with this. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to show you that this is a useful strategy. whether or not, I can already tell that this is wordy. You should avoid wordiness. Concision is we usually prefer to have the concise, nice way of phrasing something. All right, let's look at answer choice A. Just counting words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 words. 10 words to say something I could probably phrase much more simply. B. Makes viewers wonder if. 1, 2, 3, 4 words. Seems better. Creates a situation in which her viewers wonder if. That sounds wordy. Gonna count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 words for answer choice C. Yikes. Or D. Makes the image's viewers wonder whether. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not cheating. Count the number of words. Here's the concise way of phrasing this. They're going to test you on concision. That's what they're testing you on. Count the number of words. Don't be a hero. Just trust me. You just need to get the right answer however you want to do it, but this is a good strategy. They don't tell you, hint, these wordy answer choices are often the wrong answer choice. They don't tell you that. They expect you to realize that that's poor writing. All right, here we go. Here's the correct answer choice, which would be answer choice B. Here's the simple way of phrasing this. By obscuring the image, Al-Hadid makes viewers wonder if they are actually seeing Gradiva. So that's the simplest way of phrasing what we wanted to right there. On to 31. Just a couple more questions for this passage, and then we're on to the next one. All right, 31. Question 31. All right. Oh, yikes. I'm gonna read maybe the previous sentence just so I have a little bit of context. I'm going to erase some of my ramblings. It's not cheating. All right, here we go. This formlessness of Al-Hadid's Gradiva then points to the limitations of the Roman Gradiva. She was a fantasy, unrealistic, and objectified. Wasn't there more to the Roman woman than her maidenly grace? No question mark. Do you see how I'm missing something? I'm missing a question mark. This is supposed to be a question. Wasn't there more to the Roman woman than her maidenly grace? No question mark. It's not A. We lost it somewhere. Got to fix it. Let's look at B. Maybe this is a fragment. Does this sound like a fragment to you? There wasn't more to the Roman woman than her maidenly grace. Than her maidenly grace is not a sentence. Than her maidenly grace is a fragment. You don't want to have any sentence fragments in your writing. It's wrong. C's the same thing, but without the question mark. Wasn't there more to the Roman woman than her maidenly grace? It's another fragment. It does not express a complete thought. Every sentence in English must express a complete thought. Than her maidenly grace, without a question mark, is not a sentence. It's just not. Here is the correct answer. What we wanted all along was a rhetorical question. Here is the correct rhetorical question we're asking, or the author of this passage is asking us. You know what a rhetorical question is? It's just any question for which we do not want a literal answer. The question instead is being asked for effect. Rhetorical questions are asked for effect, not because we want a literal answer. So I'll give you an example of something that's not a rhetorical question. What time is it? That's not a rhetorical question. That has a literal answer. We could find out if you didn't know. This is a rhetorical question. Wasn't there more to the Roman woman than her maidenly grace? This author is asking us a question for effect. Rhetoric. It's a rhetorical question. It's said for effect, not for a literal answer. That's what a rhetorical question is. And that's the right one. It has our question mark that we were missing from answer choice A. Because it is a question. It's a rhetorical question. All right. On to 32. Although the fact that Delirious Matter's sculptures are fragmentary and porous create... that doesn't sound right. I'm going to read it though. Although the fact that delirious matter's sculptures are fragmentary and porous create the illusion that they are delicate objects, it also suggests that their female subjects have escaped to transcend their original forms. So they are testing this on subject-verb agreement. And a subject must agree with its verb and number. Subject-verb agreement. All right. The subject is this, the fact. And the fact creates the illusion, B. Oh, it's also a tense question, I guess. Subject-verb agreement and tense. Present tense. We're in present tense. This is happening now. Have created is present perfect. But it's for something that's plural, a plural subject. The fact have created, that doesn't make any sense. It would be the fact has created if we wanted this in the present perfect, but we don't want this in present perfect. Create is wrong. So the fact doesn't create the illusion. The fact creates the illusion. So singular subjects like the fact take singular verb forms like create. I could say they create something, but it creates. If something is singular, it's going to be creates. Are creating is present tense, but again, it's plural, which we know the subject is not plural. The facts are creating. If I wanted something plural, are is the plural form of to be, by the way. So it's not D either. I'm going to read the corrected version now that I'm happy with it. Although the fact that delirious matter's sculptures are fragmentary and porous creates the illusion that they are delicate objects, it also suggests that their female subjects have escaped to transcend their original forms. All right, so that's a nice correct version. Present tense, subject, verb agreement. Not too bad. I think that everyone could do this. On to 33. All right. If the women have escaped, comma, perhaps it is to take their place as viewers, or even as the artist herself. So that's our last sentence for this passage, and it's a conditional. Make a note of that. So if-then statements, we call these conditionals. If I clean my room, comma, then I can go to the mall. That's a conditional. If the women have escaped, comma, then perhaps it is to take their place as viewers, or even as the artist herself. All right. Answer choice B is a fragment. Perhaps it is to take their place as viewers, or even as the artist herself, is not a sentence, although it's capitalized as one and punctuated as one. That is not a sentence, it's a fragment. It does not express a complete thought. Perhaps it is to take their places as viewers, or even as the artist herself. It's not a complete thought. All right, so it's not B. All right, so we don't need a correlative conjunction and here. And perhaps it is to take their place as viewers. We're looking for a conditional. But here's the thing about the conditional. It is legal to omit the then part of the conditional. You don't need that. I'm going to write a note. It's fair to omit this. We don't need to say the then part. But you know what we do need? We need the comma, which is answer choice A. Do you see how C misses the comma? C would work if it had a comma. Let me show you one that would be right. If the women have escaped, comma, then perhaps it is to take their place as viewers or even as the artist herself. If C had this comma right here, it would be correct, but it doesn't, so it's incorrect. It is legal to remove the then from the conditional. It's understood. But you know what's not legal? Taking the comma out is not legal. And the comma is still here, right where it belongs. Let me read the corrected version. If the women have escaped, comma, perhaps it is to take their place as viewers or even as the artist herself. It would be incorrect if this comma were gone. If the women have escaped, perhaps it is to take their place as viewers or even as the artist herself. That's incorrect. Even if it had the then, but no comma, if it said, if the women have escaped, no comma, then, perhaps it is to take their place as viewers or even the artist herself, it's incorrect. So when you have a conditional, it's some kind of if-then statement. If I get a job, then I will have more money. That would have a comma. If I were to get a job, comma, then I would have more money. I could even omit the then. If I were to get a job, comma, I would have more money. It's legal to omit then, but it is not legal to take this comma out. All right, we're done with that one. So that one was A, no change. On to the next passage, final passage. All right, 34. Hopefully this is helping you with your writing. I think that the SAT, they have no new tricks. The College Board has no new tricks. They're all just like this. Everything we went over today, watch out for passive voice, watch out for wordiness, count the number of words, be careful for redundancy. They have watch out for commas, watch out for unnecessary punctuation. We're gonna talk about all sorts of this. They have no new tricks. All right, let's look at 34. Kitchen incubators, cooking up opportunities. That's the title of this passage. And I can tell that the paragraphs are numbered, so we probably have to do a sequencing question later on. All right, kitchen incubators, as the term suggests, help establish and nurture new food businesses. In exchange for unimportant fees, kitchen incubators provide would-be entrepreneurs with the facilities, training, and customers they need to succeed. So this is a word choice question. We have to find the most appropriate word to put in here. But I don't know about you, but I've never heard of unimportant fees. I think they would be important to the people who are charging them, the kitchen incubators. I don't think that's exactly what we're looking for here. And imperceptible? I think we would perceive these fees. Would they be entirely imperceptible? I don't think so. If something is petty, that's a pejorative term. Let me make a note of that. This is pejorative. So pejorative just means having negative connotations. She's petty. That means that it's not a good thing to be petty. She's spiteful. She holds a grudge. She's petty. Petty fees? Pettiness, that's not a positive quality. So a pejorative term doesn't fit here. Nominal. You know what nominal means? It means this. It means two things. It means in name only. It's a it's a Latin root, nominal. It's related to the word name. Nominal. You see how it kind of sounds like name? It means in name only. That's one meaning they could have. So a nominal ruler would be a ruler in name only. Nominal. It can also mean minimal or insignificant. And this is the right answer choice here. Minimal, we need the logic of something that's minimal or insignificant. So for a small fee, for nominal fee, for minimal fees, for insignificant fees, kitchen workers provide would-be entrepreneurs with the facilities, training, and customers they need to succeed. So that's a good thing. That means it's not too expensive to perhaps create your own restaurant if you know of a kitchen incubator. Nominal. So a little bit of, they are testing you on vocabulary. So yeah, nominal. This means of or pertaining to the name of something, like in name only. So a nominal ruler would be something like the King of England. He's nominal. He's a ruler in name only. Or it means present in trace amounts, insignificant, minor, minimal, nominal. There's a nominal amount of arsenic in the water. That wouldn't be enough to kill you. It means present in small amounts. All right. So for nominal fees, all right, kitchen innkeepers provide this service. Anyone, interested in starting a food business. Okay. I see some commas. I think that they are testing us on unnecessary punctuation. And I have a strategy for it. You know how I'm always going back to my strategies. I got the strategy door right over here, always in the back of my head. The strategy for this type of question is going to be called the stutter strategy. Just have to get the graphite in the right oval or circle, whatever it is. Just think it's a circle, bubble, whatever you want to say. Here's the stutter strategy. The stutter strategy involves punctuation. So it's how you test for unnecessary punctuation. If you think you have unnecessary punctuation in your sentence, all you have to do is exaggerate the punctuation. What do I mean by that? Punctuation creates pauses. A comma creates a brief pause. Colons create pauses. Semicolons create pauses. Any type of punctuation is going to create a pause in your sentence. End of sentence punctuation creates a pause. Anytime you're questioning the punctuation, is this necessary? Is this unnecessary? You can read the sentence and listen for a stutter. See if you can hear the stutter. I'm going to try to exaggerate the stutters in the answer choices. I'm just calling this the stutter strategy. It's just something I made up. I know I have sort of wacky little strategies, but they work. Here's the stutter strategy in action. I'm just going to exaggerate any kind of punctuation I find, and I'm listening for a stutter. All right, here we go. Anyone interested in starting a food business would be wise to... You hear those stutters? That was a double stutter. 2 stutters. Anyone interested in starting... You see how we would never pause there? We would just say anyone interested in starting a food business would be wise. I stuttered twice with answer choice A. Anyone interested in starting a food business would be wise to you hear those stutters? That's how I know that they don't belong there. That's unnecessary punctuation. I have unnecessary commas everywhere. What about C? Going to consider C. Anyone interested in starting a food business would be wise to consider working with a kitchen incubator. That has a stutter in it. What about D? Anyone interested in starting a food business would be wise to consider working with the kitchen incubator. It has a stutter. You know which one has no stutter? The one that contains no commas. This is how someone who's not an alien would say this sentence. This is how a real person would say this sentence. Anyone interested in starting a food business would be wise to consider working with the kitchen incubator. So that's the stutter strategy. Please use it. I made it up, I believe, but it's yours now. Use it on the SAT, please. Whatever tool I can give you, whatever little door, it's a strategy door, use that one. Or when an English teacher would tell you all the reasons why those commas don't belong there. I just want you to get the right answer, whatever it takes. So watch out for unnecessary punctuation. The best way I've found of spotting it is to really exaggerate the stutter in your head. Listen for this. Would this be a natural pause that someone would make? Anyone interested in starting a food business? It sounds like this person's just like a broken record or something, just skipping. Those pauses just sound like real out there. All right, on to 36. That's my stutter strategy. 36. Which choice most effectively elaborates on the information provided earlier in the paragraph? All right. I'm going to try to find... Well, let me read it as written. Could be A. But then I'm going to try the information... Like, we have to find whatever this is. So we're going to make sure that we find the information provided earlier. That's important. Don't skip reading this. This is the whole question they're asking you. It's important. All right. I'm going to read maybe a little bit ahead of this sentence so I could try to find the information. And then I am going to read it as written, which would be answer choice A. All right. While the cost of building and equipping a commercial kitchen is prohibitive for most new businesses, incubators offer their members the use of fully equipped kitchens at affordable hourly rates. Interesting. At Micro Mercantes in Portland, Oregon, for instance, there is a tortilla press, a rice cooker, and a variety of pots and pans. All right, I can already tell that's not the information that they wanted. They want something else. Because I wasn't talking about kitchen equipment, and suddenly I am. Do you see how there's no mention? We know that we're going to have to build and equip our commercial kitchen. This does not sound like the information that I'm interested in. The information I'm interested in is this. Affordable hourly rates. That's the information they want you to introduce. Which choice most effectively elaborates on the information provided earlier in the passage? It's not the tortilla press. It's this. Modest fee. Affordable hourly rate. Modest fee. Those are very similar. All right, I've corrected it. I'm happy with it. But let me read it back to back in its new place and see if it fits. All right. While the cost of building and equipping a commercial kitchen is prohibitive for most new businesses, incubators offer their members the use of fully equipped kitchens at affordable hourly rates. At Micro Mercantes in Portland, Oregon, for instance, more than 40 different startups pay a modest fee to rent kitchen space. The kitchen facilities are in use more than 150 hours per week. High demand for kitchen space at Micro Mercantes and other incubators demonstrate that entrepreneurs value this service. All right, so we set up the information that they wanted correctly. The money from the kitchen rentals is used to maintain facilities and invest in new equipment. That does not mention the affordable hourly rates. That's the information I'm trying to set up. More than 30 artists and performers entertain shoppers in the adjacent market. That does not have any mention of my affordable hourly rates. The modest fee in answer choice D sets up the information provided earlier. Okay. 37. We're almost done with the writing. Then we'll do the reading, and then we'll be done with this whole SAT. I wanted to do the writing first, but we will do the reading section too. And believe me, if you're looking over your test that you've taken or something, you can feel free to skip the different parts of our video. The math was first. Now we're doing the writing. We're going to end with the reading. The reading always takes the longest. That's why I saved it for the end. But hopefully some of these strategies have been helpful, and hopefully you're realizing that the College Board only has so many tricks. You know, they have only so many ways of making these passages difficult. At the end of the day, if you can learn some of these strategies, you're going to get a phenomenal score. And again, our website is eatonprep.com. If you want to go on there, we have an online SAT class. You can take it in January. We're getting to gear up for the March SAT with this coming group that we're going to have. But you just contact us if you're interested. Hopefully, you're finding some of these strategies to be helpful. We like to give back to the community, and we feel that the community on YouTube is a great space for us. And so we want to give you some free content like this. Like, let's do an SAT and score it and look at the answers. All right, 37. Just a few more. The training she received at Micro Mercantes helped Lizama in many aspects of her business, including the aspect, yikes, redundancy. Aspect. How many times are you going to say aspect in the same sentence? A is redundant. Redundant. Aspect. Should we count the number of words? Let's do it too. That's one of my strategies. Count the number. Let's do it. Alright, answer choice A was 7 words long. Answer choice B is 6 words long. Answer choice C is 9 words long. Answer choice D is only 4 words long. Alright, what is making answer choice A so long? What is making it 7 words long? It's this kind of thing. Aspects. It's redundancy. Watch out for it. Alright. Developing is devising. It's redundant. If you're developing a marketing plan, you're devising a marketing plan. Why are we doing similar things to the marketing plan in the same sentence? It's redundant. B is redundant. Devising is, maybe you should make a note of that. Devising is developing. It's the same thing. Why do we need multiple D words for what she's doing to this marketing plan? It doesn't make any sense. Developing a plan is devising the plan. Pick up a dictionary. They mean the same thing. Okay. What about C? C is 9 words long. It's our longest one. You know what's making it long? The redundancy. An English teacher would say, yeah, your sentences are getting longer because of the redundancy. Some of you smart people at home are just saying, well, maybe I'll just count the number of words on the SAT because it's not cheating. And look how well it works. All right, so where's the redundancy in answer choice C? Well, if Micro Mercantes helped Lizama, and in the same sentence we're helping Lizama again, the training she received at Micro Mercantes helped Lizama in many aspects of her business, including helping Lizama. It's redundant. Redundancy is always incorrect on the SAT. It just is. Boom. We just counted the number of words. We immediately honed in on the right answer choice. I would love for you to understand the grammatical reason or the English teacher reason of why the incorrect answers are incorrect. Usually it's redundancy, but at the end of the day, you just need to get bubbles filled, correct bubble answer choice bubbles filled with graphite. You need to be moving on to the next question. I have no time here limit. I can just pontificate about things. I can tell you both. We can do the count the number of words strategy. It works very well, as you've seen on all these passages. Or you can know what the English strategy is, but maybe a mixture of both. All right, on to 38. I think it's another stutter strategy. I'm telling you, there's little strategy doors all over the SAT. They just don't tell you about them. Here's the stutter strategy. I am going to exaggerate any type of pauses that are created by punctuation. Here we go. Many kitchen incubators provide access to another necessary component of a successful business: customers. Do you see how these M dashes here just completely disrupted my sentence? I needed one of them. I needed a colon or an M dash. I do need something here. But that very much was a pause that was out of nowhere. I tried to exaggerate it so you would see it. What if we said it with no pause, which is answer choice C? We do need a pause in the right place. And we should figure out whether our pause is a semicolon or a colon. We'll have to figure it out. But pausing in front of business, pausing right here like we did right here, it sounded nuts. Many kitchen incubators provide access to another necessary component of a successful business: customers. Here it is. I'm going to say it without any punctuation at all. This is also going to sound crazy because there was supposed to be a pause here. Just one pause. Here it is with no punctuation. Answer choice C. Many kitchen incubators provide access to another necessary component of successful business: customers. What? of a successful business customers? I don't even know what that is. We were missing some punctuation. All right. Were we missing a colon or the semicolon? Well, here's the rule for, I'm going to erase this just to make some room. Here's the rule for the semicolon. I said that typically in English, I've said this multiple times, a semicolon is used to connect two independent clauses. Two things that could each be a sentence. Boom, there's our semicolon. And then here's our second one. Boom, there's our second independent clause. It's something that could be a sentence and then maybe a period. We don't have that because customers is not a sentence. D is out. What about what went in front of that? Was this a sentence? I'm going to check it. I think it is. Many kitchen incubators provide access to another necessary component of a successful business, period. That could be a sentence. You know what we were missing? We were missing just a simple old colon. So the rule for the colon is a little different than the semicolon. It's not that it's not that a colon separates two independent clauses. That's not the rule for a colon. Let me just write down what the rule for the colon is, or at least explain it to you. Colons are a little different. The rule for the colon is that whatever goes in front of the colon must be an independent clause. Now, what follows the colon is sometimes just a single word, which is what we have here. It can be longer than a single word, but you might have an independent clause, something that could be a sentence, colon, single word. It happens all the time. Perfectly legal in English. So let me just check it. Do we have a complete sentence, an independent clause in front of the colon? I think I already did check it. Yeah, many kitchen incubators provide access to another necessary component of a successful business, period. So that is a sentence following my colon, but just the word customers. We're just explaining what this necessary component of a successful business. We're just explaining what it is. Colons are used for explanations. Colons are used for lists. Colons are used for descriptions. Colons are used for dictionary definitions. There are a few reasons we use colons in English, but just be aware, colons don't separate two independent clauses, but whatever goes in front of the colon has to be an independent clause, something that could be a sentence. There's no rule for what follows the colon. Sometimes it's just a single word. All right, so 38 was B. So remember the stutter strategy. Remember how semicolons work. Remember how colons work. They're all over the test. I think that the College Board just thinks that juniors don't know how to use semicolons for some reason because they're on every SAT. I could tell for 39 that they're testing us on pronouns, or perhaps pronoun antecedent agreement, because all the answer choices are pronouns. So let's go to that one. Yeah, pronoun antecedent. This has to be pronoun antecedent agreement. So the antecedent is simply that to which the pronoun refers, and in English, every pronoun must have an antecedent. All right, now I'm going to try to show you which parts are the pronouns and which are the antecedents so you really know what I'm talking about here. Let me read the sentence as written. It says, the growth of kitchen incubators is a testament to its importance. The growth of kitchen incubators is a testament to its importance to burgeoning small businesses. I don't think that we have pronoun antecedent agreement. So a pronoun must agree with its antecedent in person, number, and gender. And here, it does not agree in number. I can't use a singular pronoun, it. Note that this is singular. I can't use a singular pronoun, its, to refer to plural incubators. Something is changing from singular to plural. It doesn't work. We need to find a plural pronoun to refer back to the incubators. It's definitely our antecedent. Our antecedent is definitely incubators, which are plural. But its is a singular pronoun that we reserve for things. So incubators, kitchen incubators. That's plural. We need a plural pronoun. I'm going to give you another strategy. I've been throwing strategies at you all night long. This is my it is strategy. All right, well, what is the it is strategy? Anytime you see this word on the SAT, I want you to read it exactly like this. IT'(S) is a contraction. It's short for the words it is. It's. IT'(S). It's not the same thing as ITS. It's not a singular pronoun. It's short for it is. So the it strategy, the IT'(S) strategy, is just anytime you ever encounter IT'(S) on the SAT, simply read it as it is, and you'll know immediately whether it's correct or incorrect. I'm going to do it right now. Here's the IT'(S) strategy. The growth of kitchen incubators is a testament to its importance to burgeoning small businesses. Well, I know B's out. I just read it is right there. And if a contraction were appropriate there, it would have to work. The growth of kitchen incubators is a testament to its importance to burgeoning small businesses. It's out. Here's another contraction. They are. You know what this it is strategy? It's also a they are strategy. Look. We're going to do the same thing with they are that we just did with its. You ever see THEY'(RE) on the SAT, always read it as they are, because it's a contraction and that's what it's short for. I'm going to do this, and this is going to sound just as crazy as the it is example. The growth of kitchen incubators is a testament to they are importance to burgeoning small businesses. All right, so clearly we don't need a contraction. Remember the it is strategy or the they are strategy? I guess it's two strategies for two for one deal. Use it on the SAT. All right. I think that we can use a plural pronoun, THEIR. So it's just a plural pronoun. They, plural, becomes theirs, plural. Oh, sorry. They, plural, becomes their, plural, and it is now theirs. They own it. Those are the three forms of that pronoun. They, their, theirs. Subjective form, objective form, possessive form. All right. Does THEIR, does a plural pronoun, can THEIR refer back to plural incubators, our antecedent? It can. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read THEIR right where it goes. The growth of kitchen incubators is a testament to their importance to burgeoning small businesses. There, we use the right pronoun. Pronouns are just a fundamental part of speech, just like adverbs, nouns, adjectives, anything else. But yeah, they have to agree in number. Plural pronouns take plural antecedents. Singular pronouns go with singular antecedents. They also have to agree in gender and number. They have to agree in a few ways, actually. Pronouns are important. All right, so hopefully you know how to do. They will test you on pronouns on the SAT, but usually it's something like this. It's not too bad. It's something you can figure out. Remember my strategy if you find it helpful. Let's look at 40. Oh, it looks like we have to look at a graph. All right. Which choice most accurately and effectively incorporates information from the graph? I'm going to quickly look at my graph just to see what's going on here. It looks like it's a kitchen incubator survey response. 61 kitchen incubators responded to the question, how would you describe the primary goal of your facility? All right. It looks like the vast majority of them, 53% of them, said the goal of their facility is to assist early growth businesses, these small kitchen businesses. 17%, hey, we live in a capitalist world. 70% of the people said that, well, hey, I'm in it to make money. What, it's a business. Come on. We're all adults here. I'm in a kitchen incubator because I'm here to make money. 12% of people said that they're there to strengthen the local food economy. Sounds admirable. 9% said other multiple goals. We don't know what those are. 5% said they are there to help low-income and or vulnerable people. That sounds admirable again. 5% said that they are there to build a community. Sounds admirable. I'm not going to criticize the people there just to make money. A lot of people say they are there just to assist early growth businesses. So this is a poll that was given, a poll that someone gave. All right, let's read it in the sentence, and let's see if it incorporates accurate information from the survey. If not, we have to change it. All right. A survey published in the report shows that most incubators surveyed, 53%, experienced growth during that time. That's not the question that they asked. Not the question. The question was, how would you describe the primary goal of your facility? So it's nice that they experienced growth at the time. That would not be their goal necessarily. It's not immediately one of these choices. I mean, maybe it's under other or making money, but they were asked, how would you describe the primary goal of your facility? It's not A, no change. 53% said they are there to assist early growth businesses. Let's find the answer choice that's about assisting, the primary goal of assisting early growth businesses. It's answer choice B. All right. A survey published in the report shows that most incubators surveyed, 53%, were mainly concerned with supporting their members, with assisting the early growth businesses. Had more than one primary purpose, that would be under other multiple goals. That's only 9%, so that's not 53%. That's wrong. Shared the same goal. Doesn't tell us much. Yeah, it didn't really tell us anything. The one that tells us this part is this B. They're there to support early growth businesses. All right, on to 41. We just have 4 more questions, and we're done. All right. Ooh, it's a possession question. I can tell they're testing you on possession because of all the apostrophe S's I'm seeing. So in English, we have singular possession and we have plural possession. When the apostrophe follows the S, that means that multiple consumers possess tastes. If it said consumers' tastes, this would be a single consumer. Answer choice B is singular. A would be plural possession. So multiple consumers possess tastes. Now it gets really weird. We're like, look at answer choice C. We have consumers possessing something and tastes are possessing something back to back. English doesn't work that way. And it doesn't work this way either. I don't have a singular consumer apostrophe S tastes apostrophe S. You don't compound possession like that. At least I have never seen anything like that in the English language. All right, so we just have to figure out, do we have multiple consumers or a singular consumer? Because we should have possession here. Let me read the sentence. The food industry is very competitive, and consumers' tastes are notoriously fickle. I do think we have multiple consumers. We don't have a singular consumer in the food industry. That would be weird. One consumer? The food industry is very competitive, and if it said a consumer's taste is notoriously fickle, but do you see how it's plural? Consumers' tastes are fickle. That's plural. Plural possession. And answer choice A, that's how you correctly do plural possession in English. The apostrophe actually follows the S. So if you have singular possession, it looks like this. Now the tomb belongs to Grant. Grant's tomb. Plural possession looks like this. The apostrophe follows the S. That means many consumers possess tastes, which is the right answer. All right. There's a couple more. Yeah, B would be a singular consumer. Doesn't work. All right, 42. Oh, it's a transitional word and phrase question. All right, 42. In addition, entrepreneurs who make the small monetary investment the kitchen incubators require find them and their fledgling food businesses well positioned to succeed. So it looks like I have a pronoun question coming up in 43, but I also have a transitional word and phrase question first. Additionally is an additive transition. We're just adding some information. It's additive. Conversely is an adversarial transition. We would be moving in the other direction. This is similar to a however, a despite, or an although. Adversarial. Your adversary is that person that you're vying against for affection of another or for a better grade. Your adversary in school. I don't know. It's an opponent. Just an opponent. But an adversarial in the sense that we're moving in the other direction. Adversarial transition. Conversely, despite, although, however, something like that. Still is also an adversarial transition, but notice that these vary in degree. Like sometimes we don't need to do a complete 180. Sometimes we don't need to do an adversarial transition such as a however or a conversely. Sometimes you don't need to move completely in the opposite direction. I'm just going to put a little direction sign there. Adversarial, they subtract things. Sometimes we just want to subtract something small. Sometimes we want to make a small concession, such as, let me give you some other examples, like admittedly. This would be an adversarial transition, but I'm just making a small concession, admittedly. Still, something's the case. That's an adversarial transition. You know what means the same? You know what adversarial transition means the same as still? This one. Nonetheless. Still, they mean the same thing. Both of those words still, maybe I'll just erase admittedly. It is an example of what I was talking about, but I like still and nonetheless for the context of this paragraph. So still equals, that's an equal sign, still equals nonetheless, and they both mean even with everything considered. Oh, let's put it to be a W. Even with everything considered. Even with everything considered, entrepreneurs who make the small monetary investment the kitchen incubators require find them and their fledgling food business well positioned to succeed. That is the right answer. Still or nonetheless. Nonetheless would even fit in this sentence. Nonetheless, entrepreneurs who make the small monetary investment the kitchen incubators require find them and their fledgling food businesses well positioned to succeed. So I didn't need a huge 180 adversarial transition. I'm just subtracting something small. Yeah, even with everything considered, entrepreneurs who make the small monetary investment the kitchen incubators require find them and their fledgling food business well positioned to succeed. So now here's our ambiguous pronoun question. So them, this them here, it's an ambiguous pronoun. I don't know who they are exactly. You know what fits better? Themselves. Because that's who we're talking about. put a note over here. Our antecedent are the entrepreneurs. Look. Yeah, entrepreneurs right here. That's our antecedent. Oh, it's messy handwriting. I'm sorry. Entrepreneur. All right, that's our antecedent. So it's plural. All right, still, entrepreneurs who make the small monetary investment that kitchen incubators require find themselves, the entrepreneurs. I don't know who they would be or them. That's ambiguous. But if they're finding themselves in their fledgling food businesses well positioned to succeed, that makes perfect sense. Itself doesn't make any sense. I don't know who that it would be. It? Those would all be ambiguous pronouns. Themselves, I know we're talking about these guys, the entrepreneurs, which is what we're talking about. All right, last question. It's a main idea question, I think. The writer wants to add the following sentence to the passage. Kitchen incubators can't guarantee success, of course. It's a sequencing question. I like the sequencing questions because there's always a clue. Sequencing questions have clues. What's our clue? Here's our clue. Right here. That's our clue. Find the clues, people. Clue is the food industry is very competitive. Run out of space here, sorry. The food industry is very competitive. That's our clue. Do you see how I can tell you exactly where this sentence goes? It goes in paragraph 6. It goes here. It goes right in front of this. Maybe I'll put a note of that right here. Goes in front of. I always like to read the sequencing question back to back. Once I've figured out where it belongs. I know my notes are kind of messy, but trust me, there's method to my madness. I always like to read the sentence once I've found the correct place to put it. This sentence here, the one we're going to add. Kitchen incubators can't guarantee success, of course. It goes right in front of this sentence. All right, I'm going to read them back to back. Kitchen incubators can't guarantee success, of course. The food industry is very competitive, and consumers' tastes are notoriously fickle. Do you see how those two sentences, they just fit like a glove? Or like this little Tetris piece, this little old piece. Come down right down. Tetris. It's an old game. All right. Boom. That's our Tetris piece. This sentence goes right here. It can't go anywhere else. It goes right in front of that. I'm going to read it back to back. I love the sensation of it fitting the right place. It's very satisfying on the SAT when you know exactly where the thing is supposed to go, that it's supposed to go in paragraph 6, right in front of the other thing, the other sentence. Here we go. Kitchen incubators can't guarantee success, of course. The food industry is very competitive, and consumers' tastes are notoriously fickle. So that's a sequencing question. They always have clues. They have to write these so specifically that this sentence could only fit in paragraph 6. There's no other sentence in the whole passage that is similar to this one. Do you see that? It's a unique sentence. So that's the only place where we can talk about them, the fact that they can't guarantee success because the food industry is competitive and consumers' tastes are fickle. All right. Woo! We finished the writing. All right, we finished the whole writing section. Go back and look at the questions you missed. Feel free to skip around this video. I'm trying to go over everything in detail. All right, so now we just did section 2. We already did the no calculator earlier today. So I'm just going to proceed straight to the reading. The reading is section 1. So find that on your test right now. Always section 1. And I noticed that they always start with the literature passage. It's always the first reading passage that they give you. All right, I'm just going to do the magic of this technology. I'm going to zoom back to section 1. Woo. All right. So again, for those of you joining us late, we're Eaton Prep. We have an SAT class. And we are currently reviewing the October 1st, 2022 U.S. SAT. This is not the international version. This is the U.S. one. And now we're going to the reading test, which is the first section of the test. The majority of it is reading comprehension. A little bit of vocabulary thrown in here and there. They're going to ask you for evidence for certain questions. Can you support your argument with evidence from the text? They're going to ask you about particular line numbers. Notice that they give you the line numbers so we can refer back to the text when we need to, which is fun and good. So there are 65 minutes for this section. There are 52 questions total on the reading section. They always start with the literature passage, is what we're going to start with right here. Literature. It's a story. I'm sure of it. They always start with that first of all. I don't know why, but it's always a literature passage in the beginning. So you have 5 passages or 1 pair of passages. There's always a paired passage. So, but there are 5 topics. Let's call it that way. They start with the literature passage, and then there'll be a pair of passages on a similar theme. And there are science passages. There's a passage on history and social studies. This is the literature passage. So I'm gonna stop talking and just start going right into it. So if you've looked at this SAT before, if you're looking at any SAT, always read these. They always introduce each passage. They tell you from where they gathered the passage, and it's just not. Sometimes I've seen these. They always give you this little blurb at the beginning of the passage. I've seen these answer legitimate questions that they later ask you. Like something that I found in here was enough to answer the question before. So always read these. Don't skip them. Skip the directions. Don't read the directions on test day. You're going to know the directions. The directions never change. That's a time waster. Don't read these directions. You'll take 5 minutes reading all the directions of the SAT. It's 5 minutes you'll never get back. You need to go right to this passage and start reading and then answer some questions. So never read the directions on the SAT, which is a weird thing for a teacher to say, but I mean it. Don't read the directions on the SAT. You're wasting your time. The directions never change. You're going to know the directions. All right, so here's our passage. I'm going to read this, though, because I just said it's important to read these. All right, here we go. Read it. This passage is from Susan Vreeland, Clara, and Mr. Tiffany. Copyright 2011 by Susan Vreeland. The narrator, that's the teller of the story, the narrator is meeting with her former employer, Louis Comfort Tiffany, an artist whose company later became famous for designing stained glass lampshades. I've seen these lampshades before. Mrs. Hessler has a couple of them. She has these glass lampshades for the Tiffany people. Fun. All right, maybe you've seen these lampshades, maybe not. Who knows? But that's what we got here. We have a narrator, we have Tiffany, and they're going to interact. This looks like a dialogue, a conversation between 2 people. All right, so if you've read this and it's fresh in your mind, that's good. You might need to skim this before we start answering some questions. Basically, these 2 people interact. The narrator's interacting with Tiffany, and it's a story. I'm assuming this is fiction. I don't think that. I know Tiffany existed, but I don't think Clara. I don't think this person sounds fictional to me, but I don't know. All right, so you're gonna read about the stained glass. It looks like they're preparing for it. I'm just trying to jog your memory if you've done this SAT, and it's maybe been a month or 2. So they're getting ready for the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, 4 times bigger than the Paris Exposition Universelle. So Tiffany is getting ready for this, and so the narrator's talking to Tiffany right at the beginning. I've come to inquire if you've worked for me, that is, if my performance pleased you before. A deliberate prompt. I didn't want to be hired because of my need or his kindness, Tiffany's kindness. I wanted my talent to be the reason he wanted me back. All right, so indeed is all Tiffany says. So we'll see what goes on in this passage. There are some artworks. There's some watercolors that they mention. They mention the stained glass, the famous Tiffany lamps. They have like stained glass and they look very pretty. All right, and there's a little story that you can read if you haven't read it. Just pause it and read it now if you haven't read this. But I'm assuming that you've read it at this point, so we're going to dive right into some questions. This looks like a main idea question. Main idea. I can tell they're starting with the main idea because they're asking us what best describes what happens in the passage. So that sounds like a main idea question to me. So we're going to look at the answer choices and we are going to figure out the main idea. All right, I'm going to read the answer choices. The narrator reflects on how the behavior of another character has changed. I don't think it's A. I don't think our narrator, I'm assuming it's this Clara person, I don't think our narrator is reflecting on how Tiffany's behavior has changed. I just don't get that at all as the main idea of this passage. B. Our narrator struggles to understand the motivations of another character. I don't think that our narrator has any problem understanding Tiffany's motivations. It seems like she understands him quite a bit, actually. So I don't think that it's that. It's not that. Let's consider answer choice D. Does the narrator recount? The narrator recounts the events that led another character to support her project. I don't think that's primarily what's going on in this passage. You know what the right answer is? It's C. The narrator discusses shared professional interests with another character. Because that's what we have going on here. So she asks for her job back. She gets her job back. And then they start discussing this upcoming exhibition. He shows her some artworks that she finds interesting. He shows her some watercolors depicting what his upcoming art exhibit may look like. We have some nice imagery here about all the different colors and the paintings and he's describing what the stained glass is going to look like to her. I'm assuming that he's worked for her in the past with regard to the stained glass. Then she this is why I kind of don't like this passage. It's kind of seems trite to me. So she gives him this idea of making the stained glass lamps. I'm assuming this is fiction. So she comes up with this idea and tells him, oh, okay, imagine this basin reduced inside and made of translucent glass instead. Once you figure out how to secure the piece in the dome, it could be a lampshade, perhaps. So I think this is kind of bad writing, but you don't have to like the literature passage. You just have to answer the questions correctly. So they're both discussing their professional interests. They're discussing this upcoming exhibition. All right, Tiffany and this woman, Clara. I'm assuming it's her. All right, number 2. According to the passage, Tiffany looks forward to the upcoming World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago as an opportunity to do what? Is it an opportunity to gain greater popular recognition? Is it an opportunity to sell many decorative objects? Is it an opportunity to collaborate with other famous artists? Is this an opportunity to showcase pieces that have earned critical acclaim? So, is he showcasing pieces that have already earned critical acclaim? No. We're talking about new pieces. They haven't even been created yet, actually. You know where we can find the right answer? Line 15. The name Tiffany will be on the lips of millions. Let me read right from the passage. This is why this exhibition this is why Tiffany's looking forward to his exhibition is right here. Only 15 months away, in 1893, the name of Louis Comfort Tiffany will be on the lips of millions. So we need an answer choice that goes with that. Right from line 15 is right from the passage. Just reading comprehension. Did you understand the passage? He is going to be there to gain greater popular recognition. He wants his name on the lips of millions, which is answer choice A. We don't know that he's there to sell many decorative objects or collaborate with other artists. The passage does not mention that. All right, we are on to number 3. The narrator indicates that Tiffany informs her of his new projects by showing her the watercolors. He shows her a series of plans for stained glass windows he intends to construct. They're watercolors. That's right in the passage. C, he doesn't inform her of his plans by asking her opinion of watercolor paintings he plans to exhibit in Chicago. He's not going to exhibit watercolors in Chicago. The watercolors are just plans of what he's going to later construct out of stained glass. I hope you've inferred that from the passage. We're just moving on. I spent a lot of time on the writing section, so I do want to keep moving at a good clip through the reading. Which choice best supports the idea that the narrator recognizes the potential importance of her contribution to Tiffany's business? All right, the narrator recognizes the potential importance of her own contribution to Tiffany's business. This occurs in line 79. I'm going to read the line. I'll even highlight it for you. Oh, right. This is the kind of silly part where she gives him the idea of making these stained glass lamps. I'm assuming this is fiction. I don't think that Clara existed. Just think where that could go. This is right after she gives him the idea of making lampshades out of glass. So that's where the narrator reveals that she knows that this contribution that she's making could lead to Tiffany's great success. And now we have famous lamps. Mrs. Hessler has a couple of them back there in her dining room. Or not dining room, this is the dining room, in her living room area. All right, Tiffany lamps. Number 5, as used in Alert 38, true mostly means what? Most nearly means what? So this is how they test vocabulary on the SAT. They test it in context. And I want you to realize that they're just playing around with different dictionary definitions for the word true. So truth can be honesty. Do you see that? True, maybe true, someone being true to their lover is loyalty. Or maybe saying something that's true, you're saying something that's factual. So all they are doing is playing around with different dictionary definitions for the word true. So you know how if you pick up a dictionary, it's going to have different definitions for the word true, and they put them in the order that they are most commonly used. So the first definitions you'll see when you look up the noun true in the dictionary, the first thing you'll see the most commonly used meaning. But then you'll see later meanings, because it can mean facts, or it can mean honesty. It can mean being true to your lover, being loyal to one another, or something like that. It has different meanings in different contexts. I know that you can't smuggle a dictionary into the SAT, but you know what you can do? I want to give you another strategy. Again, a little strategy door. They're everywhere on the SAT. The strategy is to read the words back in the sentence. I'm going to do it. Read the word strategy. Read these answer choices back into the sentence, back into line 38. All we're going to do is try each one. We're going to try honest. We're going to see if that makes any sense in the place of true in line 38. I'm going to do it right now. Let's look at 38. All right. True Tiffany style. All right, I'm going to read the word honest back in this sentence, and let's see if it makes any sense at all. I don't know. We're going to find out. Above the peacocks facing each other, he had transformed the standard Christian icon of a crown of thorns into a shimmering regal headdress for God the King, the thorns replaced by large glass jewels in true Tiffany style. The thorns replaced by large glass jewels in honest Tiffany style. Doesn't quite fit. So true here does not mean honest. Doesn't fit. Let me try characteristic. All right. He had transformed the standard Christian icon of a crown of thorns into a shimmering regal headdress for God the King. The thorns replaced by large glass jewels in characteristic Tiffany style. Makes perfect sense. That's the right answer. Always read the words back in the sentence, and you should find the right answer. 3 of them will just give you gibberish. If we said he did this in loyal Tiffany style or factual Tiffany style, it would make no sense. Characteristic Tiffany style makes perfect sense. It's a distinguishing trait of Tiffany. True Tiffany style. Characteristic Tiffany style. All right. Yeah, loyal Tiffany style would make no sense. Factual Tiffany style would make no sense. All they can do is play around with different dictionary definitions for the word true. One is going to make sense. Read the words back in the sentence for this type of question. It takes seconds, but you'll get the right answer. Or at least you'll have a much better chance of finding the right answer. Otherwise, I feel like you're just guessing. Just read honest in the place. Read characteristic. Characteristic fits. We're moving on to question 6. We're already halfway through this first passage, the literature passage. All right, in context. The narrator's reference to a pipe organ in line 41 serves what function? Let me read line 41, and then we'll see what we can figure out what the pipe organ is all about. We're just reading directly from the passage. You may have to reread this if you've taken this test a while back, but here's the pipe organ. I'm going to read it, and then we're going to figure out what does it mean in this passage. Astonishing how he could get the mere watercolors so deep and saturated, so like lacquer, that they vibrated together as surely as chords of a great church pipe organ. Talking about colors on these watercolors. So, they're so great. They're vibrating together surely as the chords of a great church pipe organ. These colors. All right, let's look at some answer choices for 6. The pipe organ. Does he mean it literally? Answer choice A. No. We're not bringing up the idea of a pipe organ to suggest that Tiffany draws inspiration from his artwork from music. It's not a literal pipe organ. It's a metaphor. Where's the metaphor? Metaphor is down here. There's a metaphor. Let's look at some other literal pipe organ type things. D. D is another literal one. All right. Is the pipe organ an example of an image Tiffany depicts in one of his watercolors? No. Are they saying that there's a pipe organ in one of these paintings that he plans to be making a stained glass pipe organ? No, you're taking it literally. It's not literal. This is a metaphor. So just as it would be easier to understand socialism or communism if we had a story involving farm animals, if we had an allegory about it, here we have a metaphorical pipe organ. C. The pipe organ illustrates her perception of the vividness of the colors used by Tiffany. They are so vivid, it's as if you're hearing a pipe organ when you're just glancing at these colors. All right. No, not literal, not a literal organ. They're trying to trick you with the literal meaning, but this is a metaphorical organ. All right, metaphor. All right. Yeah, not everything has to have a literal meaning. Sometimes things are metaphorical. Sometimes allegory is nice in your story. All right, on to 7. The narrator's remarks in lines 53 through 54 and 58 through 59 are best described as expressing the narrator's what? Okay. I'm going to read 53, 54, 58, 59. All right, here's 53 through 54. I see your originality is in good health. Only you would put peacocks in a chapel. Interesting. Oh, okay. So we're going to have a stained glass. We had God the King earlier, so this is going to be like a chapel. It's going to be an altar depicting the peacocks. I see your originality is in good health. Only you would put peacocks in a chapel. I think the idea is that peacocks are sort of gaudy animals, that are showy animals. They're showing off. And we think of churches as austere places where, things are beautiful in a church, but things are serious, formal. It'd be strange to see some kind of peacock display in, a Catholic church or somewhere. Only you would put peacocks in a chapel. All right, so we're asked about that part, the narrator's remarks there, and we're also asked about the lines 58 through 59. Right here. I'm going to read these kind of back to back. All right. When I could trust my voice not to show too much eagerness, I said, I see your originality is in good health. Only you, Tiffany, would put peacocks in a chapel. Don't you know, he said in a spoof of incredulity, they symbolized eternal life in Byzantine art. Their flesh was thought to be incorruptible. So, what a lucky find for you, that convenient tidbit of information. They're joking with one another. He chuckles even. They're cracking jokes here. So she's calling him out on throwing peacocks into this. It's sort of it's a religious, that's supposed to be a serious kind of thing. And he has an answer for everything though. He's, oh no, it's Byzantine art. There's peacocks everywhere. Trust me, I'm not being silly here. I'm not being less than serious. These are very serious peacocks. So she's like, oh yeah, what a lucky find for you to find that careful little tidbit. Now you can make these beautiful stained glass peacocks you wanted to make anyway and put them in a church setting. Okay, so that's sort of the exchange that's going on here. I know I'm kind of dramatizing it, but I'm trying to like this story. All right, on to 7. Those remarks are showing the good-natured amusement at Tiffany's creative tendencies. B. She's chiding him, and he's laughing. Good. He chuckles back in good humor. Envious resentment of Tiffany's talents as an artist. Whoa, that's way too negative. There's no negativity at all in this passage. Ugh, that's way too negative. She's not envious and resentful of him, and super negative. Puzzlement at Tiffany's unconventional choices. She's not puzzled. She knows exactly why he's putting peacocks in this setting. He thinks he can get away with it, and he has a good excuse. Oh, Byzantine art. She's not puzzled. She knows what he's up to. Open admiration of Tiffany's unique vision. You know what? This misses the humor. It's meant to be humorous. Open admiration of Tiffany's unique vision. No, it's B. Good-natured amusement at Tiffany's creative tendency. Okay, on to 8. We just have a few more questions, and we're done with this literature passage. Trust me, we'll move on to something else. In context, the description in lines 66 through 68 contributes to the passage overall characterization of Tiffany. 66 through 68. Okay, I wanted to read these lines. Oh, okay. I remember this part. Here, I'm gonna highlight the passage so we can read it. Here we go. It's this part right here. Hopefully you can see this on the screen pretty well. It looks like it's visible. He looked at it with nothing short of love. He's He's looking at a dome. Let's see what he's doing here. He tossed down more drawings, a marble and mosaic altar surrounded by mosaic columns and a baptismal font. This is where you put the baby in to baptize the baby when the baby is born, of opaque leaded glass and mosaic. So these are plans that he's showing her. He looked at it with nothing short of love and showed me its size with outstretched arms as though he were hugging the thing. So Tiffany's kind of like this. He loves this thing. He is very into it. All right. So the question 8 asks us, in context, the description of him looking at the thing and, just almost trying to hug the thing, and he's got these outstretched arms. That contributes to the passage's overall characterization of Tiffany mainly by doing what? So I'm just going to go back to question 8. We have to figure out what this does. A, suggests his tendency to exaggerate his own importance. That's way too negative. Too negative. This passage is not negative at all. He's exaggerating his own importance. That's too negative of Tiffany. Come on. He's just an artist trying. He's excited about this art project. Come on. That's way too negative. She does not feel this way about, the narrator does not feel this way about Tiffany. Okay. All right. Does it convey his preference for creating large-scale artworks? We know nothing of that. Passage really doesn't indicate either way that he has a preference for large-scale artworks. I mean, when he's hugging something, I can't. It's hard for me to tell the scale. Maybe they're trying to. The answer choice, this wrong answer choice here, is trying to suggest that this is over the top or effectively grand in some way. But I don't really see an indication of that. Is he demonstrating the personal warmth he expresses towards others? I don't think so. This is about his art. This isn't about the narrator or others. Let's not see. He's emphasizing the intensity of his excitement about his own work, his future work, this thing that he's working on. This is where the love is coming from, and this is where the hugging is coming from. Oh, he could almost hug this thing. He's trying to show how big it would be, but it looks more like he wants to hug this art project. All right, he's really into his artwork. I don't know. All right, on to number 9. It can most reasonably be inferred from the passage that the narrator's talents include an ability to do what? So our narrator is the teller of this story. We know that Tiffany, we're at least getting kind of the idea here that he's an impressive artist and that he's going to work all this magic and stained glass. And I guess our narrator is going to help him as an assistant or something. But we also get some impressions about her. We get some impressions about our narrator. And we do get the impression that she would be helpful in his aims, that she would be able to help Tiffany. All right. Do we get an indication that she provides authoritative critiques of classical artworks? I don't see it. Will her talents include ability to create detailed sketches on which larger artworks can be based? The passage doesn't indicate anywhere that she'll be sketching anything. I don't know that she is a visual artist, that she sketches things. Maybe she works with the glass. The passage makes no indication about that. So we can't select it. We can only go with what's in the passage. Will she devise imaginative names for the colors of the glass she works with? That's not in the passage. You'd be putting words into the author's mouth if you claim that our narrator is going to be coming up with the names of these colors. All right. Do her talents include an ability to enhance an existing idea by improving technical innovations for artworks? Yes. She comes up with the lamp idea. The lamps. Right? So he's demonstrating this basin, this it's going to be the baptismal font. So it's the thing you baptize a child in. It is going to be shaped like a dome. And then she says, I was struck by a tantalizing idea. Imagine it reduced in size and made of translucent glass instead. This is our narrator speaking. Once you figure how to secure the pieces in the dome, that could be the method in the shape of a lampshade. A wraparound window of, say, I looked around the room. Peacock feathers. So, yes, you can enhance his great... He has good ideas. Oh, she has good ideas, too. They're saying that she came up with the famous Tiffany lamps, I guess. That's kind of why I don't really like this. That's probably why I'm not going to read this. Is it a novel? I don't know. I'm not going to go search this thing out. It sounds a little whimsical and I don't know. It just sounds trite. All right. But we just have to go with the passage. Pretend that you love the passage. Don't be like me and nitpick. All right, 10 is our final question for the passage. Oh, that's the same evidence I just read, 69 through 72. I read the evidence about the lampshade. Let's highlight it just to say that I did it. All right, here it is. I just read this part. So that was 69 through 72. The lampshade business. So that's the idea that, oh, he's a good artist, but she is skilled in the idea of expanding on others' ideas and making them even greater than they were. The lampshade. All right. So that was D. D for number 10. All right, we're on to the next passage. We're done with the literature passage, and that's the only literature passage we have. There's only one on every SAT, so now we're on to... looks like it's about sociology, maybe. Yeah, this is about cities. This is about the economics of larger cities. Do larger cities always produce greater economic success? Do larger cities lead to greater economic success? Or is it a disadvantage to certain economies? Could you have a larger city and could your sheer population size and the fact that you're in a developing country, could that actually lower your output? Could that lower your GDP per capita, which is just the amount of money made per person in a city or a country? All right, so I'm just summarizing this more to remind myself what it's about. But those of you, maybe you read this passage a month or two ago if you took this SAT in October. This was the real SAT. They released 3 a year. This is one of the released SATs, the U.S. version of the October test. All right. So, yeah, I'm just sort of summarizing this just to get myself back in the game here, get my head in the game of this passage. So the general idea of this passage there are 2 studies. It says Susan A. Frick and Andres Rodriguez Pose, I don't know, of the London School of Economics. They took a close look at the actual connection between city-side and nationwide economic performance. So they have 2 studies by the same people, the Frick and the Rodriguez Pose people. They have 2 studies here, and then here's their latest study. The same researchers find something else out about these cities. So I'm just going to summarize it briefly for you. So what they found is that, so we're famous with cities like New York City. It's a massive city in a developed country. And it led to great economic success. So as the city got bigger and bigger and bigger, the city's making more and more money, and there are magnificent towering buildings everywhere. What the authors of this study, or these studies, is that what they're saying that in developing countries, this is not always the case. They say that in developing countries, the cities grow even faster than they do in the developed countries. And it does not necessarily lead to economic success. Often, it leads to a reduction in their economic output. I'm just going to read one sentence here. Advanced nations experience a 0.7% increase in economic growth for every additional 100,000 in average population among its large cities over a 5-year period. But for developing nations, the addition of 100,000 people in large cities is associated with a 2.3% decrease in economic growth over a 5-year period. All right, here we also have a graph you're going to have to use to answer a question or two. So it looks like we have high-income countries. Oh, look, they grow in population slower than the low-income, the developing countries. They grow even faster than the high-income countries. So we'll probably need that for a question. I just want to point out that we have that over time, population over time. All right. And we're going to jump right into the question. It's a main idea question. I can tell right away that it's a main idea question because of these words, main purpose. The main purpose of the passage is to what? What's the main idea of this? All right. So, I read this passage. All right. Do we have a proposal for a new solution to an ongoing problem? No, the authors of the study don't really seem to pose a solution within this passage. I mean, there's something we could call a problem, which would be economic decline or the problems of some of these cities, the developing countries, but it doesn't really seem to, the main purpose of the passage is to propose a solution. Do they question whether recent research has practical applications? Nope. I don't see any questioning of whether recent research has practical applications. Do they critique the methodology, the method used to arrive at new findings? No, primarily the passage describes the causes and consequences of a phenomenon. They discuss the causes of this phenomenon, what's happening with these developing, with these massive cities, and they're growing at, phenomenal rates, particularly they're growing even faster in developing countries. So they're talking about what's going on with this, what are the causes, what are the consequences, why do cities that have developed previously in rich countries, why do they receive an economic boon from these massive cities, whereas in poorer developing countries we're not seeing the same boon. We're seeing economic decline in certain cities. So they're describing the consequences of this phenomenon in these massive cities. All right. 12. Which choice best supports the idea that a country's unique circumstances are likely to distort comparisons between its economic growth and urban population size and those of other countries? Yeah, the main idea, just to go back to the previous question, the main idea was that developed countries benefit from larger cities, developing countries do not benefit from larger cities. It would be better for the developing countries to have medium or small cities, actually economically speaking. All right, sorry, just a little aside there. Back to question 12. Which choice best supports the idea that a country's unique circumstances are likely to distort comparisons between its economic growth and urban population size and those of other countries? So it's actually something they control for. They're asking you about the control. They control for these factors. That's an S, I'm sorry. It's hard to write on this tablet. Doing my best here. So this is something that they actually control for with their study. They control for these factors. Let me read from the passage, but I'm going to show you something that indicates that a country's unique circumstances are likely to distort comparisons. So much so that the authors of our study actually decided to control for them. I'm going to show you right from the passage. This is in lines 14 through 16. I'm just going to read right from the passage. It would distort the experiment if they did not control for these factors. Here we go. All right. So we have initial study. We're looking at GDP per capita per person, and average metropolitan area size in 114 countries across the world between 1960 and 2010. To ensure robustness, our study controls for variables including national population size. That would distort comparisons between the economic growth of these cities. Physical land area size, we're going to control for that because that would distort comparisons between these different cities. Education levels, the education of the inhabitants. If we didn't take this into account and control for it, this would distort our comparisons, so they controlled for it. Economic openness, this is how much these countries will even reveal to you about their own economy and what's going on, so they have to control for this factor. And other factors that they're not even mentioning here. They're controlling for all of these things. So those are the things that they control for. A country's unique circumstances. They control for that stuff. Or those things, sorry. And that's in line 14 through 16. All right. On to 13. Based on the passage, which choice best describes the relationship between Frick and Rodriguez Pose's first and second studies? Okay. So I briefly mentioned the study. I'm going to look back just at the passage just to show you. So the first study they show the first study is right here. All right, their first study, and you could sort of skim it across the screen as I describe this first study. So the first study here from last year, they found that developing countries grow faster. Overall, developing countries grow faster. We saw that in the graph too. The developing countries are growing faster than the developed countries. The median city population is growing faster in developing countries than the developing ones. So that's one thing that they found in their first study. The other thing that they found in their first study is that advanced nations increase economic growth as the population goes up. So there's direct variation between population size in their cities and economic growth. So as the population increases in a city in an advanced country, the economic growth increases in that city. What they found in developing countries is an inverse relationship. They found the opposite, actually. They found that, this is just the first study still, they found that in developing countries, as the population goes up, the developing countries' economies do not necessarily go up. In fact, they can go down by 2.3%. All right, so that's our first study. So that's something they found. All right, and then the second study is right here. In their latest study, the researchers find something else. So in the second study, they find that medium or smaller cities are better for developing countries. They found that in developing countries, medium-sized and small cities actually lead to greater economic growth than the bigger cities. So I just sort of summarized the two studies that we had. All right, so based on the passage, what could we say? Well, we could say that the second study builds on the first study's findings. They are related. The second one builds off the first study. So the second one found that, okay, well, actually, based on our new findings, based on what we previously knew and what we're now finding, these developing countries should have smaller cities, or medium-sized cities. They shouldn't have these massive cities. They're actually losing economic growth by having these massive cities, and the cities are growing at a really fast rate. Does the second study correct a minor error in the research of this first study? No, there's no indication of that in the passage. It just doesn't say anything about that, an error or anything. The second study confirms a hypothesis that they were unable to confirm in the first study. That's a baseless claim. The passage makes no mention of that. The second study offers a more negative interpretation of a recent event than the first study does. Not really. The second study just sort of found what I just told you. It found that within these developing countries, these countries are better off with smaller or medium-sized cities overall. All right, 14 is a vocab question. They're asking us about the word feature in the context of a sentence, and they're just playing around with different dictionary definitions for the word feature. So features can be peculiarities. Pittsburgh has unique geographical feature. It's rivers. So a peculiarity, something like that. So a feature could be a peculiarity. A feature could be a specialty, perhaps. They're just playing around with different dictionary definitions. A feature could be an innovation, maybe. A feature could be a component of something else. That is definitely a dictionary definition for this word feature. So a feature could be part of something. Maybe it could be a peculiarity. I don't know. Let's see what it means in line 29. I'm going to read the word in context, and I want you to read the words back in. Read the words, the answer choices, back into the sentence. I'm going to do it for us. But we're going to look right at line 29. I'm going to read the word specialty in the place of the word feature. Well, first I'll read it as written, and then I'll probably start subbing in the words and seeing what we like. This is a great strategy for this type of question. I am on line 29 right here. Feature. All right, let's read the sentence as written, and then I'm going to sub in some different words, and we have to figure out what feature most nearly means. Urbanization has historically been thought of as a necessary feature of economic development and growth. But this study finds the connection is not so simple. Interesting. All right, I'm going to read specialty back in the place of feature. That's the first. That's answer choice A. Could feature mean specialty? Here we go. Urbanization has historically been thought of as a necessary specialty of economic development and growth. No, it doesn't quite fit. I don't think urbanization is a specialty of economic development and growth. I think there's a better answer. I'm going to cross it off. It's not a specialty. Let's try peculiarity. I'm just reading it back in the sentence. Urbanization has historically been thought of as a necessary peculiarity of economic development and growth. I don't think that quite fits. I don't think that's the right answer. Let's try innovation. Urbanization has historically been thought of as a necessary innovation of economic development and growth. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that urbanization is necessarily an innovation of economic development and growth. That doesn't fit. Let's try component. It had better fit because it's our last answer choice. Urbanization has historically been thought of as a necessary component of economic development and growth. Fits like a glove, but this study finds the connection is not so simple. All right, so that was the right answer. Remember that you can always read the word choices back in the sentence. It's a great strategy for the vocab question. There are usually about 2 of these per passage or so, the vocabulary questions. All right, on to 15. Can most reasonably be inferred from the passage that a megacity's economic impact on a country is what? Well, first we might want to define what a megacity is. And they do. There's a footnote. Did you see the annotation? It's right here. A megacity is defined as a city with populations of over 10 million people. That's a megacity. It's right here. There are several reasons why megacities often fail to spur significant growth in the rapidly urbanizing world. All right. So, it can be reasonably inferred from the passage that a megacity's economic impact on a country is what? Just looking at the questions here. 15, or the answer choices, I mean. Back to the answer choices. All right. So, I'm just going to consider D. I'm just going to start looking at some of these. Is a megacity's economic impact on a country, is it neutralized by the economic cost of maintaining a megacity? That's not in the passage. The passage never makes that claim. So we can't put words into the author's mouth. So D is out. All right. C. Is a megacity's economic impact on a country, is it relatively equal for developing countries and high-income countries? No, I've already told you it's unequal. I've already told you that megacities tend to lead to economic growth in high-income countries, but do not in developing countries, and they can even lead to economic decline in the poorer country. Yet they grow faster. So this word equal should talk about inequality. They're unequal. All right. Is it greater in countries with larger physical land areas? So this one's tempting, because they almost mentioned something about this. I'm going to look at line 43. This is not the right answer, though. Line 43 and the footnote. Let's consider those 2 things. So I read the footnote just a second ago, but let's look at line 43. All right, line 43 says, in their latest study, the researchers found that developing nations tend to get a bigger bang for their buck from smaller, medium-sized cities. I mentioned that. These countries see the most economic benefit from having a larger proportion of their urban population living in cities of 500,000 people or less. Bigger cities tend to have a more positive economic impact in larger countries. So here they mention bigger cities tend to have a more positive economic in larger countries, but we haven't introduced the idea of a megacity yet. That's why this is the wrong answer. We don't talk about megacities until over here. So that's not the correct answer. So having a metro with more than 10 million inhabitants produces a nationwide economic benefit only if the total urban population is 28.5 million or more, according to the study. So I know that it's tempting to talk about this of larger cities. Are they talking about landmass? Are they talking about megacities and with regard to landmass? But we haven't yet even introduced the idea of a megacity yet. That's the wrong answer. I know it's tempting. I thought about it, but they didn't get me. The correct answer is actually B. All right. So a megacity's economic impact on a country is dependent on the types of companies located in the megacity. And now we have to find the evidence. So where in the passage do they mention the types of companies that are located in the megacity? For 16, we have to find the evidence. It happens in lines 48 through 51. So I'm going to read these lines right now. Here's 48 through 51. Here's where they mention the types of companies in these megacities and how the economic impact on the country is dependent on the types of companies, on the type of industry, on the type of what they have. All right, I'm going to read right from the passage. I am reading lines 48 through 51 right here. Here's the evidence for the previous question. This makes sense. Bigger, more developed countries are more likely to play host to knowledge-based industries. So those are industries where you require a degree, doctors, lawyers, things like that probably. So knowledge-based industries, more developed countries are more likely to play host to knowledge-based industries that require urban agglomeration economies. So that's interesting. All right, so we're talking about knowledge-based industries within these megacities in the developed countries. And what's agglomeration mean? It's similar to conglomeration. It's just a mix of different things, an agglomeration of different economies. So it's kind of a hodgepodge. All right, so that's our evidence. All right, there's several reasons why megacities often fail to spur significant economic growth. All right, we're going back. We just have a few more for this passage. Then we are on to the next one. So we're talking about educated people. And you do have to draw an inference. I'm not saying that they state that exactly within the passage, but we can infer that from what they're stating in the passage. All right, on to 16. We did that one. On to 17, that was the evidence. So the evidence was C for 16. On to 17. The main purpose of the sixth paragraph, these are lines 52 through 60, is to do what? All right. Does it provide it? Let me show you those lines, I guess, real quickly. 52 through 60. All right, we are right here. This paragraph. So if you can see that on the screen, maybe quickly skim that. I mean, I've read from this passage. But there is a false expectation that urbanization is always associated with prosperity, because in the developing world, that's not necessarily the case. In developed parts of the world, places that have developed previously, like places like New York or something like that, we take them as coming hand in hand. The size of the city and the size of the economic growth, we think that they are 100% related in the urbanized world. The wealthy, the industrial, the wealthier places, not the developing countries. All right, so that's our paragraph. They're asking us about that paragraph. They're asking us a main idea question, asking us the main purpose of it. Main purpose, if you see the words main purpose, think main idea. It's the same thing. The main idea question at the paragraph level. All right, is it an overview of existing megacities in high income and in developing countries? Nope, that's not what the paragraph is. Does it develop a claim about the effect of large cities in various parts of the world? Yes, it does. It even tells you that large cities in the developing countries, the various parts of the world, so in the developing countries, they don't seem to grow with regard to their economies, yet they do in the developed countries. All right, C. Yeah, the currently urbanizing are the poorest countries, but they also urbanize at the fastest rate. The previously urbanized, those were the wealthier countries. All right, do we have a widely accepted theory about city size that future research should be able to confirm? I don't think that we have a widely accepted theory in that paragraph. The future research should be able to confirm. Are we comparing causes of urbanization in the past with those in the present? I don't think that the passage as a whole really talks about the causes of urbanization. They just sort of discuss it as a reality. They sort of say, okay, well, how is urbanization working in these developed countries? How is urbanization working in the previously, the wealthier countries, the previously developed countries, the previously urbanized countries, I should say. All right, on to 18. It's a vocab question, another vocab question. So we want to know what the word producing means in line 69, so I'm just going to read right from the passage. Producing. And these are probably different dictionary definitions for the word producing. Maybe producing is supplying something. Supply and demand. So the producers are creating the product, they're supplying it for the consumer? Sure. Maybe producing something is directing something. Well, there's a producer and there's a director on a film crew. They sound related. Perhaps I know producing is creating something, producing it. Can producing be containing something? I don't know. But they're just playing around with different dictionary definitions for the word producing. And it's only one of these is going to make sense in the context of the paragraph or the sentence. But I'm going to read them all back in, or at least some of them. Let's look at 18. Line 69. We're looking for the word producing. Read the words back in the sentence. All right. Oh, here it is. Line 69, producing. Right there. All right. All right, the raw materials that flow from the surrounding countryside of the city can all be inexpensively imported from other parts of the world. Interesting. All right. The result is that the connection between large cities and growth has become more tenuous, much more tenuous, more shaky, more spread out, more thin, tenuous, producing a troubling new pattern of urbanization without growth. That's a scary thought. So these cities will just get bigger, but without economic growth. That's not good, right? That is an alarming thing. All right. So, but they're asking us about the word producing. So I'm going to try the word supplying. Perhaps producing is supplying. Let's read it in the sentence. Let's see if it works. The result is that the connection between large cities and growth has now become much more tenuous, supplying a troubling new pattern of urbanization without growth. All right. I don't think that fits. Not exactly. I want a better word. I don't think that fits. I'm going to cross it off. Let's try creating. Just going to read it right back in the sentence. The result is that the connection between large cities and growth has now become much more tenuous, creating a troubling new pattern of urbanization without growth. That's the right answer. Sounds like the right answer to me. It sounds like producing something is creating it in the context of that sentence, for sure. Now, if I had a ton of time, I'd probably read directing or containing back in that sentence, but neither of those would make sense. It should just create gibberish. I'm not going to waste your time. We're moving on to 19. Oh, now we have to use the graph. All right. So according to the graph, during what range of years did the median city population size in developing countries initially surpass that of high-income countries? Okay, interesting, cool. So I showed you this. It's just a line graph. And we have time as our x-axis. Time is x. And our y-axis is y is number of people in thousands. And I did this before. I said that, okay, the developing countries are definitely growing faster than the high-income countries. Whoop. You know where it surpasses it? Right there. So here we had our developed countries, high-income, our previously developed countries, our high income countries, and then we had our developing countries. It looks like, whoop, surpasses it right here. Looks to be around 1990. Let's lock in on an answer choice. Can you read a basic graph? If you had to, someone put a gun to your head, could you pick an answer? Yeah, C, 1990 to 1995, sure. So that's where the developing countries surpassed the developing countries in population size, which was our y-axis. Cool. All right, 20. Now we're asked about a claim from the passage and the graph. All right. Let me just consider answer choice A. The median, which is the middle number. You know what the median is, right? Okay, if you had 5 terms, the median, it's a math term. The median is this guy. It's the middle number. And if we had 4 terms, you'd have to average the 2 middle terms to find the median. There's the median, mean, and the mode in math. The mean is the average, arithmetic average. You just take up all the numbers, add them, divide by the number you have. The mean is that middle number. The mode is the most commonly occurring number in a set. A set may have one mode, many modes, or no mode. So that's mean, median, and mode for those of you who are interested in math, I guess. All right. Which claim from the passage is best supported by the graph? All right. Considering A. The median population of cities in developing countries grew more sharply from 1960 to 2010 than did that of cities in high-income countries. Did the developing countries have a steeper slope? I think I just showed you that they did. Let's look again. Do the developing countries have a steeper slope than the high-income countries? Oh, of course, and I drew all over the graph. But they do. We see that they do. Here's the developing countries. Shoop, that's their slope. It's steeper than the developing countries are flatter. They'll be still going up, but look at this. Look at these developing countries. They're flying up. And that's where they surpassed each other. Or that's where the developing countries surpassed the developed ones. All right. So we did lock in on an answer. It is answer choice A. And our graph does not show us B, C, or D. I'm not even going to waste your time, but the graph doesn't show that. I just kind of proved that it does have a steeper slope. So I'm going to move on. But you can consider those wrong answer choices if you feel like it later. 21. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to keep moving. Oh, it's a paired passage. Oh, I remember this one. All right, so it's a paired passage about human brains. And we should always read these. I'm going to read it. The introduction part. Passage 1 is adapted from humans' big brains, maybe partly due to 3 newly found genes. Copyright 2018 by Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology News. And then passage 2 is by a different author. Passage 2 is by Matt Wood. Brain size of human ancestors evolved gradually over 3 million years. All right, so before we even start the passages, I want to give you a strategy for the paired passage. Because I'm always trying to give you guys strategies. So here is another one you can use. And the strategy is to split up the passages. What do I mean by that? Well, I'll show you. Split up the passages. You can always do this on the paired passage, and it's always helpful. Split up the passages. All right, so what they expect every junior to do in the country, they expect every junior, for some reason, to just read passage 1. Okay, go, there's passage 1. Okay, then, here's passage 2. I'm going to read passage 2. Then they expect every junior in the country, okay, they just read the passages. Now they're going to start answering all the questions. That is not the correct order to do these. Split up the passages. Why? Because we don't need passage 2 yet. We can read passage 1 and then we can answer passage 1's unique questions. Then we can go back, and then after we've answered all the questions about passage 1, then we can go back and read passage 2, and then we can read We can answer all the questions about passage 2. We can also answer all the questions that compare passage 2 with passage 1. That's what I mean about splitting up the passages. And I've had some students who say, oh yeah, I've just been naturally doing them that way. It just made more sense to me. It makes more sense to me. But let's just see how many questions we could answer before we would have to read passage 2. Let's just assume we only read the first one. How far could we get? I've seen it. Sometimes it's half of the questions. Sometimes it's a really helpful strategy because we don't have to, you realize passage 2 is going to contradict perhaps passage 1, or it may not even be exactly about the same thing. It's going to be on a similar topic, but maybe the authors of passage 2 disagree with the authors of passage 1. And often the wrong answers are from the other passage. But if we haven't even read passage 2 yet, that's helpful for us. All right, so let's just see how far we could have gotten if we only read passage 1. How many could we answer? I'm curious because I don't really know, but we'll see. All right, we could answer this one. We could answer question 21. We could answer question 22. That's passage 1. And we could even answer question 23. 24, oh, that's the other passage. So, I mean, not bad. It's still 3 questions that we can answer without even having to read the other passage. So I think it makes sense to do this. So I would recommend that you do that. Now we're going to go back. Okay, now I have to read passage 2 because they're asking me about passage 2. So now I'm going to go read it. And that's going to help you. That's going to help you with these questions. It really is. All right, but anyway, that's the strategy. We like to give you as many little strategies as we can. Little door there. All right. Okay, so anyway, just to sort of summarize these passages, because I did read them. Very interesting. They're talking about brain development in human beings. So it turns out that human beings have 3 times the large. Oh man, I'm getting a little exhausted here. Human beings, our brains are 3 times that of other apes, such as chimps. Okay, so that's a fun fact, I guess. And it looks like humans split from the chimps, and our genomes have undergone 15 million changes in the interim. And why are human brains so big? Well, it's an important question for anthropologists and other scientists because they've allowed us to do everything that human beings have been able to accomplish. So we build buildings, we write stories, we do interesting things. Some people create math and mathematical things, and it's all due to cranial size. You could weigh the brain of a chimp, and it's going to be nothing compared to a human, a man's or a woman's. So that's sort of where intelligence was definitely related to the just sheer size of our brains. So that's why they're studying this. It's interesting. So anyway, they're talking about a gene called Notch2NL, and it's related to Notch2, which is another gene that scientists already knew was vital to early brain development. This is the first passage, just sort of summarizing it a little bit. All right, well, then they have a scare here because they think that, Notch2NL, well, it's not even related at all to the area that we know is important for brain size. And then they revise the human genome. They come out with revision 38, and lo and behold, there was some kind of mistake or something. And in the new iteration, Notch2NL is right where it's supposed to be. And yeah, that's sort of what this passage is about. Human brain size with regards to these genes. And it turns out there's actually 3 Notch2NL genes. That's what they found out with this latest human genome revision. That's the first passage. And the second passage is a little bit different. Why don't I just answer those first 3 questions that we know are about passage 1, and then we'll come back to passage 2. Let's do it in the same order I said we should do it. All right. So, what does passage 1 indicate is true of the human genome? Passage 1 says that it has gone through a large number of changes over time. I just read this. 15 million changes. I just read this to you. 15 million changes. This is line 6. Just show you that briefly again. 15 million changes right there. Your human genome has undergone roughly 15 million changes. All right. So I don't think I really need to go over the other answer choices. I think it's quite obvious that that is the right answer choice. 22. Based on passage 1, they'll get harder. Based on passage 1, what concept most likely contributed to Hausler's team's initial interest in Notch 2 and L? All right, so why were they interested in it at all? Well, because it's related to Notch 2, which I also mentioned to you briefly. It's related to this other gene, which is answer choice D. Genes that are related to one another tend to have comparable biological roles in development. And they already know that Notch 2 is related to brain development early on in a human being's growth. This is right in this part of the passage. Right here. All right, so why are they looking at Notch 2 and L? Well, it's a relative of Notch 2. They already knew that this was important for early brain development. All right, so that's sort of why they're looking at it. Genes that are related to one another tend to have comparable biological roles. So they think that maybe Notch 2 and L could also be important with regard to human beings and our massive brains. That's why they're looking into it. All right. And the other answer choices, they're wrong answer choices because these claims are not in the passage. The passage does not make the claim that similar genes often play different roles in development of different species. I'm just going to cross off the basis claims. I don't think I need to read each and every one for you. All right, in the interest of time. All right, 23. Now we have to find the best evidence. The same part I just showed you. Lines 11 through 14 is where we get the evidence that this is related to that other gene that was interesting. Yeah, right here, 11 through 14. That's right from the part that I just showed you. It's a relative of Notch 2, a gene that scientists knew was essential to early brain development. Notch 2 controls vital decisions regarding when and how many neurons to make. All right, so there's our evidence for the previous question. I just showed you the evidence, so we can move on. 224. We're about halfway done with these passages. All right, which choice from passage... Oh, no, we have to go read passage 2. I told you this would happen. All right, so I'm going to briefly talk about what's in passage 2. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but I'm going to maybe just give you a quick summary. All right, so passage 2 is a little different. They're not looking at specific genes. Instead, they're looking at 94 hominin fossils. So hominids, we're all related in the sort of the ape universe, that part of the family tree. All right, so they're looking at 94 hominin fossils, and they show that an average brain size increased gradually and consistently over the past 3 million years. So they're looking at 94 fossil specimens, 94 fossil specimens from 13 different species. So this is sort of a broader look at different hominids, and I'm sure they measured the cavity, the brain cavity, the cranial size of each one of these extant fossils to determine who had what size brain. Okay, Homo habilis had this size of a brain. The Australopithecines have this size of a brain. Trying to think of some other. There's other. Neanderthal had this size of a brain. They can figure out the cranial capacity of all of these animals from their skeletons, and the Denisovans as well. All of these hominids, also chimps, gorillas, orangutans, great apes. All right, so they're looking at all of these different hominids, and they make a determination too. They look at Homo erectus, including Homo erectus from 500,000 years ago, and then, of course, Homo erectus develops into the anatomically modern-day humans, Homo sapiens sapiens. If you ever get a chance to take an anthropology class in college, please do it. It's a really eye-opening class when you see how the taxonomy works and how all of these different organisms are related to one another. All right, so we have larger brain species. All right, so we have three interesting conclusions from this second study. we have the extinction of smaller brained hominids. So they're gone. They go away. It seems like over time, we also have the evolution of larger brain sizes within individual species. We have the extinction of some that had smaller brains, but we also have a third category. We have the sudden appearance of new species with larger brains. So we have extant species, their brains are getting larger. We have the calling of the herd, whatever you want to call it. We have species are going extinct that had smaller brain sizes, and we also have the appearance of new, larger brain species. So they have an analogy. They liken it to this football analogy. They say, this is like having a football team. One way to have a good football team might be to make a bigger roster of strong players. One would be to make them all hit the weight room to develop their brain mass, sort of. And then the coach could also recruit new, larger players and cut out the smaller ones. So that's an analogy for those three situations that I just gave you with regard to these hominids. All right, cool. So now that I've sort of give you a brief, it may be a month or two since you've read this, but that's sort of what's in passage 2. All right, now they're asking us about passage 2. All right, which choice from passage 2 best supports the idea that brain size research may help answer important questions in realms beyond evolutionary biology? I found evidence for this in answer choice C, in lines 58 through 63. I found realms beyond evolutionary biology that are supported. I think that the claims in lines 58 through 63 could influence anthropology, sociology, psychology, because they're talking about these three things. I'm going to read it right from these lines so you can see what I'm talking about, but they mention this. They mention cultural complexity. They mention language. So maybe even beyond anthropology, there are language study linguists. All right, language, tool making. That was the third thing I wanted to write down here. All right, so realms beyond evolutionary biology, I think anthropology, sociology, psychology, I don't know, maybe linguists would be interested in this for the language category. I'm going to read lines 58 through 63 and see if you agree with me that the idea of brain size research that may help answer important questions in realms beyond evolutionary biology. Here are lines 58 through 63. All right. We're going from here all the way down to 63. I'm going to read the lines right up to there. All right, here we go. So hopefully this would influence realms beyond evolutionary biology. Here we go. Brain size is one of the most obvious traits that make us human. It's related to cultural complexity. That's the first thing I mentioned. Language, second thing I mentioned. Tool making, third thing. And all these other things that make us unique, said Andrew Dew, PhD, a postdoctoral scholar at the University of Chicago and first author of the study. So there are three things. I'm just mumbling here. Those things would influence so many fields of study: anthropology, psychology, sociology. All of those things. Having a larger brain is important for language. It's important for cultural complexity. It's important for tool making. The anthropologists would definitely eat that up for sure. All right, so could be related to fields beyond evolutionary biology. Evolutionary biology, they're just interested in how one creature sort of evolves into something else or a different form of it, how things die off, whatever happens there. All right, on to 25. As used in line 53, trend most nearly means what? So here's a vocabulary question. They're asking us about the word trend. So a trend could mean an inclination, perhaps. If you picked up a dictionary, they're just playing around with different dictionary definitions for the word trend. A trend may be a custom or an approach or a progression. Let's see what it means in the logic of this sentence. Line 53, I'm just going to read right from the passage. We're looking at trend. And we are going to read the other words back into the passage. All right, this is from the second passage right here. I'm just going to read it, and then I'm going to start subbing in the other words, and then we're going to pick the correct one, just like you would do on test day. The research published in the Proceeding of the Royal Society B shows that the trend was caused primarily by evolution of larger brains within populations of individual species, but the introduction of new, larger brain species and extinction of smaller brain ones also played a part. All right, so I am going to read inclination in the place of trend and see if it works. The research published in the Proceeding of the Royal Society B shows that the inclination was caused primarily by the evolution of larger brains. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm going to try custom. The research published in the Proceeding of the Royal Society B shows that the custom was caused primarily by evolution of larger brains. That makes no sense. Let's try approach. The research published in the Proceeding of the Royal Society B shows that the approach was caused primarily by evolution of larger brains. That makes no sense. It had better be D, progression, as the right answer. Let's try it. Let's see if trend means progression. The research published in the Proceeding of the Royal Society B shows that the progression was caused primarily by evolution of larger brains within populations of individual species, but the introduction of new larger brain species and extinction of smaller brained ones also played a part. And that is the right answer. That makes the perfect sense. That is the trend. That is the progression towards larger brain size over time. So trend means progression here. So you would just bubble in progression, D for 25, and you get 10 points on the SAT. Always read the words back in the sentence. It's very effective. All right, on to 26. Just a couple more for this passage, and we'll be on to, or this pair of passages, then we'll be on to something else. The main purpose of the fifth paragraph of passage 2 is to do what? Let's look at lines 73 through 81. All right, we're looking right here, and you can skim it right off the screen as I talk about it. All right. Oh, we're talking about the clade level. The researchers saw that when the species were counted at the clade level, or groups descending from a common ancestor, the average brain size increased gradually over 3 million years. Looking more closely, those three factors again. I told you some die off, the species are evolving, but we also have new species. Okay, so when we look at the clade level, when we look at a common ancestor, the average brain size increased gradually over 3 million years. All right, so that's what that paragraph is about. Let's look at the answer choices for this one. All right, that is the paragraph we're talking about, 73 through 81. Okay, so here's a trap. Here is the trap answer choice. It's totally a trap. Is the point of this paragraph to define a term that Dewey and his team introduced in their study? Nope, that's a trap. So they're trying to trick you into thinking that the point of this paragraph is to introduce this word clade. You know, one of the problems, though, is there's no indication that Dewey and his team introduced this, coined this word or something like that in the study. It's not. That's a trap answer. I think they're trying to trick you here. I think they're trying to say, okay, well, look at this new term here that maybe I've never seen before. Dewey and his team are introducing this in the study. And where the main purpose is to define this term. If anything, that's just a detail. So they will test you on a main idea versus a detail. And that word clade is just a detail. That is not the main point of this paragraph, if it is a point at all. So that one's out. All right. The main point of that paragraph was to summarize the conclusions that Dewey and his team researched in their study. There's 3 conclusions. Right? I mentioned them over and over. I'm not going to bore you by saying it again. All right, so they summarize the conclusions that Dew and his team research in their study. There's 3 different types of progression with the brain size. Yeah. So, slow increase in brain size driven by 3 factors. That's the point of the paragraph. They will test you on main ideas versus details. Don't be tricked. They don't tell you about the methodologies used in Dew's team's research in that paragraph. All right, on to 27. In the context of passage 2, the reference to the football coach. Again, this is great. All right. So I mentioned this part. Why compare this to the football coach and beefing up your football team? Is it to show a humorous image of the way Dew and his team conducted their analyses? No. I mean, I guess you might think it's a joke, but that's not really what it's doing here. Is it literal? Do they think that these scientists documenting the progression of brain size in all these hominids over time is going to lead to insights into everyday situations, such as in the football locker room or on the football field? No, that's taking it literally. It's an analogy. They're drawing an analog to the football field. They're not saying that this is going to help us with football players or whatever. Yeah, it's an analogy, which is B. It establishes an analogy that illustrates the pattern Dew and his team observed in their study. Oh, it's similar to a football coach who wants a really good team. So he kicks off the weaker people, he trains up the stronger people, and we also have new recruits, and they're the best of the strongest ones of all, right? We're drawing an analog to brain size and these different insights into coaching, everyday situation. That's literal. That's crazy. All right, I'm just going to cross that one off. It's B. It's an analogy. Hopefully you realize that. We're not talking about literal football teams or helping them. Yikes. All right, 28. Which choice best describes the key difference between the passages? So the passages are pretty different. The first passage fixates on the important genetics. So they fixate on the human genome, the different revisions of the human genome, and these particular genes and how the scientists were looking at them within the genome. And then passage 2 is a completely different study. We're looking at how many hominids? 94 hominid fossils, 13 different species. Okay, so they're very different. This is more of an anthropological research. And I think that the first passage, it is anthropology, but it's at the genetic level. We're talking about the human genome and these specific genes that they're talking about. Notch 2 and Notch 2NL. Okay, so the difference between the passages is D. Passage 1 focuses on small-scale genetic changes. And I'll write them down so you can remember them. Notch 2. Notch 2NL. Small-scale genetic changes that influence brain evolution, while passage 2 focuses on the influence of large-scale population-level changes. We're looking at the creatures that died off. We're looking at the ones that remained. We're looking at new ones that pop up in the fossil record. We're looking at all of those things. So that is the difference between those passages. I'm not going to waste too much time on the wrong answer choices. All right, 29. Both passages state that the modern human brain is about 3 times larger than the brain of the chimp. I believe passage 2 also mentions the bonobos, but passage 1 does not. They both mention the chimps. Let me show you the lines. It happens in line 5 in the first passage, and it happens in line 47 in the second passage. I'm just going to briefly show you the chimp brain size thing. I think I had mentioned this briefly already. All right, line 5. Chimps. They have 1/3 of the human size in volume and brain. And then, what was the other one? 47. Chimps. Where are the chimps? Chimps. And bonobos. But notice bonobos is also an answer choice. But they don't mention the bonobos in passage 1, so they're trying to trick you. They do mention chimps in both. All right, so it's not A. Don't be tricked by their trickery. All right, 30. As used in line 58, passage 2, obvious is closest in meaning to which word as used in passage 1? All right, let's look at obvious from passage 2. And then we'll see what it means. We got to find a similar thing from the first passage. Line 58, passage 2, obvious. Let's see what we got. Oh, here we go. It's right here. Brain size is one of the most obvious traits that makes us human. So there's the word obvious. And we need something similar from the first passage. And you know what? I think we're going to find such a good word. I'm going to read that word from the first passage in the place of obvious in the second passage. I might have to change the ending of it, but I think it'll fit perfectly, telling me that they mean the same thing. I'm going to do it. All right. So, which word from the first passage means the same thing as obvious? What about conspicuous? I mean, they put an ly on there, conspicuously. I'm going to read this word from the first passage. First, I'm going to read it in its passage to see that it means the same thing as obvious. But then I'm going to put conspicuous in the place of obvious, just to double check it. All right, let's look at conspicuous from the first passage. Line 1, very first part of the passage. The brains of humans are conspicuously larger than the brains of other apes. And you know what? I'm going to take that word from passage 2. I'm going to change the ending of it. I'm going to put it in passage 1. The brains of humans are obviously larger than the brains of other apes. Makes perfect sense. Now I'm going to do it the way I initially said I was going to do it. I'm going to read conspicuous in the place of obvious. Brain size is one of the most conspicuous traits that make us human. Boom. Works both ways. That's the right answer. I like that I just realized we could check it both ways. That's cool. It's funny how the SAT works like that. All right, so obvious means conspicuous. Conspicuous means obvious. They mean the same thing. If we tried the wrong answers, they would not mean the same thing. All right, moving along. Oh, we're almost a couple more passages. I think this is the second to the last passage. This is the global conversation one. So this is the one that's about social studies or history. In this case, it's about Aboriginal peoples. Global conversation, that's what they call this. That's just the college board's term for this type of passage. All right, and we always read the introductory parts because I've seen them literally answer questions before. So I'm going to read it now. This passage is adapted from a speech delivered by Tom Calma, still riding for freedom, copyright 2008, by Australian Human Rights Commission. Aboriginal Australians and the Torres Strait Islanders are the indigenous peoples of Australia. All right, so we were going to read Tom Calma's passage. I might just give you a brief synopsis of it because you probably read it months ago if you took this SAT in October. All right, so he's talking about the Aboriginal people of Australia, and he makes an interesting. He draws light to an interesting discrepancy, and that there is a distinction between how these people have been treated for practical reasons, and that there's a human rights consideration. That's what I want to highlight here. So you have to draw some inferences here, but there's a false dichotomy, he says. Poorer standards of health, I'm assuming for the Aboriginal people, lack of access to housing, lower attainment in education, and higher unemployment. He's saying that in the past, traditionally, in Australia, the people in power, the people who have the authority to do something about these discrepancies, have not treated it as a human rights issue. They've instead say somehow they don't relate at all to human rights or the cultural circumstances of the indigenous people. And he makes the claim that in the past, the focus is on practical measures. Well, that would be giving them things that are practical, things that are pragmatic, things that could help these Aboriginal people without considering their human rights. Our author, what's his name, Tom Kalma, he's saying they are one and the same. He's sort of saying that human rights influence the practical considerations, and the practical considerations influence the human rights decisions. They're related, yet you've looked at these as, oh, it's not about their human rights. It's about the practical measures, which would be providing housing, it would be providing health care, it would be worrying about the education of these people, but without taking into consideration their fundamental human rights. And he's saying that the government has spent record levels of expenditure. He highlights this. He's like, oh, well, people always seem to brag almost of these record levels of expenditure, but there's no accountability within the government as to where these funds are going, and there's no measure about how it's even helping these people. So they're essentially throwing money at a problem without knowing the data, without knowing the metrics, without knowing what is even helping or hurting these people. Where's the money going? Probably not helping the indigenous people, to be honest with you. This is government bureaucracy in action. You see this everywhere. And part of the failing of this is the government, with their policy, they're not considering the fundamental human rights of the indigenous people. All right, and then there's a shift in the passage between what's going on in the past and then looking towards the future. He mentions how, in March of this year, the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, Ministers for Health and Indigenous Affairs, every major Indigenous and non-Indigenous peak health body and others have signed a statement of intent. And these bullet points right here are exactly how they intend to fix things. They're going to develop a plan of action. They're going to ensure the participation of the Aboriginal people. They're going to work collectively to systemically address the social determinants that impact on achieving health equality for the Aboriginal people, respect and promote the rights of Aboriginal and Torres Islander peoples. It is about human rights. That's this bullet point right here. Measure, monitor, and report our joint efforts in accordance with benchmarks and targets. Okay. So those are all the bullet points. That's the statement of intent. This is sort of just a paraphrase from the statement of intent. All right, those bullet points. And then some concluding words from our author. All right. These commitments were made in relation to the Indigenous health issues, but they form a template for the type of approach that is needed across all areas of poverty, marginalization, and disadvantage of the Indigenous people. Okay. And we need to lift our expectations. We need to raise our expectations, is what he's concluding with, so I'm going to read it because it sounds powerful to me. We need to raise our expectations of what needs to be done to address these issues and of what constitutes sufficient progress to address these issues in the shortest possible time frame so that we can realize a vision of an equal society. We need to raise our own standards because they've been failing so much in the past. These people are marginalized and they seem to be throwing money at a problem, record levels of expenditure, without taking into account their human rights. All right, so that was our global conversation passage in a nutshell. I know I'm kind of zipping through it, but I just wanted to remind you what it was about, remind myself what it was about. Now we want to answer these questions. So this was not too bad. They open with a main idea question, and I can tell it's a main idea question because of these words, central theme. So here they're going to test you on main ideas versus maybe a detail versus a detail. All right, one central theme of the passage is what? Is it A, expanding legal rights of citizens will not necessarily improve national health outcomes? That would be the argument of the opposition to my author. Tom Kalma would say expanding legal rights of citizens will improve national health outcomes. He says the opposite. So if you picked A, I am sorry, but That's not what our author thinks. Our author thinks the exact opposite of this statement. This is what his opposition would think. And they would make excuses about why we don't need to expand the legal rights of these citizens. Because we've thrown so much money at this problem. Maybe they don't deserve it or something. Yeah, so it's not A. All right, B. Human rights initiatives should generally receive more funding than health initiatives do. Our author never actually makes that claim. Our author says that human rights initiatives are health initiatives. They are related, according to our author. So he's not saying that human rights initiatives should receive more funding than the health initiative. That's going too far. Our author doesn't think that. Our author thinks that they're one and the same. They're the same issue. You're just ignoring the human rights part. Okay, what about D? Are we focusing? Is one theme of the passage focusing on indigenous people's rights detracts from the more practical concerns of the indigenous communities? Again, this is what the opposition to our author would say. This is the opposition argument. The opposition would just say, maybe perhaps they've said in the past, that we'll just focus on the practical concerns, and the human rights concerns, those will iron themselves out over time. No, our author would say this: human rights should be used as a framework for government policy on indigenous issues. They are related. They are one and the same. It's perhaps the backbone. The human rights issues, they're just as important as these other indigenous issues. They're related. All right, 32. According to Calma, the government's failure is to link its expenditures on indigenous health initiatives to specific health outcomes is harmful because we have no way of tracking if any of this money has been helpful at all. Right? They're throwing money at a problem, but they're not measuring in incremental values how it's helping the indigenous people. So, let me show you some evidence about the no accountability. Line 29 through 33. I think lines 29 through 33 show we have no accountability at all. All right, let me read right from the passage. Right from the passage. I'm going to read lines 29 through 33. Hopefully they say that the government's failure to link its expenditures on indigenous health initiatives to specific health outcomes is harmful because it allows the government to evade the obligation to be answerable for its own policies. Here are lines 29 through 33. Just looking right at the passage. All right, 29 through 33, this paragraph right here. And the fact is that there has been no simple way of being able to decide whether the progress made through record expenditures has been good enough. So the practical approach to these issues has lacked any accountability whatsoever. That sounds bad. All right, so there's some perfect evidence for the author's claim that there's no accountability here and allows the government to evade its own duty, its own obligation to be answerable to its own policies, which it certainly must be. All right, I'm not going to waste your time too much on the wrong answers. I just showed you the evidence right from lines 29 through 33 for answer choice D, the right answer. All right, 33. Calma indicates that in the past, the Australian government stressed which aspect of its relationship to indigenous peoples. They have stressed the record levels of expenditure in the past. That's always what the government has fallen back on. Well, we spent so much money, but you have to track the improvements for the indigenous, otherwise you're just throwing money away. So yeah, they're just boasting of record levels of expenditure without really following through and doing anything about the human rights issue. Record levels of its expenditure. And I think he's almost saying it facetiously, this Tom Calma individual. This is D for 33. That's how historically the Australian government has stressed its relationship to the indigenous people. Well, it's money. Look at how much money we're spending. Yeah, but if you're not charting the progress, all right, let's look at C. I'm going to look at a wrong answer or two for this one. The improvements it has made in indigenous people's living standards. this was not measured properly. That's the whole problem. They haven't measured the improvements properly. That's why they're not improving. That's why the indigenous perhaps lack education, lack higher employment, lack housing, have poorer standards of health, all these things, because they're not tracking the living standards. The improvements, they're not there. They're not even there. Answer choices A and B are not in the passage. I'll just tell you that right now. These are not mentioned by our author. Not in the passage at all. They don't talk, our author does not talk about the willingness the Australian government has shown to meet with Indigenous leaders, not mentioned in the passage, and also the regret as it expressed for the injustices it committed against the Indigenous peoples. Our author does not mention that either in this passage. Not in there. All right, 34 is a vocab question. We're almost done with this passage, and then we only have one more. Now we're done. That's the whole SAT in October SAT. This is the October 2022 SAT, by the way, for those of you just joining us. And I do think this stylus is starting to go bad. I probably will have to order a new tip for it. I don't know why. All right. Line 30, we're asked about the word decide. We are going to read the other words they give us back in the sentence to come up with the same meaning. Let's look at line 30. I'm going to read each, maybe not every one, but I'm going to read most of these back in the sentence. We'll decide which one can mean decide. Let's look at 30. Oh, it's right from the part that I just read. Right here. Okay. And the fact is that there has been no simple way of being able to decide whether the progress made through record expenditure has been good enough. All right, so I'm going to put accept in the place of decide. Let's see if it means the same thing here. And the fact is that there has been no simple way of being able to accept whether the progress made through record expenditure has been good enough. That doesn't quite make sense. I'm going to cross it off. It's not A. Let's try choose. And the fact is that there has been no simple way of being able to choose whether the progress made through record expenditure has been good enough. That makes no sense. I'm going to cross off choose. Let's try determine. Maybe it works. And the fact is that there has been no simple way of being able to determine whether the progress made through record expenditure has been good enough. Makes perfect sense. You should bubble in C for 34. Fits like a glove. So decide means determine in the context of that sentence. Just bubble in a C for that one. You get the 10 points from the College Board. And soon enough, you'll be going to the college of your dreams. All right, 35. Based on the passage, comma would most likely agree that programs related to Indigenous issues would have a better chance of succeeding if the Australian government did what? I'm going to give you some evidence for what they should do. I found evidence in line 37. And I found evidence in line 40. Comma would most likely agree that programs related to Indigenous issues would have a better chance of exceeding if the Australian government did what? Let's read right from the passage. Let's see what the government should do. Line 37 and line 40. All right. Line 37 is right about there. Line 40 is right about there. All right. Just going to read right from the passage. If we look back over the past 5 years in particular, we can see that a practical approach to issues has allowed governments to devise a whole series of policies and programs without even engaging with the Indigenous peoples in any serious manner. I have previously described this as the fundamental flaw of the federal agency's efforts over the past 5 years. That is, government policy that is applied to Indigenous peoples as passive recipients. They don't have to engage at all with these people. The government can just hand out money and things will solve themselves. That's not the case. All right. So what would our author say for 35? Our author says, or would say, comma would most likely agree that programs related to Indigenous issues would have a better chance of succeeding if the Australian government empowered Indigenous communities to assist in devising in implementing such programs, because the government is not or has not interacted at all with the communities. That's Kalma's argument in a nutshell. The government is willing to fork out money. The government is not willing to participate. The government is not willing to assist in helping the indigenous devise and implement such programs. The government does not even see and need to interact with the community whatsoever. The government can just fork out money and thinks that it's just going to magically solve the problem, but it's not. So that one is A. I'm not going to spend too much time on the wrong answers. In the interest of time, I gave you evidence right from line 37 and line 40 of why A is the correct answer choice here. So I'm going to keep moving in the interest of time. Yeah, he never mentions the non-indigenous and that they should fund programs as well as they do fund the people. These are just not mentioned in the passage, trust me. I'm not going to spend too much time on the wrong answer choices. They're wrong for reasons. Oh, here's the evidence. I told you it was line 37 and line 40. We're right here. Line 38 and line 41. So I already read these lines. I'm not going to reread them. But this is one of those questions where they say, okay, where was the evidence for the answer to the previous question? I already read you the evidence, so I'm going to keep moving. All right, 37. Just a few more for this passage, and we are on to the final passage. And then we will be done with the entire October 2022 SAT. And you can skip through this video if you're fine with the reading, but you want to look at the math. The math's at the beginning of our video. We're doing the reading last because I knew it would take the longest. The writing section is a little faster than the reading section, but the reading comprehension, it just takes longer. That's why they give you an hour and 5 minutes to complete it. All right, so we're on 37 now. Beginning with the 9th paragraph, lines 42 through 88, the focus of the passage shifts from what to what. And there is a big shift. It's not condemnation of officials' indifference towards indigenous concerns to a proposal to address those concerns. That's not the form that this passage takes. But there's a dramatic shift. It goes from B. The passage in a nutshell, beginning in paragraph 9, there's a change. So we were having a criticism of how the Australian government has handled the indigenous in the past, how they've spent record, make sure that I say it with his words, record expenditure, and the practical considerations, the practical approach. So we move from the criticism of the Australian government's failure to properly address the problems of the indigenous. So we're moving from that to an outline of its new approach, because we have a whole new approach. And this is, I think, I don't know, if there was a dark sort of history to how the Australian people have interacted with its indigenous, I think that this new approach could be a huge improvement, because it actually takes into consideration the indigenous and it wants to interact with them and it wants to include them in this new approach. Which it seems like they were held at bay. They were just treated like a problem, and money was spent. We don't know on what. There was no accountability. They were not taking into consideration the rights of these people, the human rights that the indigenous possess, and they weren't including them within the plan. Like, they weren't working with the indigenous. But now they're going to. This is the whole change that the passage takes right here. So we have a criticism of how the government has handled it in this past, but we have the new approach, which they're unified on. And I think that this could be a great development. I mean, this was 2008, so hopefully this has been working. But here we have the statement of intent. This is the new thing the government is implementing. And these bullet points here, this is just a summary of this statement of intent. I'm pretty sure. All right, so they're actually going to respect and promote the rights of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. They're going to measure, monitor, and report the efforts. Who would have thought, right? They're not just going to throw money at a problem. They're going to ensure the full participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. So their opinion is important on the matter, apparently, suddenly. So this is a marked change for the government approach, at least according to Tom Kalma, according to how he describes it. So this is the new approach that the government is going to implement. That one was B. That was the outline of the new approach. It's bullet points. We have a criticism of how they performed in the past, and we have bullet points about how they're going to function in the future. All right, 38. I'm not going to spend too much time on the wrong answers. 38. The list in lines 55 through 74. Oh, these are the bullet points. The list in lines 55 through 74, those are all the bullets. They mainly serve which function? They summarize actions specified in the statement of intent. I showed you that part. I'll show you one last time that this is just a summary from the statement of intent. Right before the bullet points, we can see that this is the statement of intent. It's right here. Statement of intent. Boom, bullet points. All right, so hopefully you didn't miss that part about the statement of intent and the bullet points. Hopefully you read those. All right, so that was that. We're almost done with this passage. All right, here's a vocabulary question. The word is targets from line 72. We have to figure out what targets are. Targets could be the center of things, right? They're just playing around with dictionary definitions for the word targets. Targets are the centers of, I don't know, bullseyes, right? That's a target right there. So it could be the center. Maybe a target is the center of something. Sure. Targets could be goals. Targets could be all of these things. Targets could be subjects. He was the target of the investigation, the subject of the investigation. Your target may be even your prey. If you got a bow and an arrow or something, I don't know, I can't draw. I'm sorry. Yeah, so if you picked up a dictionary, target would have all of these meanings. What does it mean in the context of this paragraph? They're just playing around with different dictionary definitions for the word target or to target. Let's look at 72. I'm going to rewrite for the passage. We will be reading the words back in the sentence. It is a great strategy. It is helpful. It does work. All right, here are targets. What are targets? All right, this is one of the bullet points for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. This is part of that statement of intent. Okay. The last bullet point says, measure, monitor, and report on our joint efforts in accordance with benchmarks and targets to ensure that we are progressively realizing our shared ambitions. All right, I'm going to read centers. I was reading in the place of targets. Measure, monitor, and report on our joint efforts in accordance with benchmark and centers to ensure that we are progressively realizing our shared ambitions. That makes no sense. I'm going to read the word goals in the place of targets. Measure, monitor, and report on our joint efforts in accordance with benchmarks and goals to ensure that we are progressively realizing our shared ambitions. That makes perfect sense. I would bubble in a B for that one. And we are done with question 39. We just got 10 points from the College Board. Targets are goals in the context of that bullet point I just read. Benchmarks, goals. All right. 40. Two more questions, and we're on the last passage. Based on the passage, Coleman regards the audience of his speech as being what? So this one, maybe I'll briefly talk about the wrong answers. Is he skeptical that specific individuals responsible for the government's failed policies will be held accountable? I don't think that he mentions specific individuals being held accountable per se. All right, does he think that his audience will be poorly informed about the economic and social conditions found in most indigenous communities? I don't think that our author, Kalma, indicates that he thinks his audience would be poorly informed necessarily about the status of the indigenous. C, doubtful. Would he be doubtful of the value of discussing indigenous issues within the larger context? Would he think that his audience would be doubtful of the value of discussing indigenous issues within the larger context of human rights? I don't think so. I think that he would be hopeful. I think that Kalma would feel that his audience would maybe agree with him that the issues the indigenous are experiencing needs to be seen in the larger context of human rights. The right answer for this one, I don't think he would be doubtful at all. I think that he would be hopeful, or think that his audience would agree with him about that. I think D, though, is the right answer. I think Kalma thinks that his audience could be, if they're not careful, his audience could be overly tolerant of the fact that government initiatives to address the inequality faced by indigenous peoples have not succeeded. So I think that that's one thing that he thinks that his audience could be overly tolerant of if they're not careful, and he even warns them of it. And now we have to find the evidence. We have to find the part in the passage where our author, Kalma, sort of warns his audience to not be overly tolerant of the fact that government initiatives to address the inequality faced by indigenous peoples have not succeeded. So I'm going to show you the evidence. It happens right here in lines 84 through 88. I'm going to read the evidence for you. Evidence. Here it comes. This is right from Kalma's passage, 84 through 88. And we need to lift our expectations. That's what he means about not being overly tolerant of their inability to address the inequality. We need to raise our expectations. We can't act as we have behaved in the past. You, our audience, you need to lift your expectations. You cannot be overly tolerant of what the government has done or has not done properly. We need to lift our expectations of what needs to be done to address these issues and of what constitutes sufficient progress to address these issues in the shortest possible time frame so that we can realize a vision of an equal society. So we must raise our expectations. We must not become overly tolerant of the inequality and the failure of the government to address the inequality. We need to hold them accountable. We need to hold the government accountable. So that's your evidence for the previous question. Don't become overly tolerant. Don't, be careful. Lift your expectations. Hold them to a higher standard. Don't be overly tolerant of this. Okay. And we have one final passage, and we're done. Oh, and this one is about asteroids. Oh, this was an interesting passage too. All right. One final asteroid passage, and I will sign us off. And yeah, I'm going to say happy holidays pretty soon, and we'll be out of here. So I'm just going to go through this last asteroid passage. It's a little tricky. It's a science passage, and they tend to be kind of tricky, or kind of difficult. So I am going to read the part at the beginning. I said it's always important to read this so you know what the passage is about. Always read these. Read it. Doesn't take very long. It's important. And I've seen the information right here in this little introductory part. I've seen it literally answer a question later on the test, and I was like, whoa, I hope everyone read that, otherwise they maybe missed that question. All right. The passage is adapted from John Chambers and Jacqueline Mitten, From Dust to Life, The Origin and Evolution of Our Solar System. Copyright 2014 by John Chambers and Jacqueline Mitten. Differentiated asteroids are made up of layers of different material. So that's one type of asteroid that they discuss in the passage. We have differentiated asteroids. So this is why you need to read this. This is important. They define important terms, such as differentiated asteroids. So these ones are made up of layers of different materials, such as iron, an iron core, a rocky mantle, and a thin volcanic crust. One type of asteroid. We also have primitive asteroids. Those are the other type of asteroid. They are undifferentiated asteroids that are thought to have changed little since they are formed. So they don't have the differentiated material that the other asteroids have. They're more primitive in nature. And these scientists, they don't know everything about these asteroids. They're speculating. They really are in this passage. But they know some things, and they want to know many things, So that's the nature of science. It's sort of, you don't know everything at once. It's progress. All right, so I'm just going to skim this passage. I'm going to briefly give you a quick summary, and we're going to dive into the final questions on this test. And you have the whole test. You can review our whole. We're Eaton Prep. You can look at this our whole review of this SAT. We've done so many other reviews of SATs, so if you feel like practicing some SATs, why don't you look at our website, take a look. We have an SAT class. You can take it virtually. You can take it in person if you're in the Pittsburgh area. All right. So scientists believe that iron meteorites come from the cores of asteroids that melted. But what happened to the corresponding rocky material that formed the mantles of these bodies? We don't know. So the interesting thing, the asteroids that come to Earth, we do get the metallic, we get the iron cores of these asteroids. We don't really know what happens to the mantles of these asteroids, the rocky bits. We're kind of unsure what's up. Where are they? What's going on with them? Where were they? Are they gone? How are we finding mostly iron? All right, so we have two types of asteroids. We have the differentiated ones. We have the primitive ones. All right. So there's a puzzle with the missing mantle. It's the missing mantle problem. Where are the rocks going? Right. We have the iron fragments. Where's the mantle of these asteroids going? It's puzzling. Iron lies in the core of a differentiated asteroid, while rocky material lies near the surface. So rocky material will be the first to be removed when an asteroid is bombarded. So they speculate about these asteroids. Okay, well, are differentiated asteroids just floating out in the asteroid belt, smashing into other asteroids, and that's where the mantles are going? They're just falling off in space. We don't really know, but there are also primitive asteroids which don't have the iron. They're not the differentiated kind. They don't have the iron, the different materials. They're more primitive, right? As the name would sound. All right. So are things being chipped away, or things peeling away out in space? Maybe. Iron is much stronger than rock. A piece of iron is likely to survive in the asteroid belt at least 10 times longer than the rocky fragment, so maybe that plays a role. All right, if most differentiated bodies broke apart early in the solar system, perhaps all the mantle material has been ground down to dust. All right, this would mean that intact differentiated asteroids are very rare in the asteroid belt today, such as Vesta. Vesta is a differentiated asteroid they mentioned. It has a diameter of more than 300 miles. This thing is huge. And a handful of others are all that remain. So there are fewer differentiated asteroids. These are the ones that have different components, differentiated. That's what it means. There are most of the asteroids out there that we can see, or we can observe, or we have readings for, are the primitive kind, not the differentiated asteroid. All right, collisional erosion cannot be the whole story. Primitive asteroids, the parent bodies of chondritic meteorites, the most common type of meteorite found on Earth, are no stronger than the mantle rocks from differentiated asteroids. Well, if they're equally strong, why so many primitive asteroids compared to the differentiated? That can't be the whole story. Part of the explanation may be that differentiated bodies were relatively rare to begin with, so we just had fewer of them. That's one explanation. Still, if most of the differentiated bodies were destroyed in violent collisions, how did Vesta survive? How do we have one giant asteroid with just a single crater on its surface that's differentiated, and then the vast majority of other asteroids are primitive? So, well, here's where astronomer William Botke speculates. So they say, okay, well, what if, hear me out now, perhaps the parent bodies of the iron meteoroids, they formed closer to the sun, where there'd be greater gravity, in the region that now contains the terrestrial planets. Objects would have been more tightly packed nearer to the suns, so collisions would have been more frequent than in the asteroid belt. Many, perhaps most, differentiated bodies were disrupted by violent collisions. Gravitational perturbations from larger bodies scattered some of these fragments into the asteroid belt. Both iron and rocky fragments arrived in the asteroid belt, but only the stronger iron objects have survived for the age of the solar system. It's a hypothesis. Later on, primitive meteoroids were formed. So the argument of Botke is saying, okay, well, what if these iron meteorites form closer to the sun at a very specific location, then were flung out into the asteroid belt? Things would become smashed up, there are violent collisions, the mantles disappear, and then suddenly the primitive asteroids are formed. From where, how exactly, the article doesn't really indicate here, But that's the idea here. That's at least the theory of these astronomers. All right, so I've summarized the passage. I skimmed it. I mean, I read quite a bit of it, but I wanted to get it fresh in my head as well as yours. Maybe you read this months ago if you took the October SAT. I found this to be fascinating. There's a chart that we're going to have to use to answer some of the questions. So let's just dive right in. Oh, here's the chart. Okay. So this is interesting. I'll maybe just briefly look at the chart. We have composition of asteroid belt by asteroid type, with and without the 4 largest asteroid belt objects. So this first column here are all the objects in the asteroid belt based on their percentage mass, just total percentage of the belt's total mass. And then we have the types of asteroids over here. We have A, B, C, D. We have all the way down to P, all the various types of asteroids that are present in the asteroid belt. And note that Vesta is her own category, mainly Vesta and related asteroids, basaltic, the composition. So we have a few differentiated asteroids, but mainly we have primitive asteroids because we already knew that they were the main composition. The article mentions that they're the main composition of the asteroid belt. So we have different varieties of asteroids here. And then what if we just take out the 4 greatest? This is everything else. This is all objects in the belt but the 4 greatest, the 4 most massive asteroids. So that changes the data. And we'll see how it changes the data because we're going to have to use that to answer a question. So before we remove those 4 largest asteroids, we have 100% of the sum, total mass. And then it looks like we take out over half of them when we remove the 4 largest asteroids. That's fascinating, right? So we'll see how that plays out. We have to use this table for a question or two, I know, because I looked at it. All right, 42. It's a main idea question. You know how I can tell it's a main idea question? Because I see the words main purpose. So they're testing you on main ideas versus maybe a detail or a minor idea. We're looking at the big picture, broad strokes. The main purpose of the passage is what? All right. So, and again, I'm not going to go through all of the wrong answers. I'm going to start, maybe I'll show you the right answer first, and maybe I'll look at 1 or 2 of the wrong answers if I feel like it. But we got to wrap this up, so I'm just going to keep going here. The main idea, what this passage is mainly about, is to mainly account for the scarcity of a component of differentiated asteroids, their mantles. They have a term for this. They call it the missing mantle problem. Missing mantle problem. All right. That's the component of differentiated asteroids. So they're trying to account for the scarcity of a component of differentiated asteroids, the mantle, in the asteroid belt and among meteorites on Earth. That is mainly what this passage is about. Oh, maybe I'll look at some wrong answers. Does the passage describe competing hypotheses about the condition under which primitive asteroids were initially formed? Not primarily, no. Does it present a scientific debate? Is there a debate in this passage about the prevalence of differentiated asteroids in the asteroid belt in the early solar system? I don't see some kind of scientific debate about the prevalence of differentiated asteroids in the asteroid belt in the early solar system. All right, I'm going to keep going. It's mainly this missing mantle problem. Hopefully you spotted the main idea. That's what this whole passage is about. Otherwise, you missed the point. It's a missing mantle problem. That's what this passage is about. All right, 43. As used in line 25, disrupt means what? And disrupt, I'm sure, can mean many of these things. They're just playing around with the different dictionary definitions for the word to disrupt. I disrupted your attention. I interrupted you, maybe. Or I impeded something. The police disrupted the protest. Perhaps they impeded it somehow. So a disruption could maybe be a fracture. It probably has a few meanings, right? So let's see what it means in line 25. I'm just going to read disrupt, and then we can settle on an answer. We want a synonym. Let's look at disrupt. All right, I'm going to read the sentence. Most of the rocky mantle may be peeled away in small fragments, chips from the surface, while the iron core remains as a single piece, making it hard to disrupt later. I am going to read chipping away the surface. I can already tell. I think I got the right answer right away. I'm going to read fracture. I'm just going to read the word fracture back in the sentence. I already kind of have a feeling that it's going to work based on this chipping away thing. I think we are talking about fractures. Most of the rocky mantle may be peeled away in small fragments, chips from the surface, while the iron core remains as a single piece, making it harder to fracture later. Again, we realize that the iron is much stronger than the mantle, the iron core. So fracture fits perfectly. I'm not going to waste time on it. We bubble in A. I would probably read the other answer choices back in the sentence just to make sure I didn't make an error if I were taking an actual SAT, and again, if I had the time. But fracture fits perfectly. We're talking about chipping things away, and we're talking about fracturing. I'm going to keep going. 44. The passage most strongly suggests that if collisional erosion within the asteroid belt was sufficient to explain the situation discussed in the passage, then as a result, scientists would expect to find what? The passage most strongly suggests that if collisional erosion within the asteroid belt was sufficient, because it doesn't seem to be sufficient, was sufficient to explain the situation discussed in the passage, then as a result, scientists would expect to find B, the asteroid belt has far fewer primitive asteroids than it currently does. And this, I have evidence for you. I'm going to read it. It's right in line 42. Let me show you evidence that if collisional erosion within the asteroid belt was sufficient to explain the situation, then the asteroid belt would have fewer primitive asteroids. But we know that the primitive asteroids are the most numerous asteroids in the asteroid belt. Why? Well, that's the mystery. Let me read line 42. This is the evidence right from the passage. All right, 40, 41, 42. Right here. All right. Maybe I'll read a sentence before, because that kind of starts in the middle of the sentence here. Primitive asteroids, the parent bodies of chondritic meteorites, the most common type of meteorite found on Earth, are no stronger than the mantle rocks from differentiated asteroids. So if they're no stronger, how did so many primitive asteroids remain and we have no differentiated ones? That is the paradox. So there's our evidence. I just showed it to you. It's right from the passage. That's our evidence for B. If the collisional erosion were enough, we would have fewer primitive asteroids, right? They would get blasted at the same rate as the differentiated ones because their material is not really any stronger. But that's not the case. We have way more primitive asteroids than we do have differentiated asteroids. 45, I showed you the evidence. I found it right in line 42, which is right in lines 39 through 44. I just read it. I'm not going to read it again. 46. The question in lines 47 through 49 mainly serves which function? Let me read this question. All right. 47 through 49. I'm just going to read this question. All right, here's the question. Not that question. It's going to be this question. Still, if almost all differentiated bodies were destroyed in violent collisions, how did Vesta survive? That massive differentiated asteroid. How did Vesta survive with only a single crater on its surface? So what function does this question have in the context of the passage? Let's take a look at our answer choices. Why is Vesta still here? All right. That question highlights an anomaly. Vesta. It highlights an anomaly that challenges an idea presented earlier in the passage. Well, we're saying, okay, well, if differentiated asteroids... Let me reread that. Sorry. I'm just going to read it one more time. Still, if all the differentiated bodies are destroyed in all these collisions, and that's why we only have the iron cores, how did Vesta survive? All right. So that's the anomaly. Vesta's the anomaly. We wouldn't expect it to be here, out in space, out in the asteroid belt. All right. Maybe I'll look at a wrong answer or two. Did Botke and his colleague, William Botke, did they did someone, or did that question present a hypothesis that Botke and his colleagues tested? They didn't test any hypothesis. I mean, they discuss a theory, but it's theoretical. They don't test it. How would they test their theory out in space? They don't test their theory. They do kind of have a theory, but it's theoretical. It's not tested later by Botke. So that's just what one of your typical wrong answers looks like. Does that question cast doubt on the likelihood that the central problem discussed in the passage will ever be resolved? No, I don't think that question casts doubt on that. It may be solved. We really don't know. It's kind of ambiguous. Does that question point out the lack of observational data concerning a particular asteroid discussed in the passage? I think we probably have a lot of data on Vesta. They seem to know a lot about its composition. They know that it's a differentiated asteroid. They know it's not a primitive asteroid. So that question doesn't point out the lack of observational data at all. All right, just a couple more questions. We're almost done with this passage. Line 53 and line 54 contains mean what? The word contains means what? So if you contain something, it could mean controlling it, encompassing it. It contains obviously has these meanings if you pick up a dictionary. But what does it mean in lines 53 through 54? We're looking at the passage. I'm going to read from the passage. Looking at the word contains right here. All right. And then I'll probably read some of the answer choices back in and see which one we like. All right, astronomer William Botke and his colleagues recently came up with a possible explanation. Perhaps the parent bodies of the iron meteorites formed closer to the sun in the region that now contains the terrestrial planets. I'm going to read the word controls. Let's see if it works. They have an explanation. Perhaps the parent bodies of the iron meteorites formed closer to the sun in the region that now controls the terrestrial planets. That makes no sense. I'm going to try in bodies. Perhaps the parent bodies of the iron meteorites formed closer to the sun in the region that now embodies the terrestrial planets. That makes no sense. Let's try encompasses. Astronomer William Botke and his colleagues recently came up with a possible explanation. Perhaps the parent bodies of the iron meteorites formed closer to the sun in the region that now encompasses the terrestrial planets. Makes perfect sense. That's the right answer. Contains means encompasses in the context of that sentence. I tried several wrong answers and I found the right one. If you read restrains in there, it wouldn't work either. Trust me. I don't want to waste our time and do it, but it wouldn't work. All right. So it's not containment in the sense of restraining something or someone. All right, 48. According to the passage, Botke and his colleagues explain the presence of iron fragments in the asteroid belt by asserting that the fragments what? Okay, well, this is their hypothesis. They say, in line 58, they say that the fragments were created relatively closer to the sun. There's greater gravity there. There's more of a congestion of things. It was created relatively close to the sun, and then these iron fragments ended up in the asteroid belt due to the gravity of large objects. They kind of got flung around. Let me read line 58, and I'll show you where that is. All right. Oh, here we go. Maybe I'll even read the part about where they were formed closer to the sun. All right, here's the part where they're formed closer to the sun. That's right there. Go down a little bit further. All right, so collisions would have been more frequent Okay, so objects would have been more tightly packed nearer the sun, so collisions would have been more frequent than in the asteroid belt. Many, perhaps most, differentiated bodies were disrupted by violent collisions. Gravitational perturbations from larger bodies scattered some of these fragments into the asteroid belt. So that's right from the passage. There's your evidence for answer choice B for 48. So these fragments were created relatively close to the sun, but they ended up out of the asteroid belt due to collisions and gravity. All right, on to the next one. We're almost done here. Home stretch. I promise we're almost done. We have to use the table now. All right. Data in the table best supports the conclusion that the majority of the mass in the asteroid belt as a whole is in the asteroids that are what? And we also know based on the passage that they're mostly primitive asteroids. But I will look at the table, and I actually, you don't have, I mentioned earlier, that you don't really have to do any complex mathematics with regard to the tables that are in the reading section. I did a little bit of math. I added up some of the figures, but you could approximate and you would still come up with primitive for this. But I actually found, I came up with some numbers. So let's look at the data. All right, so here's all our data. And I'm going to look at all objects in the belt. I'm going to look at this column because we're not taking out 4 asteroids just yet. We will have to do that for a question. All right, so I added up the differentiated asteroids. There are fewer of them. Look, this one's only 0.37. Vesta, we know, is differentiated. So V is differentiated. A, they tell you is differentiated. They also tell you which ones are primitive. Like this one's a primitive one. Maybe primitive. So we can consider this one primitive. They think it's primitive. We know that the chondritic meteorites, we know that they are primitive. The passage says this. Primitive asteroids, the parent bodies of chondritic meteorites. Those are the ones we find on Earth. So I'm gonna list these ones as primitive. The chondritic meteorite ones are primitive. Oh, here's some differentiated ones. So we mainly have differentiated and we have primitive, right? I sort of came up with some different data for this. So I'll just list. All right, so I came up, when I added up, did some real quick math here. I came up with 74%. And you could check my data if you want. I mean, I'm open to that. But I think even if you didn't add up the numbers exactly, you're going to get the right answer. Because 74% of them, based on my calculations, were primitive. And I was considering C, D, L, S, and P to all be primitive. So C we know is primitive. It's right there. I didn't underline that. C is primitive. D is primitive. A lot of them they tell you are primitive. Some of you have to deduce that they're primitive. C, D is primitive. L is primitive. They tell you. S, we know that the chondritic meteorites, that's the parent bodies, we know that those are primitive. So that was S. And then P. P is also primitive. Yeah, they tell you it's primitive. All right. So I underlined all the primitive words, and you have to do a little bit of deduction to figure out which other ones were primitive. But for the most part, they tell you. So I added up C, D, L, S, and P, and I got 74% to be primitive. And I added up all the differentiated asteroids. I added Vesta. That's an approximation sign, sorry. Approximately. I don't want to put it too close to my other data. I added up all the differentiated, and I got 13% differentiated. Check my work if you want. I mean, I don't care. Differentiated. I think even if you didn't add these up exactly, you would realize that the vast majority of these are primitive. So the ones I consider differentiated, Vesta, we know that's differentiated. A, which they tell you is differentiated. and M. M is, oh, they also tell you M is differentiated. So I considered those three to be differentiated. Differentiated right here. So Vesta, we know is differentiated because the passage tells us. M, we know is differentiated because they just tell us right here. And then A, they tell us right there it's differentiated as well. All right, so those were my calculations. 74% and then 13%, and they're obviously other materials. So let's look at the answer choices, lock in on an answer. All right. So I said the primitive, I said we had 74%. Basaltic is mainly Vesta. That's 9.59%. I'm going to write down mainly Vesta. How do I know that that's the I almost said balsamic. How do I know that that is the basalt? Basalt. I think that's what it is. How do I know that it's that mineral? And it's mainly Vesta. I'll show you. Just looking at the table. Looking for V. Look. Basalt or basalt. However you say it. I don't know. I'm not a geologist. So that's Vesta mainly. So I just used Vesta's numbers. Almost 10. All right, so we have some data there. It looks like it's going to be primitive, but I am going to show you high in reflectivity and low in reflectivity. Feel free to check my numbers. I found 0.05%, so hardly anything at all for high in reflectivity. And then low in reflectivity, I found 11.10% right from the table. You can check my data, but as a whole, the majority of the mass in the asteroid belt would have to be primitive, about 75%. Again, I don't think you really need to necessarily waste as much time as I just did doing all these calculations. I think that you can see that the vast majority of these are primitive, and even the passage tells you that the vast majority of these are primitive. So I'm going to keep going. 3 more questions, and we're done with the October 2022 SAT US version. Assuming, this one's the harder question though. It's the table question. 50. Assuming that the 4 largest asteroid belt objects are among the 11 listed asteroid types, which statement about those asteroids is best supported by data in the table? All right, so we have to look at what changes once we take out the 4 asteroids, and we're assuming that they are part of the 11 total. All right, so what 11 total? These 11 total. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, it's just A, B, C, D, K, L, S, V, E, M, P. Is that 11? It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. So we're assuming, and we could tell kind of by our data that they are, but we're assuming that the 4 largest, these guys, they're part of the 11. So we're kind of interested in what changes. I want you to notice that. Like, look from here to here, nothing changes. So I know that must not be one of our big 4. The differentiated asteroid is not type A. Because once we take them out, the mass remains the same. Do you see how we're doing that? B, I can tell that some of those 4 were type B. Right? But other ones don't. Look, see, I can tell that some of our big 4 were primitive. Big change there. No change for D. I know that our big 4 are not type D. I know that our big 4 are not type K because the mass remains the same. I know they're not type L. They're not type S. I know that they are type V. Vesta is one of our big 4. For sure, because once we take it out, we're left with only 0.01 V-type. E stays the same, M stays the same, and P stays the same. So I can tell which types of asteroids we have. I'm going to start numbering them. I know they're labeled A, B, C, D, but let me just go 1, 2, 3, 4, and let me pick out our 4. We got 1 here. We have 2 here. I'm just accounting for our asteroids. We have, just seeing what changes. We have 3 in V-type. Nothing else changes. Where is 4? Where is our 4th asteroid? I know I'm taking 4 out. What does that indicate? That indicates that we have 2 of the same kind. Did you see that? I don't know which one, but there's a 4th asteroid in either what I'm calling 1, 2, or 3. There's a 4th asteroid somewhere in there because I know I have 4 here, but none of my other numbers are changing with regard to mass. So I know that we have double asteroids in one category. That's the answer to the question. So let me look at the answer choices and show you. That's the right answer. 2 of them must be the same type. I just showed it to you. All right. Well, I'm going to show you the wrong answer choices too. So none of them it's type V. Incorrect. 0.01% is type V. So it's not A. Let me show you. That's our Vesta type. That's an important one. Look, here's Vesta. We don't lose... Yeah. One of them is type V. Look how much Vesta changes. So Vesta is one of the 4. Look, I even marked it. It's 3 of 4. Or maybe there's 2 asteroids hanging out in the V type. I don't know. One of these categories has 2 asteroids. So it's not that. It's not that none of them are Vesta. We know one of them is Vesta. None of them is likely to contain carbon. No, you know which ones contain carbon? B and C. Look, I'll show you. I'm just going to show you right from the graph. B contains carbon, right here. And that's one of the ones I said we had an asteroid, or 2. B contains carbon, C contains carbon. We have an asteroid or 2 there. I don't know which category has 2. I don't know. They don't tell us. So it's not that they don't contain carbon, because B and C contain carbon. And I know we have 4 asteroids, and some of them are in B and C. One of them is type K. Is it? Is there an asteroid in type K? I don't think so. Let me go double check. Does K change? K doesn't change. So there's not one of our 4 asteroids in K. I'm going to prove it to you. It's process of elimination. Look, K stays the same. I didn't mark over here that we had asteroids in K because we don't. The mass remains the same when we take out the big 4. So it's not K. My original conclusion was correct. 2 of our asteroids must be in the same type. They don't tell us which one, but they are. Process of elimination. Can you work with data? Can you be a scientist? Maybe you want to go into astronomy or something someday if you like this type of thing. Last 2 questions. Taken together, the passage and the table most strongly suggest that the model proposed by some astronomers would imply which conclusion about type C asteroids? Let's look at type C asteroids. What are type C asteroids? They are primitive. Oh, they're like 52% of the whole asteroid belt. Primitive. They're vast number of C-type primitive asteroids. This is the majority of our whole data. Primitive, containing carbon, possibly parents of chondritic meteorites. Primitive. So these were type C, primitive. All right. So based on the passage and the data, what can we say? We would say, based on what the authors think, that they are younger than type M asteroids, which are differentiated. That's what the passage claims, that they would be younger. Taken together, the passages in the table most strongly suggest that the model proposed by some astronomers would imply which conclusion about type C asteroids? They are younger than the type M. Let's double check and make sure that the M are the differentiated, the older type of asteroid. Oh, they are. Here's the word differentiated right here. Boop. So those are the older type. Oh, almost dropped my stylus. Here we have the primitive type. So according to the passage, the scientists, that's their theory, they think that the primitive ones are newer. I'm not going to go over every wrong answer. You can look at this table and play with it if you like. I suggest you do. I hope you can read a table such as this and compare it to the passage and draw a similar conclusion. But the differentiated asteroids are older according to the passage for sure. And right. All right, let's keep going. Oh, we got to find some evidence right from the passage. I'm going to read lines 60 through 64. Here is our evidence. This supports the claim that the differentiated asteroids are older. Primitive asteroids are younger. These are the primitives. All right, I'm just going to read the very last little bit from the passage, lines 60 through 64, wrapping this up. Our final science passage of the day. All right, 60 through 64, the final statement of our author. All right, or authors, I guess. All right. Both iron and rocky fragments arrived in the asteroid belt, but only the stronger iron objects have survived for the age of the solar system. Later on, the parent bodies of primitive meteorites formed in the asteroid belt. They would be younger, the primitive ones. Most of these objects survived, leaving an asteroid belt today that is a mixture of intact primitive bodies and fragments of iron. So the table, and if we combine what the table says and we talk about what the authors say about the asteroids, we have answer choice D for 40. Sorry. Answer choice D for 52. All right. One last little thing here. Yep. So I found the evidence. That was our final question. All right, so my name is James. I'm from Eaton Prep, and we just did an entire review of the October 2022 SAT, the US version, not the international version. And we hope you enjoyed our content. And if you would like to check us out, please go to our website. I'll write it down right here, EatonPrep.com. And please look at our online SAT class that we have coming up. We have an online SAT class where we do this type of thing. Prepare for the SAT. We're all SAT oriented here. So look at our online SAT class, as well as if you're in the Pittsburgh area.
If the online class is interactive, we send you the...
Yeah, the online class, Mrs. Hessel just reminded me of something here. The online class is interactive. You will participate. You're answering questions right along with us as you look at us on the screen, kind of like we're doing here. But you're putting your answers right in the chat room and you're participating. So it is interactive. That's the online SAT class. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, we have an in-person SAT class at the Mount Lebanon Rec Center. Just want to mention that. All right. Thank you so much for following along with the October 2022 SAT review. We are Eaton Prep. Please check our website out. And please look at some of our other SAT reviews. If you like doing these, I mean, you can find these tests all over the internet. So any one that we have done is something you could easily download. If you have access to a printer that can print tons of paper, you can print them out. You can do them right along with us or do them on the screen, whatever you want to do, and check your work with our SAT reviews. But this is probably our fourth or fifth SAT review we've done at this point. So we do these all the time. But we have finished the entire October 2022 test. We did it in a strange order. We did the no calculator math, the calculator math, the writing section, and now I just finally finished up the reading section. So please check us out. Please check out our website or leave a comment on this video. Let me know if you think it helped, or let me know if we made an error or anything. Just interact. Just let us know how we're doing. We like to have positive or any kind of feedback really from you, because we do this for you. We wouldn't be here doing this without an audience. So hopefully you found this helpful. Hopefully you've learned something, or hopefully you've just gone over your October SAT and now you realize why you've made the mistakes you've made. And hopefully I've given you some strategies, and Mrs. Hessler has given you some strategies on the math that you can just utilize throughout your coursework, utilize on the actual SAT. So let us know what's going on. You can check us out on EatonPrep.com, and you can always leave a comment on the video if you have a specific question. But thanks so much for hanging out with us. Happy holidays. Thanks for checking in. Anything else you could think of?
You get a box of materials.
Yeah, if you sign up for our online SAT class, we mail you a textbook and we mail you materials. We mail you all of our course lessons so you can participate in the interactive lessons. So let us know. That is starting pretty soon, starting early January. So take a look at our online schedules. The schedules are all posted if you feel like you would like to attend, or if this is something that you found useful. Check us out. And I'm going to sign us off. That's all I have for tonight. It's getting late. But again, happy holidays. Have a safe and productive holiday. And thanks so much for taking a look at our October 2022 SAT review. Thanks and good night.